to the conference on ethical and legal issues of precision medicine. In fact, like Professor Paula has already mentioned, being on a mission abroad, I can only do this today and welcome you at distance, but this not reflect any less enthusiasm about this, the relevance and importance of this event. In fact, precision medicine combined with artificial intelligence promise to revolutionize medicines and public health in different ways and areas, including the possibility to treat each patient accordingly to her phenotype and individual characteristics. And this may lead to a more accurate care and better resources management. In fact, in a world of uncertainty and with several major challenges around health systems, precision medicine is being recognized as a promising way to improve the quality and efficiency of healthcare. Nevertheless, precision medicine poses ethical and legal major concerns, and as it will be analyzed during this conference by many experts which are going to intervene. So that's also why I'm going to give a very brief introduction to this event, and because for sure we have several and very, very relevant keynotes that knows much more than me about this topic. But just to say that National School of Public Health is therefore very proud to host an event dealing with such a paramount topic. I also would like to thank our professors, André Den Exter, Professor Paula Lobato de Faria, and Professor João Cordeiro for the organization of this conference, and to greet keynote speakers as Professor Lynn Fleck, eminent scientist at the Center for Bioethics and Social Justice of the Department of Philosophy at Michigan State University, who we are very, very honored to have here today. And thank you so much for accepting this invitation. I would also ask Professor Fleck to greet on my behalf the director of this prestigious university. And I want also to greet and give you some thank you for all the speakers and participants in this conference. For sure, it will be a very, very productive day. So to end this briefly note, I wish you all a very fruitful work today, hoping that this conference will be the first of many more to held in our school of these relevant topics of precision medicine and artificial intelligence. Once again, thank you so much for being with us today. And thank you, Paula, for hosting this event.
Maybe she can, oh yeah. Nitro, how can we? How we got it? She needs to break free. Yeah.
Good start. Yes. So Bom dia, senhoras e senhores. Good morning, that was my Portuguese. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here in the room and also online participants. Welcome. For this conference, international conference it is, we do have online participants, but at the same time we have those also present in this room. We were talking before, it has been 4 years that we have that we met, at least in this room, and that was our latest conference here. So time has passed, and we continue to host this kind of events also in the coming years. That's okay for today. It is about one of the key topics, I think, in healthcare, latest developments, personal medicine or precision medicine, as Len will explain hereafter, one of the key and promising developments. At the same time, in healthcare, it affects, therefore, healthcare as such. Promising, yes. Particularly in the field of cancer treatments, extremely promising. But at the same time, it raises a number of questions from different perspectives. One of the speakers hereafter in the afternoon session will address the issue of cost effectiveness. Is it cost effectiveness? And likely not all the treatments, but if it's not cost effective, and it will still be covered, reimbursed, then one of the questions to be addressed is, what is this issue? Why is it reimbursed? And what are the relevant criteria? Is it purely medical need or not? And if that is only medical need, that has huge implications for the healthcare system as such. And so we are raising questions about availability, accessibility, I think, of this kind of technologies. And that means that it is more from a multidisciplinary approach that we have to take. Dealing also with legal and ethical issues. So apart from the medicine, of course, economics, law and ethics also have something to say about this kind of technology. Not only about the availability and accessibility, clearly not, but I think this is also one of the key questions the keynote will address. So I would be personally very interested to hear from the keynote what are then the relevant criteria for having access to this kind of technology. And I know the keynote has written a book about it, so it would be interesting also to hear and to discuss about his thoughts about what are the key issues in availability and accessibility. And that is then particularly from an ethical perspective, that it raises also for us, and the lawyers in this group, also an issue, a question about what is fair access to healthcare services. So that is only one issue. Also in the afternoon session, we will raise the issue of more traditional legal concepts, informed consent, privacy or privacy issues in this kind of technology. But we start with the keynote presentation in the schedule, and I will briefly introduce you to the keynoter, who has an impressive CV and bio, which is not exhaustive, and I'm not going to repeat, but because there are definitely issues missing. But as a starter, I say Professor Leonard Black from the Center of Bioethics and Social Justice in the Department of Philosophy at Michigan State University. Came yesterday, flew in from Michigan, from the US, from flyover, I understood, flyover area. That is also, but here in Europe, more than welcome. Lens research is focusing on medical ethics, of course, healthcare policy, priority setting and rationing, and also reproductive decision making. So, indeed, a broad scope of research. His latest book, he will explain, has the title of his conference, Precision Medicine and Distributed Justice, Wicked Problems for Democracy, the Democratic Deliberation. Wow, an impressive book it is. His publication list is also very impressive and covering the topics as mentioned before. And as a result, he has been awarded several times by the Brochure Foundation, I understood, in Geneva University, Distinguished Fellow, Elected Fellow of Hastings Center, and most likely there are more opportunities and awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased, also on behalf of the school and the college next to me, to introduce you our keynote. Please. Yeah.
I'm looking at my slides here. I assume they're going to show up. There it is. Thanks. Morning, everyone. Let me begin by giving you this. Right. That better? Much better. Okay. Let me begin by giving you a kind of outline overview of where we're going to be going with my presentation this morning. And let me explain each part of the title here. That'll give us a nice outline for the presentation as a whole. First of all, we're talking about precision medicine. And when I talk about precision medicine, and mostly in the United States right now, we're talking about oncology, we're talking about cancer drugs, and we're talking about cancer that has become metastatic. So it's most often precision medicine comes into play when individuals have very advanced forms of cancer, and the drugs that are used to treat these advanced forms of cancer are aiming at genetic features of the tumors that define specific cancers. And you're going to see that in my slides. And some of these genetic features are very limited in scope to just a small percentage of individuals with what we thought of in the past, like non-small cell lung cancer. So if I say non-small cell lung cancer, what we imagine is they're basically all alike. Precision medicine says, nope, they're not basically all alike. There are 10, 20, 30 more variants of non-small cell lung cancer, depending upon the particular genetic mechanism that is driving that cancer. And so we come up with drugs, the targeted therapies and immunotherapy that are designed to attack that very, very molecular specific form of cancer. And you'll see, again, you'll see that in my slide. I'm talking about the problem of precision medicine from the perspective of distributive justice. And the main reason why we have to talk about the issue from the perspective of distributive justice is that these drugs are extraordinarily expensive. In the United States, most of these drugs, again, as you'll see on my slide, have costs of between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. And in some cases, in what are referred to as the CAR T-cell therapy, you have a front-end cost of $475,000. And so these are extraordinarily expensive drugs. If these drugs cured anybody of their cancer, then the price might be worth it. We wouldn't have so much of a distributive justice issue. But the fact of the matter is that for most patients, these drugs will yield extra months of life. Sometimes for a percentage, 10, 20% of patients in any category, they might get an extra year. There'll be a very, very tiny percentage of patients who may gain several extra years of life by luck, so to speak. It's not entirely luck, there's a biological reason. But again, that's the problem of distributive justice. You've got very high costs in general, relatively low benefits for most of these patients. And the distributed justice problem is in the healthcare system as a whole, when you've got all these other kinds of medical problems that have to be addressed, heart problems, Alzheimer's, renal problems, liver problems, various kinds of disabilities, how do we decide how to allocate dollars or euros or pounds across these many, many different kinds of healthcare needs that aren't exactly comparable to one another? And so I'll talk more about that as I get into the presentation itself. And then the other part of my title is we're talking about wicked problems or democratic deliberation. And so when I use the phrase wicked problems, the core idea behind the notion of something being a wicked problem is that almost every solution that we attempt for that particular problem, in fact, creates more problems or equally difficult problems for us. And so it seems as if we're ethically trapped by whatever we do is not good enough. Now let's see here. What's just popped up on my screen is a whole bunch of other folks who are tuned in on Zoom. I won't worry about that for the moment. So you want to understand what wicked problems are all about. And then finally, I'm going to be talking about the role of democratic deliberation in addressing these issues. There are many, many different kinds of or understandings of our conception of justice. There are at least 6 or 7 major ones that philosophers typically talk about. And part of the argument that I make is that no one of those theories of justice that philosophers like myself would typically talk about is adequate to address the complexity of the problems of distributive justice with regard to precision medicine. And ultimately, we have to rely upon collectively all of us deciding what kinds of trade-offs we're willing to accept between equity and efficiency and other fundamental ethical values, what kinds of trade-offs we're willing to accept for our future possible selves when we don't know what kinds of medical problems we ourselves will face in the future, and we have a limited budget to meet unlimited healthcare needs. Okay, that's probably enough, and so we'll talk about more of that as we go along here. And let's see if I can touch the screen. That's not. There we go. We got that one going. And so that's my conflict of interest statement. That's what the book looks like. And okay. So we start off with something that I refer to as, and I've written many, many articles and books on this one, the just caring problem. And the just caring problem goes like this. What does it mean to be a just and caring society, or a just society also committed to solidarity, when we have only limited resources, namely the amount of money that we're willing to spend collectively, either individually, through insurance plans, or through the government, when we have only limited resources to meet unlimited healthcare needs. So when I use the phrase unlimited healthcare needs, that refers to the fact that what we call a need in healthcare is very, very often today related to all kinds of emerging medical technologies. So it's not as if what we think of as a need, a healthcare need, is something that's a biological fact about some collection of human beings. Rather, what makes something a need that in fact elicits from us some kind of necessary moral response is the fact that we have this technology that can do some significant amount of health good that did not exist before. So if I ask everybody, when did we first need bypass surgery? Did we need bypass surgery in 1970, for example, in the United States? And the answer would be no, because bypass surgery had barely been invented then. But in the United States, last year, we did about 500,000 bypass surgeries, which in effect tells you something about the level of need. And then you can go through a whole bunch of other kinds of procedures and drugs related to cardiac care or cancer care or Alzheimer's and so on. And you can talk about MRI scans and PET scans and CT scans. You can talk about all kinds of other diagnostic technologies. All of those are what create what I refer to as unlimited healthcare needs. There's no boundaries there. Whatever medical researchers develop in the way of drugs or other kinds of interventions, those are constantly generating more needs. But the amount of money that we're willing to make available is not unlimited. And so that generates what we refer to as the problem of healthcare rationing. We have only limited resources, the money to meet unlimited healthcare needs. How are we going to figure out which of those needs are going to be met and which of those needs will not be met, at least by any kind of public funding mechanism? So, given the just caring problem at a national level, so here in Europe, you have all kinds of national health programs. The fundamental question is, what are you going to include in the way of benefits? What interventions, what therapies, what kinds of diagnostic interventions do you see as being worth it for the public dollars that you're going to spend on meeting healthcare needs? So what technologies yield enough benefit to justify the expenditure of those public resources? And then the flip side of that is, what are you going to exclude? What are the criteria that you will use for saying, well, even though this technology may prolong a life for an extra 6 months for $200,000 or 200,000 euros, nevertheless, that's more than as a society we can afford. And so even though Mr. So-and-so, I know this is the only possible medication that could prolong your life, we're not going to pay for it. It's not going to be included in terms of a national benefit package. And so those are the two questions that we have to constantly have in mind here. Why do better? There we go. So again, to put this in context, in the United States, last year, we spent $4.3 trillion on healthcare. That was about 18.2% of our gross domestic product. Back in 1960, we spent, when you translate this into inflated dollars, about $225 billion. And at that time, it was about 5.2% of our gross domestic product. The projections to 2027 are that we'll be spending a little over $6 trillion in the United States on healthcare, and it'll be just under 20% of our projected gross domestic product. In Canada, US, UK, and most of Europe, you're spending somewhere between 8 and 12% of GDP on healthcare. You're spending a lot less than us, but you are actually getting better population statistics in terms of individuals who have longer lives and higher quality of life overall and have their healthcare needs better met. There's lots of reasons to explain why there are those differences, but those differences are what exist. And and their debate, that's the starting point for thinking about the just caring problem. In particular, I call attention to, in the United States, we have something called the Medicare program. And I don't know in how many countries in Europe you, in one way or another, distinguish the healthcare needs of the elderly from the non-elderly. But in the United States, we make that distinction. So at age 65, everyone, all of a sudden we have universal healthcare. Everyone over the age of 65 is going to be eligible for the Medicare program. The Medicare program in the US covers approximately, right now, it's probably around 55 million individuals. And last year, we spent about $940 billion on the Medicare program alone. We will cross the $1 trillion mark for the Medicare program this year. Our Medicare population represents about 15% of the population of the United States, but the amount of healthcare dollars consumed by the population over the age of 65 is somewhere between 35 and 37% of all healthcare dollars. That statistic is important because relative to our discussion this morning, because first of all, cancer itself is a disease of the elderly. So 87% of your cancers are going to occur among individuals who are over the age of 50. And secondly, when we're looking at the distribution of healthcare dollars, a disproportionate number of dollars are going to go toward individuals who are in the later stages of life. And so in particular, when we're talking about the costs of cancer and heart disease, these are, and the very high cost of those drugs, those kind of costs are going to go towards the upper end of the age spectrum. And there's the issue about whether or not in sending so many dollars to the upper levels of the age spectrum, we are in effect under financing the healthcare needs of those who are relatively younger in our society. Again, the projections are that over the next 10-year period of time, we will be spending on the healthcare needs for the Medicare program. Over a 10-year span, we'll spend around $7 trillion. So that's an awful lot of money to meet those kinds of healthcare needs. Again, I want to put everything in context in terms of the statistics you need to be mindful of. And so in the United States, we diagnosed last year approximately 1 million Americans with cancer. In the EU, the comparable number would be 3.7 million individuals. 610,000 Americans died of cancer last year. In the EU, that number is around 1.9 million Europeans died of cancer. Most cancers are in fact treatable if they are caught early enough. I want you to hold that thought off somewhere in your brain because we're going to come back to that. That's going to be an important issue in the latter part of this talk. And the cost of cancer care is extraordinarily expensive, as I've already pointed out, and it is something that is increasing dramatically from year to year because of these precision medicine drugs. Let's see here. Okay. So we asked the question, how much healthcare are we ethically obligated to provide? And then as you can just look at the slides there and you can see we got patients with heart disease, lung disease, liver disease, dementia, renal disease, or HIV positive disabilities, and so on. How do we allocate our dollars among all those healthcare needs, all of which are legitimate needs? I have no question about that. And then I mentioned before, we have these different theories of justice that I say we as philosophers talk about, but I don't want to mislead you. The fact of the matter is that whether you're a philosopher or not, philosophers don't just invent these theories of justice. They reflect the fact of how, in fact, in various circumstances, we collectively decide to allocate relatively scarce goods from the using perspective of justice as the basis for that particular allocation. So sometimes we're utilitarians, we have limited dollars, we want to maximize good. Other times we are strict egalitarians. Anybody who has, say, renal failure is entitled to the same treatment for their renal failure. That would be a strict egalitarian view. Sometimes we're moderate egalitarians, allowing for some differences in the allocation of resources. Sometimes we are luck egalitarians, which basically means that sometimes this is referred to as responsibility sensitive egalitarianism, which means that we have obligations of justice towards individuals who are afflicted with some kind of disease that's entirely beyond their control. But if an individual is in any way responsible for their disease process, if they are a smoker, if they are a sun worshiper, melanoma or lung cancer or something like that, then we have less responsibility for meeting their healthcare needs. We expect more of them. That's the luck egalitarian view of healthcare justice. When your health needs are a matter of bad luck, society as a whole takes responsibility for helping meet those needs. If your health needs are a product of bad choices, then you're responsible primarily for meeting those healthcare needs. There's the sufficientarian view that says that what we're obligated as a just society or as a society committed to solidarity is there is some level that we're going to identify as a level of care that everyone is entitled to, that we think of as sufficient for the most part. And everything beyond that is beyond the scope of justice. It's a matter of social charity or something else, but it's not a matter of justice. And the prioritarian view says that individuals who have the most urgent and serious kinds of healthcare needs, they have stronger claims to limited healthcare resources than individuals who have healthcare needs that are less urgent and less life-threatening or less threatening to fundamental healthcare functioning. The libertarian view in the United States in particular is you're entitled to whatever healthcare you can pay for, period. You can't pay for it, you have no just claim to that healthcare. So precision medicine is all about saying, well, we're beyond the idea of one size fits all. So certainly not very long ago, we thought of cancer as this is a lung cancer, this is a GI cancer, this is a renal cancer, and we've got these chemotherapies, and we have the same chemotherapy for every lung cancer, for every renal cancer, for every lung cancer, and so on. And the whole idea of precision medicine is not, we're beyond that. We now recognize that cancers are going to be defined by their genetic features, and that those are the genetic features that have to be addressed by our medication. And so precision medicine is supposed to be beneficial for everyone concerned. And so because it's so well targeted, it is so precise. I mean, that's why in the United States, the language that's used is precision medicine. That's seen as having a certain kind of cachet that will more readily be appreciated rather than talk about personalized medicine. And if we say that the goal of precision medicine is to deliver the right drug to the right person at the right time and the right dose and so on, then yes, how can anybody object to that? Of course you can. So here is sort of the beginning of where precision medicine comes in. And as you can see on the slide, I have it labeled, well, this is a therapeutic success and at the same time a therapeutic illusion. So this is Time Magazine from, I think it was about the year 2002. And the drug was imatinib. And so this was really the beginning of the discussions about precision medicine. This was seen as a miracle drug. And in many respects, for individuals with the Philadelphia variant, ABL, et cetera, associated with this cancer, imatinib worked superbly. These were individuals who didn't get extra months of life, they got extra years of life, 7, 8, 9 extra years of life. That the drug for that very, very particular cancer with that particular genetic signature worked extraordinarily well. Unfortunately, they came to believe, or many came to believe, we're going to find other drugs that are going to do exactly the same thing and be equally successful, and that simply hasn't happened. There's extraordinarily few drugs that can have the same success level as imatinib did. So right now there are about 150 cancer drugs that have FDA approval in the United States, and I mentioned, for example, the cost of these drugs is typically in the $100,000 to $200,000 range for a year or for a course of treatment. Some of these drugs, I stumbled most recently on a cancer drug, Ebintafusib. I haven't learned how to pronounce it yet, but it's $50,000 per week for a uveal cancer. And then, of course, there's Kymriah, which is one of these CAR T-cell therapies, which has that front-end cost of $475,000. And as I pointed out already, virtually none of these drugs have curative. No one can expect a cure of their cancer. We're always talking about advanced cancers. And so I'm going to give you a couple slides. We're not going to read through these. You can just quickly kind of see them yourself. But this gives you a quick look at what some of these drugs are and what some of the costs are. So on the top of the slide, you see osimertinib for EGFR mutated non-small cell lung cancer. That's at about $200,000 a year. You can just sort of slide down the list there. And let's see. And then here's another list of even more drugs, roughly the same sort of cost. I'm going to try to use the arrow keys. Oh yeah, arrow keys work much better, much more quickly on the computer here. And so the next two slides give you a breakdown. Again, we're not going to look through it or read through it, but you can see for yourself how these different cancers have different kinds of mutations. That you can see the percentages on the mutations. The percentages are oftentimes very, very small. So sometimes for KRAS, or you're going to might have 25 or 30%, but most of the others are in the single digits percentages. And here you go for colorectal cancer and melanoma and so on. And again, the fact that these percentages are very low tells you, from the point of view of a pharmaceutical company, what the size of the population is that they would hope to treat in any particular year. And so oftentimes these numbers are relatively small, which is part of what contributes to the very high cost associated with these drugs. And so this is, even though primarily my focus is going to be on talking about these cancer drugs, it is now the case that precision medicine is beginning to address other kinds of medical issues, disease issues outside of cancer. And so one of them has, the example I use here is ALS. And in that case, it's patients who have the SOD1 gene, and for which we now have this drug, tofersen. That again is one of those extraordinary expensive drugs, $375,000 per year. And there are only 2% of ALS patients who are likely to benefit from that particular drug, okay? So the wicked question, there's our word wickedness here, is are we ethically obligated to fund the research for comparable drugs for the other 98% of ALS patients? That becomes one of the wicked problems. How could we ignore the rest of the other 98%? They have a different variant of ALS. There must be some drug out there, if we look hard enough and spend enough money to find that drug that can have some benefit. Now again, that drug is not going to cure somebody of their ALS. It will have a life-prolonging effect, but not beyond that. So when we want to figure out what are the moral intuitions that are driving our thinking here, and you've got a nice list of them there, we sometimes appeal to the rule of rescue. Basically, the rule of rescue is called into play when it's the case that we say, we've got this individual whose life is in peril. They have an end-stage cancer. There's nothing else that we can do from them. If we don't do anything at all, they're going to be dead in the next 3 months. And we've got this drug, this rescue, that can save them, well, at least can save them for a little period of time. How could we not, ethically speaking, provide that to them? That's the moral intuition. Now that moral intuition, that's the moral intuition that typically is at play when somebody who is 18 years old decides that they want to sail across the Pacific on a 15-foot sailboat, and they're somewhere in the middle of the Pacific, and all of a sudden they realize that they're not going to make it, and their life is in peril, and they send out a rescue signal, and you say, "Where the hell are you?" And it's somewhere in the Pacific, North Pacific or South Pacific. Let's start with that. And so we send out planes looking all over. It costs millions of dollars, but we don't ignore them. That's the rule of rescue. And so those kind of, or the miners in Chile, or there's all kinds of stories like that you're all familiar with. But the rule of rescue, in some sense, has moral salience. It works for us. And we have to be responsive because we have the ability, and these are relatively rare occurrences. The problem with cancer and the targeted therapies is we're talking about a stream of 600,000 new patients faced with death from the each year, or 1.9 million Europeans each year who are faced with death from cancer. And so that means that if we invoke the rule of rescue, we're now talking about hundreds of billions of dollars that would have to be spent not to save somebody's life indefinitely, which is what happens when we rescue people otherwise, but to give them a small extension of life at very high cost. And so the other kind of moral intuitions that come into play, you see on the slide there are, we talk about needs that are urgent. Well, yeah, if you're going to die from cancer in the next 3 months, that's urgent. Last chance therapy, caring for those who are medically least well off, that's that prioritarian notion. And certainly if you're faith, some will argue human life is priceless. But everybody who argues that human life is priceless is really saying, I want somebody, my life is priceless, and I want somebody else to pay for giving me a life extension. And so there's something that's not quite ethically appropriate there. And then there's the social visibility of desperate patients and so on. So here's our first wicked problem. We're going to have a total of about 17 or 18 or so wicked problems that we go through. Daniel Callahan is the one who's introduced this term into the ethics literature, the ragged edge. There's no sharp line that separates responders from non-responders to these drugs. It's typically the case that there's a spectrum of responses from individuals who only gain some extra weeks of life from one of these drugs to individuals who gain some extra months to the individuals, to the rare, relatively rare individuals who may gain extra years of life from having access to these drugs. And so how the wicked issue is, can we, or how can we draw a bright line that will separate, these are the individuals to whom we will provide the drug at social expense from, these are individuals to whom we are not going to provide the drug at social expense. If they can pay for it themselves, well, I guess we're not going to bar anybody from doing that. And so here's a passage in relationship to that particular problem. Oftentimes, part of what researchers are looking for are these pre-treatment biomarkers to figure out if this drug going to work or not. And so here they talk about, the writer talked about this mathematical equation that is going to determine whether or not somebody is likely to be responsive to tremelimumab, which is a CTLA-4 inhibitor. And as you see in bold print there, the authors add, they're seeking to identify which patients are likely or unlikely to respond. They don't know who is certain to respond. That's the ragged edge. So where are you going to draw that line? What would an egalitarian say? Well, John Harris is a British philosopher who has thought about some of these issues. And the argument, he is a strict egalitarian. And so he writes, so long as people want to live out the rest of their lives, however long that may be, or looks like being, well, then they should be given the best chances we can give them of doing so, and we should not choose between such people or on any other grounds, but treat them all as an equal. So that would say, just ignore the ragged edge. Well, if you ignore the ragged edge, what exactly are the implications of that? Does that mean, for example, that you're going to deny a whole cohort of individuals access to this drug? Well, that's at least equality. If you deny everybody access, then you're treating everybody the same way. So that's one thing. Alternatively, if you're going to provide the drug, then the egalitarian says you got to provide to everybody who has any chance at all of benefiting from that particular drug. And then the question I ask on the slide there is, well, what if we knew statistically that 10% of these patients could get 2 extra years of life? And let's say we had a biomarker that could predict with 90% confidence who those into that 10% individuals are. Would that permit us to say, we're going to provide access to this drug at social expense for those 2 years to that 10% of individuals, but the other 90% get nothing? Okay. And the question you want to ask yourselves is, would you endorse that as a rationing protocol, as I would say, for your future possible self? Because many of you may be familiar with the philosopher John Rawls, who talks about something called the veil of ignorance, when we have to make these judgments of justice of one kind or another. And one of the devices he uses to assist us in making these judgments fairly is to say, well, what would we choose behind the veil of ignorance when we don't know who we are or what our gender is or how long we're going to live or what our level of it. We don't know anything. What would be the basic social structure that we would choose? as being just enough when we didn't know where we would fall in terms of our actual lives. And of course, critics of Rawls have said, oh, that's just one of those mental experiments. My goodness, nobody can think that. We all know who we are and where we are in social standing. What's the point of that experiment? Okay, I understand that. However, with regard to healthcare, John Rawls' veil of ignorance is absolutely correct. The likelihood of everyone in this room is pretty much very near to perfectly healthy. That's why you could get here today. And even I, at my advanced age, have no idea what I am most vulnerable to in terms of some kind of fatal illness of one kind or another. And so if I had to, if somebody said, well, where should we put healthcare dollars for you that you thought might be most helpful to you? I have a clue. I don't know. And so let's just figure out collectively among ourselves, where would we put our dollars then? Where would we want to allocate resources? And would this particular drug, tremelimumab or whatever, would that be a drug that we want to invest in? Of all the different kinds of cancer, all the different genetic features, which ones and for which drugs would we say those are ones that we should publicly fund? And so one of our wicked questions is, should we fund research aimed at identifying the biomarkers for persons most likely to benefit, say, from the immunotherapy? These are like the PD-L1s and PD-L2s, ipilimumab, and volumab and so on. That's who we should be going for. And there's a video there, but I'm not going to show it to you. I can tell you about it. The video is the only reason why that video is relevant to you, because this is what, there's only 2 countries in the world, the US and New Zealand, that allow advertising on television of various kinds of drugs. And the drug nivolumab is one of the drugs that has been widely advertised on US TV. And these ads are really heartrending. I mean, they really get to you. And you see one of these ads, you say, absolutely, we have to fund that. There's no question about it. Look at all the good that that particular drug can do. Oops. Now, let's see. Oh, I didn't want to do that. But maybe we're going to see things. We're going to see that. Want to see that? What do I have to do to hit play? Can you go back to the room and hit play here?
You need help?
I don't know if I need help for it. I think
Want to touch on that?
okay. They can watch.
Advanced lung cancer called squamous non-small cell, previously treated with platinum-based chemotherapy. It's not every day something this big comes along. A chance to live longer. With Opdivo, nivolumab. Opdivo is the first and only immunotherapy FDA approved based on a clinical trial demonstrating longer life for these patients. In fact, Opdivo significantly increased the chance of living longer versus chemotherapy. Opdivo is different. It works with your immune system. Opdivo can cause your immune system to attack normal organs and tissues in your body and affect how they work. This may happen anytime during or after treatment has ended and may become serious and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you experience new or worsening cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain or tenderness, severe nausea or vomiting, loss of appetite, swollen ankles, extreme fatigue, constipation, rash, or muscle or joint pain, as this may keep these problems from becoming more serious. These are not all the possible side effects of Opdivo. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant or lung, breathing, or liver problems. A chance to live longer. Ask your doctor if Opdivo is right for you. Bristol Myers Squibb thanks the patients and physicians who participated in the Opdivo clinical trial.
It's good advertising then. It's a good advertising.
Yeah. So isn't this something that you want to put on your Christmas list? Now, let's see here. What, we're gonna need your help again to move on. Obviously, they want to understand that drug a little bit better. Want to go down to, let's see. Oh, nope, go up. Yeah, that one's good. Oh, wait, let's see, go down. Let's go, you want to make it the next one? Yeah, okay, we got it. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So for lung cancer, non-small cell lung cancer, in the US, we have 150,000 of these deaths. And if we do a $100,000 drug, we're looking at $16 billion per year. And about 15% of these patients have an EGFR mutation, which we treat with what's called a tyrosine kinase inhibitor. And we start off with a drug called erlotinib. But the problem is, and here I have to go into a little bit of medical detail, progression. What we've only relatively recently, in the past 10, 15 years, understood is the concept of resistance to the drugs that are used to treat cancers. And so typically what happens is that we use a targeted therapy, your erlotinib or ceritinib or one of those, and it works. That is, it kills the driver of that cancer. But it turns out that cancer it's genetically complex. The concept we're going to talk about is the heterogeneity of cancer, of your cancers. And what happens is we effectively prevent a particular driver of that cancer from continuing to drive the cancer. And then in Darwinian-like fashion, there's another variant, genetic variant of that cancer that emerges as a new driver that is unaffected by the drug that we gave initially. That's the problem with cancer drug resistance. And so the resistance develops to the initial drug, and then we give a second drug and a third drug and so on. And that's what we're talking about in this particular slide. And one of the questions, the justice question we ask is, well, how many of these drugs can we use in succession or together with one another in order to achieve something like a sufficiently therapeutic response? And so with non-small cell lung cancer, we start out with, we actually use crizotinib, and that'll give you about 7.7 months of progression-free survival compared to chemotherapy, which will only give you about 3 months. But then it's going to yield even better results if individuals have what's called a ROS1 rearrangement of their cancer. They have median progression-free survival of 19.2 months, but then we got the resistance issue. And so then we're going, especially if you have an it's called an ALK, a rearranged type cancer. So then we use alectinib, ceritinib, or ultimately we get to osimertinib. And all of these drugs, as I point out on the bottom of the slide there, they're all the same price, which makes you wonder, how do they all get the same price? And then, as I mentioned before, this is the problem of clinical heterogeneity. And the heterogeneity is twofold. Within any particular tumor, you will have multiple genetic variants that are potential drivers and or actual drivers of the further development of that tumor. And then to further make the problem even more complex, the heterogeneity extends to all the other tumors that make up the overall cancer picture for an individual. So it's not as if, well, we've identified the complexity of genetic features of this tumor, and so that tells us it's the very same genetic features of every other tumor that we say define that non-small cell lung cancer. That we don't know. All those other tumors can have their own genetic features, and so even though we give a drug that will defeat some of the tumors associated with a particular cancer, other tumors are unaffected by that drug, and so the cancer then continues to grow. That's the problem. That's a medical issue that we continue to face. And so, but part of what this means is that if an individual is very, very fortunate, and I'll talk about one of such individuals later on, and they have what's called a clonal cancer, that is, the tumors reproduce themselves perfectly, just like normal human cells, then that means, so it's got just one driver of that cancer. That is the sort of cancer that can be held in check. It won't be defeated by our drugs, but it can be held in check for years. These are individuals who are capable of surviving for some number of years. And so then, as I mentioned before, we have the problem of clinical drug resistance. And so Garraway writes, the challenge of tumor drug resistance represents a pervasive barrier that confounds the ultimate goal of cure or long-term control of metastatic cancer. That, from a medical point of view, that's the basic problem. And then we've talked already about the whole problem of cancer drug resistance, and this is usually referred to as the problem of genomic instability. And so tumors evolve and become more and more genetically complex. We have this hope, this dream that someday we're going to be able to cure cancer. That dream looks more and more distant as we understand more and more of the complexity of cancer itself as a biological phenomenon. And so the problem of cancer drug resistance is one that is going to continue to be very, very challenging. It does not look like there is any magic bullet, any single drug or any other kind of single intervention that is somehow or other going to magically defeat all the different kinds of mechanisms that drive a cancer. In particular, one of these mechanisms that was discovered only recently, you see this is 2022, is that some cancer cells hide within other cancer cells. And so you can defeat the cancer cell that's on the exterior, and then that just releases this other cancer cell to continue driving this thing. And so here we apply our different justice perspectives to this particular problem. And so if we're utilitarian, then we're only going to treat the so-called super responders. These are the individuals who are predicted to gain extra years of life, and everybody else gets nothing. If we're prioritarians, then we're going to favor those who are least well off and who have the most life either to gain or to lose. And then if we're sufficientarians, we want to identify some statistics, some sufficiently bright line that says, well, we've done enough, and so on. So you can just sort of read those different things. Cancer drug resistance creates for us wicked problem number 2. So we might try to imagine the situation this way. There are these 610,000 cancer deaths in the US, 1.9 million in the EU. And if what we might imagine doing is something like what we've done with AIDS, okay? So one of the things we realized with HIV is that individuals who, given the complexity of HIV and the fact that HIV does all this kind of transmutation of the virus, and so a drug that we give initially will work for a little while, then it fails. So then we give another drug, or else the other thing, we do drugs in combination, 3 or 4 combinations is what we're doing. Well, if we were to, so the question, so this is like a hypothetical experiment. You think about whether or not you would accept this. Pretend as if we could figure out what combination of drugs used in sequence or collectively over a 5-year period of time would in fact hold a cancer at bay for 5 years. And so if we could do that, and if the drug that did that, or the combination of drugs that did that, cost only $100,000, and so we gave individuals who now would have only extra months of life, we gave them 5 extra years of life by doing this alteration of drugs. If we did that, then we would, from having 610,000 cancer deaths in a year, we would have 3 million cancer survivors that we would have created in year 5. But the cost of creating those at 100,000 a year for 600,000 patients would be 60 billion times 5. That's 300 billion per year. If we have to use drugs that cost 200,000 a year, then we're talking about $600 billion is what we would have to spend to give those individuals, those 600,000 individuals, that 5 extra years of life. Now, ordinarily, giving somebody 5 extra years of life, that's a significant life benefit, okay? But the social cost of doing that, are we only going to give some individuals, which, how would we decide that? As things are now, of course, it all depends on whether or not you have a cancer for which we have one of these targeted therapies or immunotherapy, and there'll be some number of individuals for whom that won't exist. Well, how do we decide whether or not, in fact, we are ethically obligated as a matter of justice to provide those individuals who we might gain 5 extra years of life with this, what in effect is $500,000 worth of care or $1 million worth of care in order to gain that extra year of life? That's would you endorse that idea? Would you say, of course we have to do that? If we can do that, we have to do that. And then what you're creating for yourself is the problem of what's called onco-exceptionalism. That is, are we saying that cancer is ethically special? It's exceptional. And so we'll spend any amount of money that's necessary in order to treat somebody who has an advanced or metastatic cancer. But we're not going to do the same thing for individuals with heart disease or with any other kinds of medical problems. So here's where I call attention to some of these ethical comparators that you might have in mind. This is our wicked problem number 3. So in the US, we currently pay about $88,000 per year for patients who are on dialysis. We have about 570,000 such individuals right now. That will yield lifetime aggregated costs of somewhere between $650,000 and $1.4 million. These are individuals on dialysis will generally get 7 to 10 extra years of life. That is it. They're complete kidney failure. So if you're in complete kidney failure, you got a couple of weeks to live. But if we give you the dialysis and so on, you can get 7 to 10 extra years of life. But that's the cost. We pay $250,000 for left ventricular assist devices for end-stage heart failure patients. We have a need for a couple 100,000 of those per year in the US, and gain in life expectancy will be somewhere between 1 and 4 years. We will pay, we haven't developed really a successful version of the artificial heart yet, but it's something we're working on. The cost of that will probably be $500,000 to install an artificial heart. In the US, we could potentially provide 350,000 individuals with one of these for $175 billion. The predicted gain in life expectancy would be 5 years. Are we ethically obligated to do that? For patients who have HIV, we provide them with this quadruple drug therapy at a cost of about $35,000 per year. We do that for about 1.1 million individuals in the US. That has an annual cost of 35 to 40 billion. But these are individuals who can gain 20 to 30 extra years of life, who otherwise would have died many years ago. Certainly that would have been true in the late 80s and early 1990s. We pay, and I'm giving you all of these, it's just as relative points to saying, well, we already do this, and then the question is, therefore, what follows with regard to what we ought to do with regard to these targeted cancer therapies? We spend $310,000 per patient per year for cystic fibrosis patients. We give them the drug ivacaftor or lumacaftor. We spend $7,400 per patient for what are called these PCSK9 inhibitors. This is for individuals who have elevated so-called bad cholesterol. We pay $2.1 million for a drug called nusinersen for spinal muscular atrophy. And we do the same for another drug, lentiglobin, for sickle cell disease. These are both forms of gene therapy. This is in quotes, it's one shot, okay? The drug, in effect, provides the protein that is missing as a result of the gene process that is sickle cell or that is spinal muscular atrophy. What we don't know, right now at least, is how long that one shot lasts. So what we imagine is that if we put these literally billions of viral particles that have been genetically modified into you, that they're going to be with you for the rest of your life. And the rest of your life is going to be 20, 30, 40 years. But it could turn out that eventually these viruses that are introduced by us through gene therapy, they may kind of peter out after 5 years, 7, 8 years. And then the question is, are we ethically obligated to provide another $2 million shot? How many such shots would anybody be entitled to? Now you're getting a sense of what these wicked problems are about. Lots of choices. Let me pause for a second here just to see what we're doing. I gotta move along very, very much more quickly.
Okay. It's okay, you just.
I want to give plenty of time.
Yes, you have to.
I have plenty of time.
Yes.
How much time do we want to allow for?
You have, because schedule. Okay, so we have, for instance, students arriving at 11:30. And I would like them to hear you a little bit, so you just always get tired.
If I get tired.
They are very pleased to listen to you, so for us it's great.
Okay,
But the only problem is if you get, I don't know if,
well, I'm fine.
they are fine?
I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, so if you are fine, you just can go on until, I don't know, I would say,
Okay,
you have plenty of time.
okay,
Like,
okay. So here's the issue of biomarkers that I mentioned earlier. So we want to identify, if we're interested in issues of equity and efficiency, we want to identify technically patients who are most likely to benefit from one of these targeted therapies or least likely to benefit. And so there's a lot of research now looking for biomarkers that would give us that predictive or prognostic information. And because the idea is we shouldn't provide these drugs that have side effects. Individuals who are very unlikely to benefit very much at all, but we ought to give it to individuals who are likely to benefit a lot from these particular drugs. So that seemed like a reasonable sort of thing to do. But how are we going to solve this social problem about curing cancer? Well, here we're going to go into the ethical weeds. Whoops, I think I may have jumped ahead there. Yes. How far do we go? Okay. So I want to, yeah, you saw the weeds there, yes. One in particular left out, you know, when I picked out that slide originally, I wasn't paying it. I wanted an image of weeds. So you just type into your computer, give me an image of weeds. I go, that one looks pretty good. So I just,
There's an extra dimension.
but then students out there, they would recognize immediately what kind of weeds I had discovered. Not only students, it is true. So here our wicked problem, number 6, has to do with super responder patients. And so this is an individual that I knew personally who was diagnosed with a stomach cancer, and it was stage 4, and he was told he had 6 months to a year to live. And but what they did for him, they decided we're going to do a genetic analysis for cancer. And I think, geez, your cancer is HER2 positive. That's the same drug. So we can give you trastuzumab, the same drug we would give women with breast cancer that were HER2 positive. And sure enough, the drug worked for him every 3 weeks at a cost of $17,000 to his insurance plan. He gets another dose of trastuzumab, and it's now 11 years later, and he's continuing to get that drug every 3 weeks, and he's doing fine. So he is a super responder. He is in that 1% category of responders. There's no question about that. However, he was part of a research group, and in that research group, there were a whole bunch of other patients who also had HER2 GI cancer, stomach cancers, and but they only gained 1 to 2 extra years of life from trastuzumab. And at least what I would speculate, because I wasn't reading the research or involved with it, is that this is where that clonal problem came in. His cancer was stable in terms of the genetic signature of the cancer from one tumor to another. And so trastuzumab kept everything in check. Didn't cure him. Every year, every 3 weeks, they have to get that drug. But I had lunch with him a couple of years ago, and he was fine. He said, he's a little wiped out for a few days after each treatment, but otherwise, he's glad to be alive. But these other patients only survived a year or two, probably because their cancers were more genetically complex, and other drivers emerged, and trastuzumab was not effective against those particular cancers. And so, but here's another problem. This is our wicked problem number 7. Trastuzumab, like all these other cancer drugs, it has the same price per month. Okay, so it might be $17,000 per month, and that's this month, next month, month after, and then when you get progression, well, then the drug's not doing any more good. But now we have these things called CAR T-cell therapy, which is a very, very complex therapy that involves literally taking your immune cells out of you and reprogramming them over a period of a couple of weeks so that they are capable now of defeating, or not defeating, but controlling the cancer. The CAR T-cell therapies right now are mostly used with your blood cancers, your leukemias and lymphomas. There's research going on to try to see if CAR T-cell therapy can be effective against solid cancer tumors. But the problem is this, that high front-end cost is $475,000. And that's only the beginning, because for somewhere between 30 and 50% of these patients, they experience something called cytokine release syndrome, which is a really, really nasty kind of immune response to the therapy. And these individuals need to be put in ICU care for a period of a month or so. Will save their lives. Okay, it's an awful period, but this adds a couple $100,000 to the front end cost. Okay, what we know statistically is that 30% of those patients are not going to survive a year. The rest of those patients will survive probably 1 to 4 years with CAR T-cell therapy. So that's a significant period of time. The question to you is, if we had a biomarker that would tell us with 90% confidence, not 100%, 90% confidence that this particular individual, before we administered the immunotherapy, was not going to survive a year, would you accept as a rationing protocol as part of your national health plan for your future possible self the idea that that individual would be denied that immunotherapy because it didn't do enough good to justify that very high front-end cost, which could be as high as $700,000 or more? Would you accept that? And I'll actually give you a test at the end of this presentation to find out what your response is there. So here's the other kinds of therapies that they're working on. I want to call your attention to one of the other kinds of things going on. NICE is the National Institute for Clinical Excellence in England. It is an entity that is responsible for determining what kinds of drugs, what kinds of other therapeutic intervention should be included as part of the NHS package guaranteed to everybody. And so among the things they look at are all these different targeted therapies we've been talking about. And they're going to pick out some of them and say that this is one that's included for this type of cancer, this is one that's excluded, and so on. Well, NICE, as I point out on the slide there, is entirely independent of government. So it's not as if Parliament or the British Prime Minister or some court can intervene with their decisions and say, no, that's a stupid decision, we reject it, you have to fund this. No, nobody can do that. And that there's good political reasons for not wanting all kinds of groups representing different disease processes, trying in one way or another to control the deliberations of NICE, which attempt to be as democratic and as scientifically objective as possible. Okay. However, obviously, when they reject a whole bunch of cancer drugs, this creates political problems for whoever is in charge of government. So government decided to put in place a cancer drug fund, in effect saying, if you're rejected, if NICE won't agree, if the NHS won't pay for your drug, come to this fund and we'll consider paying the drug for you. That sounds like kind of a decent thing to do. The problem, of course, is NICE had good reasons for saying this is not a cost-effective drug, this is not a drug that does enough good at too high a cost. And so the drug fund is saying, oh no, we'll pay for it. Well, of course, they ran out of money very quickly because so many people applied for the money and they kept pouring more money in, realizing that, oh, well, we have to have some criteria. We're not going to do this for everybody and whatever. And so, of course, it became politically, in some sense, unstable. So the decisions they made aren't one at a time. So they don't have the kind of visibility of saying, everybody with this cancer, you're not going to get this drug. It's just this individual, that individual. So you don't get newspaper headlines for making decisions like that. But the basic ethics problem, the reason why it's wicked problem number 8, is because you can ask the question, is there instead of a cancer drug fund, is there a heart drug fund and a dementia drug fund and a liver drug fund? Have we got those kind of funds established as well? Because there are all kinds of therapies and other interventions that NICE would reject with respect to those other kinds of life-threatening disease processes. And the short answer, of course, is there is no such fund. So this is one of those issues. This is where they are guilty of onco-exceptionalism. We see that as a problem of healthcare justice. Cancer is treated as something that's especially worthy of dollars compared to other kinds of medical interventions, and that doesn't seem to be true. So here are our biomarkers and cutoff problems. Okay, so this gets you back in part to our ragged edges. So cutoffs have different and competing implications for different stakeholders. So we ask, should this patient be given this drug or not? If you set a cutoff too low, then a physician is going to fear giving the drug to too many patients with too little benefit and too many serious side effects. That's a one physician perspective. If you set the cutoff too high, then a physician may fear denying a desperate patient with a terminal prognosis access to some significant degree of life-prolonging care. And if we say something like, oh, ignore the cutoff problem, let patients decide what they judge to be in their best interest, then desperate patients can make what in fact are substantially unjust claims on public resources. And so there are just limits that somehow have to be determined how we're going to do that in the face of all these different wicked problems. And then again, cutoffs have all kinds of different implications. So again, I talked about physicians, now we talk about ethicists. If the cutoff is set too low, ethicists will worry about causing a net harm to some in order to benefit a small number of others who may gain significantly from access to one of these checkpoint inhibitors. If the cutoff is set too low, then ethicists are going to worry about the misallocation of healthcare resources. Patients are going to benefit too little. If you set it too high, pharmaceutical companies will see profit margins threatened because too few people are going to use these drugs. And if you set it too low, then public payers are going to worry about having to raise taxes or make rationing decisions in order to control costs. And so the a cutoff has to be using biomarkers of one kind or another. You got to set a cutoff of themes, otherwise you have problems going in any direction that you choose to go in. So here's another example. If you're talking about a cancer with a BRAF V600 mutation, which is present in several different types of cancer. If you have, if it's a BRAF positive hairy cell leukemia, then vemurafenib has a 95% response rate. Now, response rate means it looks like it's killing cancer cells, not much more than that. If it's melanoma, it has a 48% rate. If it's anaplastic thyroid cancer, a 29% response rate. And if it's cholangiocarcinoma, it has a 12.5% response rate. So what's the right thing to do? All things considered, medically, economically, et cetera, given this biomarker? Should should all those different cancers be treated, or only some of them? Those that are above the 50% mark, how are we going to decide that? And then there are all kinds of other features of cancer that come into play here. One of them has to do with mismatch repair deficiency, or the other is microsatellite instability level that's high. These are features of cancer that, again, we have various drugs that will treat those particular features of particular cancers, and I'm not going to go into all those details. One of the other problems, the ragged edge problem we run into, is that there are some genetic markers of cancer that show up in multiple kinds of cancers. And so we like to believe that if at this particular drug, if it works with a TRK fusion in this cancer, that ought to work for a TRK fusion in this cancer or this cancer. But as we saw with vemurafenib, there's no guarantee that, in fact, that would be the case. There are, in this particular case, a drug for TRK fusion cancers. There are somewhere between 1,500 and 5,000 potential patients who might benefit from this drug. The problem with the drug is lorlatinib. The problem is that in order to find those patients, we would have to do genetic analysis on tumors of all 600,000 or 1.2 million patients with advanced cancers in the US to find the 1,500 to 5,000 who would have TRK fusion that might be responsive to lorlatinib. And of course, doing that genetic analysis is itself a very costly process. So now we're going to do a slight switch in perspective here from talking about all these things that we might try to do very aggressively to treat a cancer, and instead say, what? This is a school of public health. Why not do something that is aimed at preventing a cancer or identifying it at earliest possible stages, rather than struggling to treat a cancer that has gone metastatic and that essentially is untreatable and is going to be result in a terminal event no matter what. So instead of precision medicine, we'll talk about precision health. And we'd like to believe that these two perspectives are perfectly compatible with one another, that we should both be doing the precision medicine thing and we ought to be doing the precision health thing. And that seems to make rational sense, okay? But I point out here that it's possible for those two perspectives to be in conflict with one another and to be competing for resources with one another. So we have only limited resources to meet unlimited healthcare needs. And if we invest heavily in precision health, then it seems we might have to take some resources away from precision medicine. Ooh, why do we have to do that? And should we be spending, and one of the ethics questions is, should we be spending more money to keep the already healthy for a longer period of time and allow the terminally ill who are going to die prematurely anyway, to let them die a little more prematurely anyway? That's it. That's the ethics question. So there's a relatively new book out by Azra Raza, who's an oncologist, who's been in practice for 30 years, an oncologist. She does the precision medicine thing. She wrote a book called The First Cell. And her research is with this pre-leukemic condition, myelodysplastic leukemia. She argues in her book through a whole bunch of heartrending stories. She says, we're wasting tens of billions of dollars on these cancer therapies that are extraordinarily costly and yield very marginal benefits. And so she believes that these resources should be redirected to destroying cancer in its earliest possible stages through all kinds of preventive therapies. And so what would be a really good example of what one of these therapies might be? Well, very recently, there's a company called Grail that developed a test called Galleri, which is capable of identifying more than 50 different cancers with a simple blood test. It's called, they refer to this in the literature as a liquid biopsy. And it's looking at cell-free DNA, and in particular, looking at a very specific form of cell-free DNA. And the sensitivity and specificity of the test are, it has a stage 1 cancers, it'll have a 16.8% sensitivity, 40.4% for stage 2, and so on. The problem, as you see on the slide there, is that Grail recommends for everybody in the United States over the age of 50 that they should have one of these tests every year over the age of 50. There are 110 million individuals in the US who are over the age of 50 who would be eligible for this test. The cost of doing that would be $100 billion. Whoa. That's $100 billion to tell 107 million of those individuals you don't have cancer this year. Whoops. Now, part of what Raza is arguing, she's saying, yeah, we should do that. And where are we going to get that money from? We're going to stop funding all the money that we're putting into treating patients with these extraordinarily costly targeted therapies and so on. Ooh. Are you going to buy, do you want to buy that idea? Is that something that you want to invest in? Is that, would you endorse that from a rational democratic perspective and so on? And so then the question is, well, the cost of the test is $950. That's where you get the $100 billion. So the test, relatively speaking, $950 looks like chump change, small amount of money. But what are some of the problems here? Well, these liquid biopsies run the risk of overdiagnosis, and you see that on the slide. How much overdiagnosis, how many false positives are you going to get, and so on? You're going to get approximate, for 110 million Americans, you're going to get 800,000 false positives. As a percent, that's less than 1% of everybody who's tested. They say, great, good deal. But those 800,000 individuals will have to go through about $5,000 worth of individual testing to be told, as a false positive, you don't really have cancer, stop worrying. At least you don't have it this year. And so it will, and the research that's been done says it'll take 160 days for all of the follow-up testing to be done to provide somebody with the assurance that they don't really have cancer, even though those tests said they do. And so a question I put on a slide there, do you risk creating a whole bunch of hypochondriacs as a result of using this test? There's also a false negative problem, okay, which we don't want to miss. So one of the ethics questions, wicked problem number 11 is, should we be willing to sacrifice identified lives? That's the identified lives of the people, the individuals who have metastatic cancer or are looking at a terminal event in the next 6 months or a year or whatever. Should we sacrifice those lives in order to save many more statistical lives? As the patients whose cancers we believe would be prevented if they were identified in an early enough period of time. Now, we can imagine lots of different strategies here. And so what I suggest to you is, and this is just a hypothetical example, imagine that we could reduce the number of metastatic cancer deaths by 400,000. This has nothing to do with Galleri. This is a pure philosophical mental experiment. If we could reduce by 400,000 per year the number of deaths from cancer, but still have 200,000 cancer patients who are going to die this year from their cancer because we're not going to give them one of these expensive precision medicines. That we put our money into some form of something like the Galleri test or other preventive strategies aimed at identifying cancer much earlier. Would a trade-off like that, would you endorse that trade-off? Does it matter that those 400,000 lives are really saved? That is, they would achieve a normal life expectancy then. Whereas the cancer patients, well, if they were left as cancer patients, they'd only gain an extra year or two with precision medicine. And so our concepts like urgency of need and duty to rescue ethically relevant with regard to the 200,000 that are left over. And is it ethically relevant that maybe 5% of 10,000 or the 200,000 might be individuals who would be super responders if we treated them? They would gain extra years of life. Is that ethically relevant for thinking about this particular problem? GRAIL researchers contend that if you used this test to treat 110 million Americans, et cetera, you would save somewhere between 140,000 and 160,000 lives per year. But in a long paper I wrote, which hasn't been published yet, but in the long paper I wrote, I point out their reasoning is based on a hypothetical model. It is hypothetical with very, very little firm empirical data. And so there have been a number of critics of this particular model who suggest that a more realistic outcome of what could be accomplished with the Galleri test is that maybe 36,000 lives per year could be saved. But in the US at least, not in Europe, not in the EU, but in the US, because we have this crazy fragmented system for financing healthcare, it would be the case that at least 12,000 of those 36,000 individuals could not afford the cancer care that might cure them. They're going to die anyway because they don't have the financial resources for treating their cancer. They're underinsured or whatever. And so then the question is, would we feel then if we saved 24,000 lives, would that be worth spending $100 billion? Would we be ethically obligated to do that? And of course, if human life is priceless, I suppose. But of course, I've argued that that is incorrect. And so, if we want, and why would that be incorrect? Because the real ethics issue would then be this: if we got an extra $100 billion to spend on something that's aimed at saving and prolonging lives, then would this be the best way to use that $100 billion? I'm certain it's not. That we could take the $100 billion, and at least in the US, where we've got 30 million uninsured and 40 million people who are underinsured, provide them with access to a relatively comprehensive package of health benefits, perhaps something comparable to what we have in the EU. That would be a better use of that $100 billion than to spend it on those 24,000. And I'd be prepared to argue for that point of view. To go back to GRAIL and Galleri for a moment, if we want the real empirical data regarding the actual effectiveness of the Galleri test, it would take at least 10 years of testing, at least 1 million patients for each of those 10 years, plus research analysis follow-up for 10 more years. It would take a total of 20 years to have very, very firm data and say, this is the good that we accomplished with the Galleri test. And so then the question is, well, what's supposed to happen with the test during the 20 years when we're trying to get this real data? Would there be social funding like Medicare for this? Well, no, Medicare's theme would say, we've got 55 million covered lives. If we were to do this, that would add $55 billion to the cost of Medicare, to the trillion that we're already spending this year. We're not, and to tell a bunch of older individuals you don't have cancer. So what you would discover with the Galleri test, we will find something like around 1% of those individuals will have some type of cancer. Some of them will have stage 4 cancer. it's untreatable. Some will have a stage 3. Most of those are not treatable. They're going to miss. You saw the sensitivity was 16% for stage 1. So they're going to miss the vast majority of stage 1. Stage 2, 40%. That's where you would find you would save some lives in all likelihood. Now, GRAIL, of course, contends it would be unconscionable to go 20 years without allowing their tests to be widely funded by somebody. The alternative, of course, is there's nothing illegal. The test does not have FDA approval. But anybody if a physician is willing to prescribe it and somebody wants it and they're willing to pay for it out of their own pocket, they would get it in the US. Now, part of what GRAIL is doing, you can ask yourself whether you endorse this idea. GRAIL has formed a partnership with 15 medical centers in the US, major medical centers. So your Harvard, Stanford, Henry Ford, Yale, and so on. 15 medical centers saying, we want to figure out how good our test is. So we want to encourage your primary care physicians to call this to the attention of your patients who are over age 50 and who meet certain other criteria. And so some of these places have said, well, through our insurance plan, we'll pay for it for these tests, for these individuals. And the whole idea, of course, from GRAIL's point of view, is that they hope to get some individual stories about, oh, they caught my cancer at stage 2, I'm cured, everything's good, this is a miracle. And of course, this would build public pressure. They're saying this is a test that everybody should have access to. So GRAIL contends it would be unconscionable to not provide the test during this 10-year, say a 10-year period of time, which would involve 1.6 million lives that in theory could have been saved. But the cost would be over $1 trillion for those 10 years. And so that's something that we should be doing. As much of the care provided in metastatic cancer patients is very low value care. Yeah. However, the liquid biopsy strategy is itself, I'd argue, a low value thing, because 99% of these individuals are going to be told you don't have a cancer. That's a high cost to be given a little anxiety relief if you have an anxiety about this thing beyond the age of 50. If we save 24,000 lives, then the cost per life saved would be about $1 million per life saved, $4 million per life saved. This gets us back to the onco-exceptionalism issue. So the question then would be, so among the strategies we have to think about is, should we reduce the size of the population to be screened with the liquid biopsy? Should we only screen families with a strong cancer history or with some genetic vulnerability to cancer? Only 5 to 10% of individuals have what we consider a true familial genetic vulnerability to cancer. So Lynch syndrome, gut cancer is the key example here. So how are we going to think about this as a basic ethical economic problem? Then we get back to the business about what counts as the just use of these biomarkers and so on. And I'm going to get to the bottom of this one. So how are we going to fund future possible cancer patients who are at risk for these fatal cancers if we do the family thing? Well, we don't know who those 5 to 10% are. We'd have to do whole genome sequencing. And the cost of sequencing, the basic cost of the sequencing is $1,000. But when you do the analysis and counseling, it's about $5,000 per person. So the cost of doing sequencing, 300 million Americans would be around $1.6 trillion. Oops. These are really big numbers. And so we've got even more ragged edges here with HER2 research. And tumor mutational burden is another issue. It turns out that if we're talking about PD-L1 inhibitors, ipilimumab and nivolumab and so on, if you have a higher tumor mutational burden, you're actually better off. Drugs work better against tumors that have a high mutational burden. If you have a low mutational burden, they're not going to work so well. So then the ethics issue is Is that it? Is that a good reason for saying we're not providing individuals? Yeah, well, I'll stick to that one. And then here's another one with the drug, ibrutinib, with the wicked showing number 16. It treats chronic lymphocytic leukemia, the BTK inhibitor. The median age for diagnosis of your chronic lymphocytic leukemia is 71. In the US, we get about 130,000 of these patients with 20,000 new who are diagnosed each year. 5-year survival right now is 83%. This drug costs $156,000. And the cost of having 30,000 of these patients on the drug would be about $20 billion per year. And the size of the population is going to grow. It's relevant that this is a class 4 drug, which means that individuals, even with relatively decent kinds of coverage, would have a very high copay. They would probably be responsible for $30,000 or $40,000 of cost of the drug if they have insurance coverage. If you don't, of course, you're not going to get it. So here's one of the ethics issues, our wicked problem 17. Some patients are going to fail ibrutinib after 1 to 2 years, others after 5 or 6 years or more. And some of these patients might be in their 50s, others in their 70s. And the thing is, once you fail ibrutinib, we can do CAR T cell therapy. And so then we get back to our problem about whether patients who have failed ibrutinib and have the option of CAR T cell therapy, if we have a biomarker that says they're not going to be individuals who are capable of surviving more than a year if we can deny them access to that therapy. And part of the problem is that, of course, the individuals who fail ibrutinib typically will fail in 1 to 2 years, but you have some they'll get out to 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And so if they failed after only 1 to 2 years, it also says they're not going to do too well on CAR T cell therapy. So you say, well, this is the end of the road. We're not going to do anything more. So if we do not have a biomarker that can identify the very costly short-term survivors, then from the perspective of healthcare solidarity, European value, should every CLL patient who has failed ibrutinib, certainly in less than 2 years, have access to CAR T cell therapy? And then what about the individuals who fail ibrutinib after 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 years? They have an equal claim to the CAR T cell therapy. And roughly 50% of CLL patients on ibrutinib will survive more than 4 years. And so what exactly does a commitment to solidarity or healthcare justice mean with regard to the CAR T cell option under those circumstances? And so how in the world should we value these different cancer therapies? Should this be an individual judgment of value? Should this be something that we simply say, this is an add-on thing to private insurance, if you will allow private insurance? But of course, that brings up the problem of invisible rationing. Or should we let society, in whatever way, determine through some political process like NICE, which therapies are worth it, which ones are not? In Germany, you have IQWiG, which is the analog of NICE. So silence is seductive, not seeing is a good excuse for not believing. Those are my relatives there who were cooperative for this particular picture. So some problems with healthcare justice are really readily resolved because there's near universal agreement. But other problems are much more ethically complex. And so what we need, I argue, instead is a process of respectful, rational, democratic deliberation that relies upon public reason to achieve a just enough resolution that all would be willing to accept for their future possible selves, when none of us, virtually none of us, have any clue as to what our future possible healthcare needs are likely to be. So I argue that no single conception of healthcare justice can address all the complexities associated with the need for health rationing. The need for trade-offs is inescapable. And so we have to create fair and inclusive processes of democratic deliberation. to build social solidarity, legitimacy, and trust in the making of these decisions. And that we are behind for the most part, a veil of ignorance. So we have to collectively accept the need for limits, cost control and priority setting. Reciprocity is the key moral notion here. If I'm unwilling to spend social resources on an 80-year-old with chronic leukemia who has failed ibrutinib after 5 years so he can get CAR T-cell therapy, then that same judgment has to be accepted by a future possible version of me that might be in those same medical circumstances. That's what reciprocity means. I'm not special. We all have to be treated with equal concern and respect. So here's something, if you guys want to do this, ordinarily I would, if everybody here was on Zoom and I was doing a polling thing, I would put up a polling question, so we can only do agree, disagree with a show of hands. So if an individual has a hematologic cancer and might benefit from CAR T-cell therapy, given the front end cost of $400,000, then that individual should not have a just claim to that therapy at social expense if a biomarker tells us with 90% confidence that individual will fail to gain an extra year of life. So I'll give you a few seconds to think about that. Actually, while you're thinking about that, how many of you, by show of hands, how many of you would agree with that rationing protocol? Raise your hand.
Is there an opt-out?
Is that
Is
what?
there an opt-out possibility?
No, there's not
No
enough.
vote.
You either, I mean, the opting out is you pay out of your own pocket. Okay, so that, okay. There's a fair amount of, how many of you would disagree? Think this is just a really bad idea? I would. Yeah, some people are playing with their hair, but otherwise, okay. So it sounds like you're willing to agree with that. Okay, I'm just gonna take note of this stuff.
So these are basically questions in the Netherlands that physicians will be confronted with. So basically the treatment would be reimbursed, but then from the budget, and then the physician would have to assess whether this would be a just claim or maybe.
See there, so you can think about this as a two-step thing. Okay, so as you said, a physician has to make some kind of an assessment. And the assessment has to be something in the order of, we've looked at this cancer very, very carefully. We've identified the fact, we've done a genetic analysis of it. We found that it has this particular genetic feature. There is this drug that could be used to treat this cancer. And either, well, we've had some success, a little bit of success with it, or we've had a lot of success with it. And presumably if the physician would say, we've had a lot of success, then the hospital responsible for ultimately paying for that would say, okay, we'll do it. Say, well, if you say, I'm not sure how much good it's going to do, then no, I'm not going to pay for it. I mean, but the idea is, one thing you have to be careful about if you take it down to the level of individual physician responding is you have to make sure there's some kind of consistency in terms of the medical assessment. And so if we want to make sure we've got the medical facts correct with regard to any individual patient, and that the facts aren't being skewed because I like this patient, I don't like this patient, something like that. Let me just pause. Let me just try. I want to try another one. Okay. We're going to try one more, and then which is entirely open for questions. So a company called Grail has developed, as I said, the liquid biopsy test that can detect 50 different cancers before there are any clinical symptoms. The cost is $950. It's easy to imagine that 200 million adult Americans would want this, but let's just say 110 million over the age of 50. The aggregated cost, if we limited to 110 million, would be 100 billion per year. Given this aggregated cost, it should be up to individuals to pay this cost themselves, not Medicare, not Medicaid, not any kind of social insurance in the Netherlands or in Portugal or Germany or wherever as a requirement. Okay. So we've got this test, and in the EU, you would have something like, you would probably have about 330 million individuals. No, wait. Over age 50, yeah, over age 50, yeah, over age 50, that would probably be about 300 million. So for you, we'd be talking about 300 billion euros if it were widely funded. But the statement says we should not fund the Galleri test with any kind of public money. It should be up to individuals to decide whether or not this test was worth it. So how many of you would agree with the statement the Galleri test should not be funded with any public money, only individuals should pay for it if they want it? How many are agreeers? What's the issue? Yeah. How many would disagree with that statement and say, in fact, there should be some public funding? Okay. Oh, okay. So that says, yeah, you're roughly evenly divided. As I looked out over the group as a whole, you guys may not already see that. So that would be something we can talk about as you wish. But this is, I got all kinds of.
Break. For the discussion.
Okay, yes. I'll go with whatever you guys want.
Okay, thank you very much, Alan, for this very impressive lecture. I think we have to digest the number of wicked problems you raised. Certainly, that is something for the open discussion. As suggested by Paula, we have a short 5 minutes break, and then we open the floor for discussion both here in this room, but also online. So also online participants are encouraged to raise questions and to participate in this discussion. So let's have 5 minutes short break downstairs.
Andrea, estamos ouvindo. Andrea, no fazer.
Estamos a ouvir, professor.
Andrea, estamos ouvindo. Escolha, ou vem a discussão, ou então. Tem microfone ligado, não consigo ouvir.
But I was here with my wrestle. Yeah, we have to.
I want to fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We had a short. In the meantime, we will continue the discussion of question and answers. For those of you in the room, if you have a question, please make yourself known, and please also use the mic. We have a mic for those, otherwise the online participants cannot hear it. So please in the room use the microphone. Professor Fleck is willing to answer some of the questions. I see there are quite a number of questions already raised online. Then would you, may I give you the floor and answer to respond to the questions? For instance, the first question online.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with the first question online, and I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna read the question to everybody and then see what kind of clarification I might get with regard to the question. And this might be a little bit awkward. So what do you think about a set of decisive conditions of just precision medicine, taking into account limited healthcare resources in all countries over the world? In particular, along with the amount of money, what other factors are, what proportion are crucial conditions for the equitable treatment of diseases in the context of cancer treatment and therapy? That question, depending on how I interpret it, would require sort of going over the whole lecture again. But the basic, I take it the basic idea is this. The question in essence is, what should we be doing globally with regard to all these particular cancer therapies? And the short answer is, I don't know what can be done globally, in part because while cancer is a medical issue, a dominant medical issue in the first world, where you've got advanced economies and so on, and you've got people who are living well into their 60s, 70s, 80s, and that is in those periods when cancer is more common. So cancer is going to be more of a actual medical problem there. Other countries in the world where you have a much lower life expectancy are going to be countries that may have other health problems that require much more in the way of available social resources, cancer. And so the response with regard to medical needs in those individual countries, I suspect, may vary. I don't know that equity would require providing the very same level of care in every country in the world, because there are too many health differences and health needs that are going to vary from one country in the world to another. Between the US, Canada, Japan, and Western Europe, there you're going to find statistics across all sorts of disease groups that are relatively common and roughly the same proportion. But if you get out to the rest of the world, that's not going to be true. So that's why I say I just don't know that cancer and cancer treatment would be as much of a health priority. Again, given the health resources available in some of these other low-income countries, that the treatment of cancer may be far down on the list, whereas most of the advanced world cancer is up in the top part of the couple other things. I don't know if that's a sufficient answer. And anybody here who would want to clarify for Dr. Roman, add to his question, that any help you offer would be welcome.
Okay, then probably you will be, Roman will also be in contact with us afterwards, so that if there's a need for further questioning. I would also like to invite the participants here in this room. Who can I give the floor for raising the question? Also Skibbons. It's first Marta and then also Vivian. As a suggest also indeed to use the microphone. Marta, please.
Marta Seneca from Belgrade, and I related to your last, let's say, question for all of us. I wonder why did you put 1 year screening? Usually for example, according to screening protocol, let's say cervical cancer is 3 years screening for the population from 24 to, let's say, 64. Colorectal screening is 2 years from 50 to 64 or something like that. Breast screening is also something like that. So I'm now telling only about the screenings that are more or less organized and conducted in my country. Of course, I cannot talk about other kinds of screenings because they are not organized, conducted. But at least these 3 kinds of screenings are conducted on more than 1 year and not on the whole population. So it, let's say, cuts the costs for the budget for a high amount of money. I mean, it would be easier if you would pose us a question, okay, screening on 3 years for, let's say, most often spread cancers in population, like a prevention. Maybe it would make cost of maybe such diagnostics would make costs of treatment afterwards really lower, because we catch them at least in a longitudinal time period. in the short period, I suppose that the costs will double, treating the ill patients and at the same time making prevention of the most population. And then when we catch these cases in advance, maybe it would be cheaper. At least it is such, I read about such theories. We didn't still reach this point that we lower the cost due to the correct screening. That would be my question.
Okay, just for clarification, Marta is from Belgrade, Serbia. 1 year, and why 1 year and not 3 years?
And the short answer is, if we would collectively agree that we're gonna do this every 3 years, that would be fine. However, one thing that I can tell you is that Grail would say, the only reason why we're doing this annually is because when we did the survey, we found everybody fears cancer every year. And so if we do screening in the US, there are 4 or 5 major cancers we screen for. And as you pointed out, for some of them, we do this at 3-year intervals, 10-year intervals, colorectal is a 10-year interval and so on, because those are slow growing cancers. The Grail company will say, well, we can identify more than 50 cancers. And hey, is anybody here afraid of pancreatic cancer? You realize how aggressive that is? And the fact that as things are now, if you wait for symptoms to appear, it's always grade 4, you're done. It's over, you're dead. And so what we're telling you is we're gonna, if we do this on and it's a very fast cancer. There's a whole bunch of cancers that are very aggressive, and that in a 3-year period of time, you would have gotten the initiation of the cancer and you would have died. You would not have been tested. And so that's the reason why Grail is saying that, and they're saying that all of you would really want this to be an annual thing, not every 2 or 3 or 4 years, because cancer can, especially over age 50, can show up at any point in time. And if it's an aggressive cancer, then it's going to really, it's going to move very quickly, and it'll get to a point where clearly it's not treatable or not curable. Generally we can treat, but it's not curable. That's the primary reason why they're pushing for that.
Cancers then, it is generalization of cancers. Let's say pancreatic cancer maybe should be screened more often, but 3 years, these periods, I assume, I'm not a medical doctor, but these periods are based on, let's say, some scientific proofs that medical standards, so on and so on. And the proof says that, let's say, breast cancer should be screened 3 years period, but maybe pancreatic cancer more often. Let's say it is quite this statement of a professor you quoted is quite a generalization of cancers.
What Grail is going to say is that we're at through this simple blood test. Okay, it's just a blood test. We're screening for more than 50 different cancers, so we can't just screen, and we don't want to just screen for X, Y, and Z cancers. We want to screen for more than 50 of these cancers that might be out there. And our test not only tells you that we found some circulating tumor cells, cancer cells, but we can also tell you the tissue of origin for that particular cancer correctly 92% of the time. I'll tell you that too. And that has to do with features of the test itself that allow them to that kind of precise location of the cancer. Right now in the United States, if we were to just if we just wanted to do a genetic test for breast cancer, the cost of doing that would be $2,400. So part of what Grail is saying is, hey, we're only charging $950 to do this test, and we're not just covering one cancer, we're covering more than 50 cancers. And so we're not covering everything. There's other cancers out there that won't show up, but the vast majority of the population that has a cancer, in theory, could be identified, although, again, as I pointed out, if it's a stage 1 cancer, sensitivity, as things are right now, for the Clery test is 16.8%. And so that's not outstanding. So that means that they'd be missing, and one of the reasons for it is it's a relatively small quantity of blood that you're collecting. And if you have a stage 1 cancer, the likelihood of several cancer cells being in that little bit of blood that they collect from you is relatively remote. And you would have to increase by at least tenfold the amount of blood you collected in order to improve the likelihood of catching a stage 1 cancer. Because you would find more of the tumor cells that could be identified as such. So that's part of what's going on with that test. And it would get extraordinarily expensive, more problematic, if we had to collect 10 times as much blood from everybody in order to find more of those stage 1 cancers. So there's a little bit of a trade-off that would be occurring there.
I'm Vivian Vloog from the Erasmus University in the Netherlands, and I was curious, so the discussion on rationing, it seems that it is about which technologies are available and how does this relate to the need for these technologies and the discussion or the ethical dilemmas that they circle around what is available. And I feel that the discussion is less so on what do we want from life, or what is a sufficient level of quality of life or life expectancy that we think is reasonable or just. And in relation to this, which technologies would we want to accept or reimburse from that perspective? So it kind of feels that the discussion is more supplier induced rather than demand. Indicated or initiated. So I was just curious about your thoughts on this, or why don't we talk about what do we find a sufficient life or quality of life, and start a discussion there.
I want to live as long as possible, but I don't want to die demented, and I don't want to die of a really, really bad cancer. And so, and I suspect that those two generalizations might be true of a lot of people. And so that's part of what motivates our not being satisfied with the idea of, let's just stop doing this research to find more of these very costly ways of treating cancers. The vast majority of us over the latter part of the course of our lives will be afflicted with several chronic degenerative conditions of one sort or another. And well, I kind of like the idea of living, at least I think we have a pretty decent life. And if I have one of these conditions, if I have rheumatoid arthritis or something, there's a drug that can make that more tolerable so that I can continue to enjoy life, I want that. And if I have melanoma or in relatively early stages, well, I don't want to die of that, so I want that treated. And if my heart starts to go a little bit bad, and you can do something for imminent heart, for my heart failure, or for a risk of arrhythmias of one kind or another, yeah, I guess I would want those things too. I don't want you to do something that is just really, really, really aggressive. I guess I don't know that I would want a major organ transplant of any kind, and I'm actually too old for that from the perspective of the limited number of organs that are available. But that it is, I mean, part of what, you ask, is this supplier driven or is it driven by consumers? Well, in part, I mean, you can tell from the ads, certainly in the United States, that it's supplier driven. And in fact, there's only a little bit of television that I watch. Like on Sunday morning, there's a program called Meet the Press, kind of a political program. But that program is peppered with ads for all kinds of very expensive drugs. And that's gonna be true on whatever the more popular programs are in the United States. Lots of advertising and lots of that advertising is for these drugs. So in that sense, it's supply or reduced. But one of the things that I found out when I was doing some background research with regard to the biliary test, GRAIL right now is intending to provide the test over an 18-month period of time to 140,000 individuals in the UK. And this is a way for them to gather a whole bunch of data and so on. And when they announced that they were doing this, there was a whole bunch of like public discussion. And there were some number of individuals who had looked very carefully at the cost of doing this, and especially from a social point of view and so on. And so they, on some of these social media, they were saying, this is really not such a good idea at all. This is you're paying lots of money and you're getting very little good. 99% of the people who have this test each year would be told, hey, you're fine, you're healthy, you don't have cancer, and we're going to be spending billions of dollars or pounds or euros in order to accomplish that. This is a horrible idea. Well, what happened was, and I have a whole bunch of quotes from the BBC. There was a public reaction that said, these folks are crazy. This is a God-given thing that is being provided by GRAIL. And what, are they just stupid or something? Why in the world would they want to reject something like this? This is something that'll do good for everybody. We hate cancer. What is their problem? And they were just going, and they went on and on. They do all the name calling and so on. And as I read that, I thought, wow. I want to do this rational democratic deliberation to find out what folks in general might think about this idea. You guys are split 50-50. But if I had what I would call a normal audience, not a bunch of folks with academic degrees and so on, my guess is they would sound a lot like that British audience, and they would think that I was crazy for even proposing that maybe this is something we shouldn't be doing, that this is not going to yield as much good as they really think. But the way, I mean, what GRAIL will do, and of course they already have done it, is that they identify individuals and give them lots and lots of public exposure on their webpage and all kinds of media, who say, hey, they caught my cancer early. I'm cancer free now. I don't have to worry about that. And it's just gush on and on and on. And everybody who sees that thinks, that could be me. Look at how many people get cancer. It could be me. 1 out of 3, are individuals who at some point in their life will get cancer. So it's really easy to identify and say, hey, if you can catch it early, and I don't have to go through chemotherapy and stuff like that, that's great. I'm all for that.
Does this work? Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. I don't know if there's time for an extra question. So I was, because it's quite, well, it may not be very motivating to work on a problem that may not be easily solved. So this dilemma, this ethical dilemma of rationing healthcare, it doesn't have an easy solution. So I was just curious if you have like words of recommendation or consolidation to younger researchers who want to contribute to solving this problem and hang in there.
I mean, the argument basically I make is that it's collectively up to us to decide what sort of trade-offs we're willing to make when we don't know what our future possible health needs are going to be. What I emphasize to everybody is that it is your money that will be spent one way or the other. If you're in the United States and you say you want everything for it, that will do any good for me medically, I want to be covered for all of it, and you're not special, then everybody should have exactly the same coverage as you do. Then you need to understand that you're paying for it. You say, oh, no, the Medicare, Medicaid's paying. No, those are your taxes. We pay 15% of our payroll tax goes to support Medicare and Social Security and so on. We're gonna have to increase that. If we're spending more than $1 trillion a year on Medicare, we certainly will have to increase our taxes to cover that. And if you have private health insurance, you say, oh, my employer is paying for all that. No, you're kidding yourself. The economist will tell you, whatever they're paying you in the way of salary or wages, when an employer hires you, they don't just look at what they're paying you for salary wages, they look at what's the cost of hiring you with the whole benefit package, what's the cost of health insurance for you as well. And they, in effect, that's the total package of what it costs to have you on staff. And they have to, and if that cost goes up over years, then they're going to hire fewer people, or they have to make the decision to restrain the size of the benefit package that's going to be provided to everybody. But it's not as if any of this stuff is free. Somebody has to pay for it somewhere, okay? One of the questions back in the chapter, the second one that came up, I may as well address that right now, was a question of, and you can ask more questions, that's okay too.
I have a list.
One of the questions that came up was, don't you expect, isn't it possible that the cost of these drugs should decrease as we go from one year to the next, to the next, to the next? And I would say that is a very pious hope or dream. I don't know how realistic it is. First of all, let me think for a second. There's, the imatinib, the drug that was on the cover of Time magazine. When imatinib was on the cover of Time magazine, the cost of imatinib was $34,000 per person per year. Okay. In 2016, 14 years later, the cost of imatinib was $146,000 per person per year. Hey, wait a second. It's the same drug from 2000. You did the same manufacturing process. You didn't add something to it. It's the same damn drug, but the price went up by fourfold over that period of time. Well, the market allowed us to do that, and somebody was willing to pay, and so, and we're using that money, that extra money, to develop other drugs. And part of that's at least partially true. In the US, the cost of drugs is made unnecessarily high. In part, of course, it's a profit-making enterprise, so there are investors. And they expect a certain level of investment, return on their investment. Otherwise, they're not going to invest in your pharmaceutical company. We can argue about that, what comes with a fair return on investment. They also have all of these drug detail persons. The cost of advertising, roughly 20% of whatever the cost of the drug is, that's going to be going into the advertising for that drug on television, media, whatever, one place or another. That's at least part of the U.S. experience. So wherever they're selling the drug, other parts of the world, they're trying to cover that cost in that way as well. But if we expect from the targeted therapies are, they're fairly exquisitely developed compared to lots of other drugs that you're familiar with, more common kind of drug. And so we should not expect an awful lot of generics. There will be generics, so to speak, but those generics are going to have prices that are probably about 1/3 less than whatever prices up here. So if it's 150,000 here, maybe it'll be 100,000, but it's not going to be $10 a pill. It's not going to be $1,000 a year. That I think is entirely unrealistic. That just won't happen. Again, the pharmaceutical companies will say, well, we of course have to pay all these researchers. We've got all the costs of the drug trials. We've got all the costs of providing for other kinds of unanticipated problems. The drug may have side effects we didn't anticipate. We may end up having two. We're going to have to set aside money to cover those kind of costs. I mean, that can, the fundamental problem is that unlike what I'll call the more common drugs that we're all familiar with, if you've got rheumatoid arthritis, then it's the same drug you're going to get, Humira for your rheumatoid arthritis. And whereas if you have non-small cell lung cancer and you have ROS1 as the mutation, well, that's only 1% of your lung cancers. And so that becomes a really small market. We've got, well, in the US, 160,000 people die of lung cancer every year. That means 1% of that means 1% of that is 1,600 individuals had the ROS1 mutation. In any given year, that is the population that you would have available as potential individuals who would purchase that drug. That's a very small market that you're looking at. They have to hope that there's other cancers with ROS1 rearrangement, and that for other cancers that would give them to expand the market a bit. But still, you're talking about markets that are measurable in a few thousand, as opposed to markets of measurable in millions for many more common drugs. But all of that is part of what explains the high cost of these drugs.
Thank you very much, Anne. Something about wonders. I'm wondering, perhaps you may explain it. What is there a role, and what should be the role of age in that discussion? Is there a role for age in the discussion on rationing and the biomarkers or these stem cell therapies? Can it be a relevant criteria?
You're talking about age?
Age, yes. Age.
A particular age?
Yes.
70 or 75?
Correct. Yes.
So of course, neither of those numbers are ones that I would embrace. I've defended in some of my publications some form of age-based rationing. But again, this would be a matter of individuals or are collectively deciding whether or not, in particular circumstances, age should be relevant to making a certain kind of rational decision. To give a couple quick examples, with regard to colorectal cancer, we screen every 10 years for that. But we say we stop screening at age 75. But does that mean that somebody who's 80 doesn't get colorectal cancer? No, of course they do. But we're going to wait until symptoms appear, and when symptoms appear, well, then you're at stage 3 or stage 4. And that means we'll treat it, but it's not curable. And so, in effect, we have kind of made a decision without most people realizing what the decision means, that you're probably not worth treating, or looking harder for your cancer. If we recognize that colorectal cancer is common as you get even older, as you get to 80, 85 or something, we would screen more often than every 10 years. But we don't do that. We simply stop screening. And we don't advertise that as rationing. Anybody who understands that recognizes, yeah, that's a form of rationing. But by not, for most people, we say, your life is going to get a little easier. You're not going to have to go through the horrible stuff you have to go through for colorectal screening. And so people don't really object to that. They maybe they can understand what they're not objecting to. But we do that kind of rationing. That's fairly silent, and so it's not really obvious. It doesn't elicit an outrage. But if we were to say, we're not going to treat anybody with cancer over age 75 in the US, that would elicit a riot. among the elderly at least, or those who are very near to being elderly.
Also, I think that age-based rationing is really strongly opposed, at least politically, and many of these age-related arguments are applied under the disguise of medical criteria. So it is over a certain age no longer recommended to perform some types of surgery, for example. So it's not because of the age, but because of the medical condition of the patient, for example.
Yeah,
So implicitly. you're saying
Implicit, but
It has been included.
yeah, but also not like age as a strict cutoff. But I think that the condition of the patient in that circumstance would be the criterion used.
yeah, the concept that's used in medicine nowadays, this has emerged from roughly the past 10 or 15 years, you see this in the medical journals, is that of frailty.
Yeah.
And so there are all kinds of scales that various researchers are trying to develop to find some kind of fairly objective way of identifying frailty. But the general idea is that frail patients are going to be seen as patients who would do less well in surgery, and less well in part means either they could die in surgery or they could die shortly thereafter. American surgeons do not like patients who are going to die within 30 days of surgery or even 90 days, because that counts as a kind of mark against them. In terms of, even though it's not, it really isn't connected to the quality of the surgery they're providing. Nevertheless, statistically, somebody's going to say X number of your patients died within 30 days of their surgery. Why was that? Did you screw up? And so that, I mean, that's the self-serving reason why surgeons don't want to take a patient who they see as being too frail to survive sufficiently long after surgery or the surgery itself.
So that means actually also in the US, you are selecting, you are prioritizing patients, but then you sell it more or less as based on the frailty scale.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Is this your answer? Is the second question online?
I responded, I responded to the second one. Are there other messages there from folks who are at work, or folks who are online, they can unmute themselves and ask a question? Let's see. If there's anybody online, unmute themselves and ask a question. I see Martin there.
Perhaps from the online participants who would like to contribute.
We just want to give you an opportunity.
And otherwise, then about the you raised many wicked problems which there is no clear or there is no answer at all. But dealing with the biomarkers and the super responders, what would be, I would be interested, what would be your position? And whether we should allow it or not? Is that something for you able to answer about whether we should provide it for purely for the super responders or not?
Part of the problem we run into is it's one thing to say to an individual, I'm really, really sorry about your cancer and that it's going to kill you in the next 3 months. But all the drugs that are available they're not going to give you more than 3 extra months of life. And that's simply not, we judge that that's not affordable and we can't do that. That's one sort of thing. And doctors can tell patients stuff like that and deal with it. On the other hand, if somebody has been identified as a super responder, so this is a physician I was talking to, a physician friend with stomach cancer who's now alive 11 years later. The cost of keeping them alive for those 11 years is probably about $1.5 million, okay? And one of the things we're not going to do is say, even though we've identified you as a super responder, and most of the folks who are like you, they're only going to live for a year or two, but we're going to let you live for 5 years instead of 10 years or more than that. We're going to stop giving you that drug, at least that social. You can pay for it, you can have it. We won't do that. That would look, the fact that somebody could survive with this drug and we're just going to deny it to them is unthinkable. That would look a little too much like we're going to be responsible for your death. Your death is not going to be a natural cause. It's going to be that we will deliberately deny you what you need in order to continue to live for 5 years beyond the first diet. So it seems like there would be good ethical reason to no harm of that sort that would require us to continue to provide that drug. And we would have to have really, really powerful countervailing ethical reasons for not doing that. I have a hard time trying to imagine what those countervailing ethical reasons might be. But that's what we have to do under those circumstances. So as for more broadly, the biomarker research, that research is occurring. Most, at least up to this point in time, there's a project in Norway that I've been involved in a little bit, that's doing a lot of biomarker research. Most of the biomarkers that they have identified so far are really not that reliable. Like I said, for purposes of an example, I said, you had this biomarker that said with 90% confidence this individual is not going to get an extra year of life with CAR T-cell therapy. There are no biomarkers out there with that high level of confidence about this is what's going to happen. If we provide the individual with this therapy, it's not going to do that much good. Nevertheless, that's what they're looking for. What predicts that this drug is going to really, really work well for this individual, or is not going to work so well? Oh, the microphone. Yeah, I got it.
Well, in a way, what we conclude is that all these allocation choices are kind of random. And they might be very vulnerable to pressure. So in a way, we are in the hands of the guys that have the money. And philosophers, you write your book, Andrea writes books, we can write a lot of theories, but what I feel is that they will just get into a void because it's random. That's what I feel. But maybe you have an answer that can kind of comfort me in this feeling that everything is not. There are no numbers in a way. We are not based in things that can be acceptable. And there's this hidden ethics in a way that is not transparent. So all these choices are being made in hospitals without people knowing, and that's wicked. And maybe that's the way it has to go, because people are not strong enough to hear that, oh, you have 75 years, you are not going to do more screening to colorectal cancer. And this is a little bit frightening. That's what I feel. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm exaggerating.
Well, one question that, I want to pose, I suppose, to various European governments, what are, as government, of course, you're collecting taxes to pay for the healthcare system. Are you in fact, on behalf of your people, willing to pay for each and every one of these cancer drugs that comes along that may be more or less beneficial for any particular individual, and in effect rely upon physicians to judge whether or not a particular individual is medically, genetically suitable for having access to this drug? I don't doubt that most physicians, most oncologists in this case would in fact be attempting to make judgments that they believed were in the best interest of the patient they were caring for. But when physicians talk about the best interest of the patient, most often they're looking at a benefit-harm ratio. So if they thought that a particular drug had only a small chance of benefit, but had lots of awful side effects in the hopes of getting to that benefit, they would counsel that patient, in fact, say, we can't really provide you with this drug. It represents net harm, and I'm committed to not harming my patients. That I would certainly assume that they would have that thought. But they're not really physicians as physicians would say, we don't want to really be in that business, not with regard to individual patients. If you, the government, tell us that the National Health Plan says that we're not going to cover this, that, or whatever, then I will abide by that particular, I'll call it rationing protocol. And I feel I have to do that because that's what a commitment to overall justice and fairness requires of me. But I don't want to be put in the position of deciding that this patient can have this drug and this patient can't have that drug. I don't want to be in that position. Let me give you, here's another example. This one just turned up in the New England Journal of Medicine past week. There are these weight loss drugs in the United States, which are technically, they weren't designed as weight loss drugs, they're diabetes drugs. But what they discovered is that, hey, these drugs with a slightly altered dosage, they are really, really effective in helping individuals reduce weight who are obese. And so what's the cost of these drugs? Roughly $13,000 per year. And once you start on it, you can reduce your weight by 20%, okay, quickly. But once you start on it, you have to stay on it for the rest of your life. And so in the New England Journal of Medicine article, they said, what would it cost Medicare, healthcare for the elderly? So these are individuals over age 65. 40% of American individuals over age 65 are obese and or severely obese, okay? And I don't know what measures you use here for identifying obese individuals, but 40%. Well, if all 100%, if all of those 41%, if 100% of those individuals were to be put on this drug at Medicare expense, the cost of the Medicare program per year would be $246 billion per year. That would, we have something called the pharmaceutical benefit in the Medicare program that pays for the pharmaceutical needs of the Medicare patients. Right now, that is at roughly about 124 billion. So this one drug alone, if it were provided just to the 40% of individuals over the age of 65 who are obese, that drug would end up costing $246 billion per year. Twice what we're paying for all other drugs, the cost of Medicare. Well, that's impossible. I mean, there's no way to justify that. Now, the problem is, this is kind of a wicked problem. But the basic problem is that Medicare, we actually have a law in the United States that says Medicare cannot pay for weight loss drugs. And the reason for the law is it says this is a cosmetic thing. It doesn't represent a medical need. It's cosmetic. People don't like to look fat. So that's why you're not gonna pay for the Medicare funding. Okay, I understand that. However, the problem is that obesity is very, very definitely related to heart disease and cancer and a whole bunch of other kinds of medical problems, but not as if it's just cosmetic. And so if you were to permit individuals to use the what are now diabetic drugs for weight loss purposes, then you would have some recoup of the cost by reducing the number of individuals who died from any kind of medical problems that are related to being overweight. But I couldn't tell you exactly what the benefit would be, but it would be nowhere near the cost of these drugs. I'm certain of that.
Just a curiosity. That drug is currently sold out in Portugal.
Oh,
And it's news. It opens the news. This kind of problem because it's out of the pharmacies. Everybody's buying it.
Does that mean you have so many obese here in?
Now we have a lot of people that want to be with the drugs. Well, I know people that used it
They
and they
want
were
a
not
six-pack.
obese, but they were overweight. But anyway, this drug, well, it's gonna make people rich.
oh, yeah.
Some people.
But ultimately, you're saying that individual doctors, and returning back to the question, it's ultimately individual doctors make the decisions, so that's not too bad. It seems logic, but they need some guidance from governments. So, for instance, in case of that law, it should be not available, or at least not for cosmetic purposes. So, but individual doctors need some guidance from the legislator, from at macro level, for how to select, because they ultimately, I think, they have to make the decision.
Mhm.
So I'm not so pessimistic about what you prescribed, Paula. It's random and it is individual, but as long as there are some indicators or criteria which have been applied by individual doctors and can be objectively explained. How would you think about that, Lex?
Well, let's see. Well, part of the problem is when you talk about objectively explained, there's a certain level of information or medically relevant information that can be objectively explained. But when we're talking about individual patients, there's an enormous amount of uncertainty with regard to whether or not this individual is going to be among the individuals who is going to respond in a sufficiently positive way to this particular drug. One of the things, again, to fill in a little bit of the blank with regard to part of what's going on in medicine today, I mentioned the liquid biopsy, okay? I mentioned that as a screening tool. That's what Scolari is doing. However, there are other companies that offer liquid biopsy testing, but they offer it for therapeutic purposes as opposed to screening purposes. So what they're doing is they're saying you're going to give this particular targeted therapy to this individual for this cancer, and what we're going to do is say 3 months of treatment, we're going to go do a blood test. And if we see cancer cells showing up in that blood test, then that tells us this drug isn't working anymore. And so that means either, well, we just have to stop because it's not working. So that's one way of controlling costs. Or alternatively, this means that we have to that try a different drug that's in the same sort of line of treatment. So, I mentioned with regard to non-small cell lung cancer, where you got the resistant issue, you start off with crizotinib, and then we know that crizotinib will fail after maybe a year or less. And then you go to seratinib, and that too is, and that's going to fail. It's a different way of attacking the same kind of mutation, and that'll fail. So then we're going to go to osimertinib, and then after osimertinib, there's a fourth drug that can be used. I mean, and we can find out when's the right time to do that, sooner rather than later, using this other WIC form of liquid biopsy. Now, this other form of liquid biopsy is a lot more expensive, typically a $5,000 test. It's called $950, but it's used for therapeutic diagnostic purposes, screening purposes.
Picking up on this last question, in Portugal a few years ago, the National Ethics Committee put forward a deliberation model to try and deal with this issue. We had 3 phases. It started with a clinical phase that would discuss scientific evidence. Mm-hmm. Then it had a second phase, which had an administrative side to it, involving managers, but also patient associations. And then it had a third phase with a broader social discussion on the issue. It wasn't very well received. It led to a bit of criticism, but any of these stages have their own tools, be it a clinical guideline, a decision of the administrative decision, a law, which will lead to problems with the courts and so on. And as you mentioned, the BBC posts on social media, or that will, give an extra dimension to this problem. So I'm wondering if there's an optimal tool to solve this, and actually with the environment that we have these days, we're getting actually any closer to having better solutions. And I'm a bit pessimistic on this, but I don't know. I feel that we're not moving forward on this discussion. That's my feeling.
It is not easy to move forward, in part because I assume there's no reason why in Europe, as opposed to the US, you would not have advocates for individuals who have cancer, who have heart disease, who have lung disease, who have different kinds of renal disease, whatever. And if you invest very heavily in one of those, then advocates for these other areas are going to demand what to their mind they see as equal treatment. And part of the problem is they might define equal treatment in financial terms, so many dollars, so many euros per year for treating this patient. And you can treat our patients for less than that, so why aren't you doing that? I mean, those are the kinds of arguments that we in one way or another have to be prepared to deal with. So that was in my slide, that was the point of calling attention to, here's how much we're spending on patients who have HIV, here's how much we're spending on patients with renal disease, here's what we're spending on patients with heart disease, and so on. And so advocates for cancer care will say, well, if you're spending all this money for an individual, even though it's not concentrated in 1 year, it's spread out over 30 years. Still, if you're willing to spend that much money for that individual, why can't you spend it for the disease process for which I am the advocate for this cancer patient, this particular type of cancer? And there's not what we call a simple kind of answer that can be given there. That, in some sense, it has to be socially or politically saleable. It has to be, and for everybody in the room who is perfectly healthy and who doesn't know whether he has to worry about heart disease or cancer or whatever. You can be impartial and objective in trying to figure out what can we really afford, what makes sense, why might it make sense, what would I endorse, and so on. But once you already say, I've got cancer, I don't care at all about your heart disease or your renal disease or your liver disease. That's not my problem. And that's where you have these advocacy groups and you're trying to get the social decision of one kind or another becomes all that much more difficult.
The best model in abstract will be applies to you and you provide a response.
Yeah, yeah, you have to feel injustice, yeah, yeah. Why are you not doing that?
Exactly.
All right, if there is an urgent question from the audience. One of this, well, then it must be another channel. Please use the mic.
Well, from what has become very clear from your presentation, also the question is that the issue of rationing is an overwhelming issue, and well, for me, I've recently started working on the topic, and I just feel I'm curious if you, even though it's not it's a problem that doesn't have an easy solution. Is there something that you feel is the first step towards finding a solution? Because I kind of feel like that we're just talking about the problems, but not really working towards an actual solution, and it feels kind of frustrating.
Yes. If you could find what I would call a sufficient number of individuals who at a particular point in time are in good health and they're behind this healthcare veil and vigilance, probably like everybody in this room. And in effect, have that kind of public conversations, which would have to occur over a significant period of time with that group. So I've done stuff like this. And you would need at least 6 months to a year. And part of the way in which the conversation gets going is you have to present individuals with whatever might be the most relevant kinds of medical, economic, and ethically relevant information possible, and then walk through possible responses, possible rationing protocols to find out what would you collectively accept for your future possible self, the future possible self of a loved one. Right now, we can give you anything you want, but you have to be willing to pay for it. And it's not somebody else who's going to pay for it, you will. If you can bring a large enough, representative enough group of individuals together to have that kind of conversation, then you've got a starting point to doing that. So I mentioned NICE in the UK, and they do try to gather some kind of public input, but it cannot be gathered using a survey methodology. People have to be able to talk to one another and understand the reasons one would give to everyone else for choosing this rationing protocol rather than that rationing protocol, this trade-off rather than that trade-off. You have to have people facing one another, talking to one another, and doing that in a respectful kind of way. In the US right now, all of these conversations have become just intensely politicized for all sorts of reasons. And that makes it extraordinarily difficult for any group of individuals you would choose to engage in that kind of conversation. So as I say, I have done this with various audiences, who have in fact been perfectly respectful of one another and who have struggled with some of these issues. And so it is possible. But once if you have how many thousand, 100,000 individuals in the US participated in that conversation and came to some kind of agreement, would that be sufficient justification and political support for those being choices that in fact everybody would have to live with? That's in fact what we have to do.
So
Yes.
one short question, do you have a positive feeling about this idea of democratic deliberation ever being implemented by policymakers in the US or elsewhere?
I would certainly like to see that happen. And in an earlier book, and also in this book too, I talk about what I call constitutional principles of healthcare justice that would help to frame that conversation. I think this is something that's possible, but difficult in the real world, as things are now. And part of what contributes to the difficulty is the uncertainty that's associated with many, many kinds of medical interventions, especially the high level of uncertainty that can be associated with the care that's provided to any individual patient. Okay. I don't know if you guys have, lotteries in the US, in the EU, but we have lotteries in the United States, and people spend billions of dollars because they tell themselves, well, there's this prize of $500 million and somebody has to win it. Why can't this be me? If I don't play, then I can't win. Therefore, I'm going to put down my $5 and pick out these numbers. And the thing is, they transfer that way of thinking into medical care. Somebody is going to clearly be a super responder. Do you know, doctor, that I will not be that super responder? Well, no, I can't honestly say that. Therefore, that is the kind of psychological logic that
Yeah, so I don't know if this is on.
that the front. No, that's enough.
Quarter after 2.
Okay, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that the question can do during lunchtime. For this moment, we are behind schedule, so I suggest that we start with lunch and that we continue at 1:45.
A quarter to 2.
1:45, that leaves because one of the speakers has to leave
She has to have it.
maximum at 2 o'clock. So that means that 1:45 we are back in line, and lunch will be served downstairs. I'm not sure if it's a
But we could talk to one another about that liquid biopsy thing.
Okay, so thank you so much. I hope this is working. Let me put this to my height. Well, I'm going to talk to you today about the so-called personalized drugs. And I think the connection with precision medicine is very clear because precision medicine is all about tailor-made treatments regarding the particularities of each patient, genetic makeup including. And when we come to this, personalized drugs, we are talking about, well, drugs that are again tailor-made to the genetic condition of each patient and many times developed with knowledge that is collected during precision medicine, and they also become an important tool of precision medicine. So I will tell you a little bit about these personalized drugs and about the legal framework here in the EU. So first of all, what are we talking about? In the EU, we call them advanced therapy medicinal products. So ATMP for short. And basically, we are talking about drugs that are composed by genes, cells, and their aim is to perform any kind of gene editing, stem cell editing, or tissue editing. Basically, what they do is that they include this genetic material in your body in order to replace or correct a gene or a cell or a tissue that is not working properly. So this is the main idea. And I think one of the biggest questions is, well, if we are talking about genetic material, how can we consider those products as drugs? Why do we not treat them as genetic material and therefore they are ruled by the respective regulations? Well, not all genetic material is considered a drug. So there are two requirements. They are not cumulative, only one is enough for them to be considered drugs. Either they are submitted to substantial manipulation or they are to perform in the patient's body a different core function than the one they were performing in the donor's body. Because you see, this genetic material sometimes comes from the patient himself, other times comes from a donor, let's say a third party, right? So in the EU, they are regulated by our well-known directive of drugs for human use, the 2001/83 directive, and also by that 2007 regulation, which actually included ATMPs into the directive. Now, they basically follow the general legal norms in what regards medicines for human use. That means that they can only reach the market if previously they obtain what we call the marketing authorization, MA for short. That means that a drug authority, which it can be the National Drug Authority or the General European Drug Authority, European Medicines Agency, that does an assessment regarding the safety and efficiency of that drug. And if the assessment is positive, then the drug gets the MA. By positive, I mean they conclude that the drug is safe enough and effective enough to be used in patients. And the reason why I say safe enough and not totally safe is because, as you know, in the field of pharmaceutical products, there is no such thing as absolute safety. So they all involve some kind of risk. Well, this is the general picture, but there are exceptions. And the exceptions are the so-called early access pathways, which are provided for every single drug, meaning that there is the possibility for patients in need to have access to drugs under very specific conditions before they have their marketing authorization. So in the EU, we have compassionate use. This is the procedure that is initiated by the pharmaceutical company, targeting patients in a given clinic based on humanitarian reasons, because we are talking about patients that absolutely need a treatment. There is no other available therapeutic alternative, and they cannot wait until the drug gets the MA. And also they cannot meet the very demanding criteria to be included in clinical trials. So here we have compassionate use. Another possibility is the named patient use. Now, this one is started by a physician addressing the pharmaceutical company. It does not pass by the drug authorities, and the physician will require access to the drug, having in consideration one patient or a very selected group of patients. These two are common to every single drug. When it comes to ATMPs, however, there is a third mechanism exclusive of ATMPs, and this is the hospital exception. So here we are talking about a pharmaceutical product developed in a pharmacy of an hospital based on an individual medical prescription under the authority and the supervision of a practitioner. So basically they are magistral formulas, right? Well, there are a couple of issues involving early access pathways. First of all, the question of disparity. Because even though the EU has like general boundaries, the main legal framework for these early access mechanisms, the fact is that member states have a large margin of discretion. So we have very different legal regimes depending on the jurisdiction, which means that we are providing to patients different ATMPs with very different levels of safety. The other main issue relates to the particularities of the hospital exception. First of all, because this is the mechanism that is only applicable to 2 ATMPs, it means that we do not have that much experience with the hospital exception. So some of its basic concepts are not well defined yet, such as industrial manner, non-routine basis, custom made. We still do not have a uniform interpretation of this concept. The other main and very concerning issue relates to the fact that we are talking about magistral formula. So these products, basically, each one is unique. There is no other alike, because each one is created for one specific patient based on a very individual prescription. And therefore, we do not have a model, we do not have a standard to compare the levels of safety and efficiency. And that, of course, it makes it very difficult to define the respective safety profile. Nope, not going now. See here. Okay, thank you. Now, by all means, I'm not criticizing in general the early access pathway. I think that the flexibility that they bring to the very rigid mechanism of drug approval we have here in EU is very much welcome. I have been writing a lot about how lengthy, how bureaucratic, how heavy is the procedure for a drug to have their drug approval, to have their marketing authorization, which obviously is a huge problem for patients that desperately need that drug to survive. So that is good. However, my problem is the fact that because of the legal framework here in the EU, they are being used without much oversight, without much overview. There is not proper monitoring. No one really controls, and member states can do a little bit whatever they want. And that, of course, raises a huge problem in terms of public. And what we can see, and studies reported, is that patients that need, absolutely desperate patients that are dying and their relatives, they jump from jurisdiction to jurisdiction here in the EU, looking for the more flexible jurisdiction, the one in which they can have easier access to these drugs. And easier, I mean legally easier, because in cost-wise, it is tremendously expensive. And this, of course, is raising a kind of medical tourism, or if you prefer, genetic stem cell tourism, because these patients go looking for genetic and stem cell paradise. And the kind of risks that I'm talking are not pure hypothetical. We have actually cases involving those risks. For instance, there is the infamous case of Stamina Foundation, which was a charitable foundation in Italy, and they were providing these allogenic intravenous injections to patients under the rules of compassionate use. But the Italian drug authorities did an inspection and found out that actually the criteria for compassionate use were not met. Because one of the criteria is that you must have some kind of clinical evidence regarding the drug safety, which indicates there were not. Basically, the evidence were pure testimonies of patients allegedly cured by these injections. So a kind of soap opera, I mean, it's Italy, there was an executive decree saying that the clinic could be open, but in the end, it was closed, and some people are actually serving jail sentence. Another very sad episode involves the Excel clinics. Excel was at some point the largest stem cell clinical network based in the EU. They were providing these stem cell treatments. They were run more like a touristic spot than a medical facility. But you can imagine people from all around Europe and actually from all around the world were flying to Germany to visit these clinics because they offered the alleged miracle. And so you have representatives of these clinics going to train stations and airports, picking patients, taking them to the clinic, taking them around, a little bit weird. And since the very beginning, the activity of these clinics was surrounded by scandal. very serious incidents with patients, an infant died, and eventually they were closed. But I heard they are still operating in Lebanon. Now, don't get from my words that I'm saying that we should ban early access to ATMPs. It's not that. Actually, I do recognize that ATMPs, even when they do not have the marketing authorization, are very frequently being provided to patients in local conditions and bringing much added benefit to these patients. For start, in clinically standardized clinical trials, of course, but even in many cases of early access pathways, everything is lawful, everything runs smoothly, and patients actually benefit from this treatment. The problem is in all the other cases, and many of them we don't even know about it, in which these ATMPs, lacking any kind of medical evidence regarding their safety, are being provided to patients as a kind of human experimentation. So it's not a therapeutic act anymore, it's purely human experimentation. So I'm not against unauthorized ATMPs per se. My problem relates mostly with the fact that there is not a proper supervision of many of these procedures. So basically, in many cases, these ATMPs and their early access pathways live in the wild. And another question you may pose is, what about the patient's decision? Because as you know, the cornerstone of modern health law is patient self-determination. And we are all very eager to accept patient's decision when it comes to patients that to treatments that the patient can refuse and say, I don't want the treatment. And we all say, let's respect the patient's decision. But let's think on the opposite. When the patient says, I do want that treatment, and the medical community, the health authorities say, no, you cannot, because it's too risky for you. That's a little bit different, right? Because medicine is not a business and patients are not consumers. But the fact is that, look, these patients, many of them, they reach the end of the line. There is no other therapeutic option. These people are going to die if they do not receive any treatment. So I do believe that we should give them the choice. Now, I know this is not a very popular opinion. If you do a research, many scholars will say exactly the opposite. They will say, these patients are desperate. They are in a very fragile situation. We should not take advantage of their fragility by promising something. But we are not promising something. We are respecting their decision. And this is a huge discussion here in the EU. And I do believe that we cannot be too paternalistic in this regard. We had that discussion in the Risotto case, which was a case discussed in the European Court of Human Rights. Actually, it involved the Stamina Foundation. And the question was, can a patient decide to take the risk of a risky treatment without enough clinical evidence? Which actually, in this particular case, there was another layer of complexity, because it was not the patient himself making that decision, it was the patient representing a minor, which was the doctor, and that, of course, makes things a little bit more complicated. Not surprisingly, the European Court said no. And the reason I say not surprisingly is because if you know the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, you know that in this regard, it tends to be a little bit paternalistic. Differently, in the EU, the so-called right to try, that is the right to try these risky treatments, has been for long discussed and finally passed into law in 2018. I know Trump administration, but there were some good things. So as I just referred, I'm a huge advocate of patient determination in this regard, but let me underline something very important, which is information. Because when we talk about patient's consent, it's always patient-informed consent. Well, that's what we don't have right now. We do not have proper information here. For my opinion or for my suggestion to be passed in law, we will need to abolish any kind of quackery, misinformation, false expectations. And right now, ATPMs are basically a business, a flourishing business in the EU, giving lots of profits to these clinics, which obviously are not interested in providing insightful information. So they say to patients two things. First of all, they sell the idea that ATMPs are a miracle, which is not. And they also sell the idea that, well, not to have an MA is not a big problem. And I do believe we need to invest into very important dimensions. First of all, patients should be enlightened regarding the effective risks and added value of ATMPs, which right now we still don't know very well because it's still in the very beginning of this research. Secondly, patients should be enlightened about the additional risks they incur when they use a medicine that has not been properly approved, that do not have marketing authorization. But if in the end they say, yes, I want to take the risk, I would vote for that, because I think we should respect patients' information. And actually, studies show that patients that are properly informed and participate in their clinical treatment, they are less willing to make this kind of risky decisions. But it's all about the patient in this regard. Well, I don't have more time, but I want to finish with the quote. Well, let me just do the framework. I have a 4-year-old that is totally obsessed with Spider-Man. So I had my fair share of Spider-Man movies. And I decided to use a Spider-Man quote for this last one. You know, when Uncle Ben says to young Peter Parker, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. In a sense, it's what happened here. ATMPs, they can bring lots of benefits to many patients. We know that. They can be the future of medicine. But because they have this great power, they're also a great risk, and therefore there should be great responsibility in providing these medicines to patients. I'll leave you with some of my references in this regard. If you don't have access to any of them, please let me know. I'm not sure if they are open access. And well, I will be here for questions, but unfortunately I have a class, but if you have a very quick one, I don't know if you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But anyway, I'm really sorry. It was very, very good answer.
Thank you. And I will be running to my car.
Okay,
Take
okay,
care.
guys. Thank you so much. Bye, sir. So. Yeah. Speaker, Asa. Where is she?
It's online.
Oh, well, oh,
Take it out.
so she works at the Center for Research, Ethics and Bioethics in Uppsala. Okay.
So is it possible to share the slides on Zoom as well so I can follow them?
We're working on it, Asa.
Thank you. So hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present here today. My name is Åsa Grauman. I'm a researcher at Uppsala University, Sweden, and I will present this study today, this systematic review that I've conducted with my colleagues Mirko Ancelotti, Joreen Velvik, and Debra Mascalzoni. Next slide. Yes, so this study is a part of a research project called Oncologics, which is funded by AirParmed. And in Oncologics, individual drug response is predicted with the aim to deliver patient-specific therapy suggestions to clinicians for treating colorectal cancer. And Oncologics is a collaboration of partners in Norway, Germany, Spain, France, Greece, and Sweden. You can take the next picture. We can take the next picture.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So our team in Uppsala investigate the ethical aspects of how precision medicine may affect physicians and patients. And in this first task, we conducted this systematic review, but we'll continue with qualitative and quantitative studies as well. You can take the next picture. Yeah, thank you. So precision medicine often applies an experimental approach, and where individual research data is incorporated into clinical therapy. And these scientific uncertainties, the high level of computation and the use of algorithms for clinical decision making affect the clinical decision making, and therefore it may also affect the interaction between patient and a physician. So next picture. Yes. So the severity of cancer and the vulnerability that cancer patients experience can increase patients' trust in and dependence in their physician, making the doctor-patient relationship especially important in cancer care. Next picture. So the aim of this systematic review was to map out perceptions and concerns regarding how the implementation of precision medicine will impact the doctor-patient relationship in cancer care. Next slide. So the search strategy was included qualitative, quantitative, and theoretical papers published from 2010 with the aim to capture different and complementary perspectives. And the paper should include adult populations, oncology, precision medicine, and/or the use of AI or algorithms, as well as aspects of the doctor-patient relationship. And we used various concepts related to this, the doctor-patient relationship as search terms, since there exist various definitions and descriptions of this concept. So next slide. So for instance, we included concepts such as role, boundaries, interactions, obligations, trust, since a high level of trust of the doctor's competence is related to a good relationship, but also affective behaviors such as being caring and attentive. And communication was also included as a search term, since it's considered a cornerstone in the doctor-patient relationship. A deliberating interaction model is recommended for a good relationship, a model that supports patients' autonomy and assess patients' values and preferences, and have a high agreement with shared decision-making. So next slide. So 3,273 papers were identified in the search and uploaded in the software tool Ryan. And 2 researchers conducted a blinded title abstract screening of all these papers and agreed on 114 papers that were read in full text. And we used an Excel sheet for data extraction with predefined categories, as well as blank columns for additional findings. And next slide. And the extracted data were analyzed using a narrative synthesis, looking for different aspects of how stakeholder perspective perceive the implementation of precision medicine on the doctor-patient relationship, rather than evidence confirming these perceptions. And the data were pulled together by findings relating to the same category, regardless of the design of the study. And the text was then summarized and condensed and synthesized to provide a meaningful narrative that answered the research question. Next slide. We included 39 articles from 10 different countries, but the US were overrepresented. And most papers were qualitative. And most papers investigated the patient's perspective, and most papers were about molecular tumor testing to guide treatment decisions. We found, and it was also explicitly stated in the included studies, that precision medicine will bring further complexity to the challenges already encountered in communication and shared decision making. Next slide. And here you see the identified themes. It was the increased communication challenges in precision medicine, including patients in decision making, doctors and AI, trust and responsibility issues, preserving hope and disregarding low probabilities, readjusting false expectation, perceived and actual unequal access, and conflicting roles in the blurry line between clinic and research, and time spent with patients. And there's not time to look closer at all these themes today, but I will address a few of them a bit further. So if we take next slide. So a lot of the concerns were related to communication. In precision medicine, the amount of patient information is likely to increase, which may lead to information overload due to the additional tests and treatment options. And the use of algorithms may obscure the ability to explain the decisions to patients. And in some of the studies, oncologists expressed that they fear that discussing uncertainty with patients make the patients think that they are not competent, which may result in physicians not disclosing all of the information. Next slide. So patients' expectations have shown to be too optimistic in these studies, thinking that all new treatments will be effective for them or expected tailored treatments. And physicians state that patients may experience disappointment or even anger when physicians try to readjust these expectations. And media coverage and direct-to-consumer marketing, which was most evident in the US, since we don't have that in Europe, can contribute to these optimistic expectations and make patients ask for specific tests and targeted approaches. And meanwhile, this can increase the pressure oncologists feel to offer the tests and treatments. So next slide. So precision medicine moves away from standard treatments given to all patients towards personalized treatment selections, thereby avoiding unnecessary treatment and the risk of serious side effects. However, treating patients differently may affect the interaction between patients and the doctor. For instance, physicians have experienced that patients are likely to feel that they were unfairly denied access when they do not qualify for tests or targeted treatments. And patients may view access to tests as a right. There were also examples of physicians making different decisions about who should have molecular testing, for instance. And therefore, the feelings and concerns about the unequal access may in some cases be justified. So next slide. And when a test shows a low probability that the treatment will be effective, or the patient is not eligible for targeted treatments, and there's no other treatment to offer, precision medicine may be perceived as narrowing down treatment options for the patients. And explaining to patients that they are not eligible for treatments can be difficult, and making patients feel abandoned or make them lose hope. And some providers have therefore rejected the idea of allocating patients to treatment based on algorithms predicting their probability of benefiting, stating that trying is important and that all patients deserve a chance. And the unwillingness among physicians to act on outcomes of these prediction models may be reinforced by the perceptions of the uncertainty of the prediction, namely that not all relevant factors for the evaluation of the individual have been included. Therefore, some doctors do not take a certain test because then it enables them to continue with treatment regardless. And the discrepancies in the willingness to act on precision medicine tools and tests may create a tension between patients and doctors. And these issues raise questions about how to act on probabilities and uncertainty in precision medicine. So next slide. So some final comments is that we think that future challenges will be to manage the increased information load and increase the consensus among stakeholders on how to act on precision medicine information. Next slide. But we should keep in mind that some of the concerns that we identified in this review were brought up in theoretical papers without any empirical examples from clinical oncology. Future studies should therefore explore if these concerns are justified, and if they are, how they will unfold. That will be necessary to proceed from identifying issues to actually managing these problems. Next slide. So that was all, and I'm welcome to have raise questions.
So who would like to? You think we might have some questions in the chat? No? There are no questions in the chat? No. So, someone, Andre? Who wants to pose some questions? No? Andre? Andre?
Thank you very much, Asa, for that presentation. I was wondering, one of the slides you mentioned, the US was overrepresented in your research. That's correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And so when you make that kind of recommendations in your research, would that be different when it was more, when you could find, or when there were more European articles available? So would that change the outcome of it when it was more, well, European based, so to say, or not?
So was the question that it would change the implications if it was more European papers?
Yeah. Would that change the outcome?
Yeah, I think that for some issues it is different. I didn't bring up data sharing and for instance, but I think that just the differences in insurance systems can make differences. That, for instance, the papers from the US, patients may be reluctant to have some data in their health records for insurance reasons, that those concerns may be not relevant for many European countries, for instance. So therefore, the patients were more reluctant to share data in the US, while European examples from European countries, patients were not, perhaps not concerned at all, too little concerned about sharing data. So that could be one example. So I think that, and also these, that has to do with direct-to-consumer marketing. That's not really relevant for the European perspective, but it's not only marketing, it's also how media report about precision medicine. Because I think that we have those kinds of examples in Sweden as well, even if we don't have marketing, that the reporting about precision medicine have been very positive and very optimistic, and really raising the hopes about precision medicine. And there's not been that much, I guess that also could raise the hopes and expectations in patients, even if we don't have marketing. Like the example from the video clip that we saw in the morning, we don't have that, but still regular media and universities still report quite optimistic about precision medicine. So I think that even in Europe, patients can come to their physicians with expectations about tailored treatments and targeted approaches and things like that.
Thank you, Asa. I would like to ask you if you found any signs of refusal of precision medicine based on the possibility of getting informed consent, let's say in the informational part, like I don't have enough information, so I don't want to be treated by this kind of medicine.
No, no such examples from patient side. I think that's more a concern from experts and researchers, also relating to what we talked about earlier about being protective and almost paternalistic about patients and trying to protect them from the uncertainty about the effectiveness and also perhaps serious side effects. But like we also learned in the morning that many of these patients are in a very late stage of their cancer and might be desperate to try anything. So therefore, informed consent can be a sensitive matter, because I think from other areas in medicine also that patients don't really read the patient information. They sign the informed consent based on their trust for their physician, and then perhaps they read it afterwards when they already made a decision. So, but no such examples as you asked.
That makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, so,
I don't know if I can.
yeah, you can come here maybe.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you found any evidence of doctors feeling or physicians feeling the need to discuss financial issues anymore, managing the rational use of resources, and if this becomes a topic of discussion more in this new era than before?
Yes, there were such examples from the US where physicians might feel that the patients won't be able to afford this treatment anyway, or don't have the insurance to afford the treatments, but not any examples from Europe, I think, and not really discussing the public. Perhaps some of them, but not that much. But more concerns from the US when it comes to individual patients who won't be able to afford the treatments.
Thank you, Asa. Do you want to?
No, that's fine.
You want to ask now? No? Okay. Well, so thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And now we are going to go further on with the works here. And I will invite, we have to change the slide.
Yes.
So we will have Marta.
No, Joachim.
Oh, I have Marta now. Okay, it's Joachim. Okay. So we will invite Professor Joachim Rayon, from Professor of the University of Cantabria. I don't know if you want to add anything else. Is it right? And he's going to talk about issues of data protection, precision medicine.
Yeah.
Hello, good work. Everyone. No, it's hello. First of all, congratulations on Brian and Paula for organizing this interesting conference. And I'm going to change a little bit just because we've been talking about precision medicine from many different perspectives. And I would like to share with you some reflections regarding legal and ethical concerns regarding the intersection between precision medicine and health data. Well, I would like to start with 3 starting points. First of all, it's not possible to deliver and to develop precision medicine without health data. Health data are a requirement in order to develop precision medicine. Sorry?
May I ask you?
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit slow?
Okay. Okay. Well, I think that I speak slower than Vera, but I will.
It's slow, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we are neighbors and you know
Okay,
it's
okay.
Spanish.
Okay, so what I mean is
Which is
that
very nice.
3 starting points, no possibility of precision medicine without health data, which are a requirement for develop precision medicine. That's because it requires large scale of massive data. Second one, the real success of precision medicine will require, and this is the main point of my presentation, the reuse of health data. And third, we need a real research-friendly environment in order to develop processing health data for scientific purposes. And between these scientific purposes, we should include, of course, precision medicine. Well, it's clear that data are no longer a mere reminder of the clinical process, just because they've become the main source of knowledge for biomedicine. But when we are talking about data, big data, sorry, I think that many times we are confusing this concept just because the 5 V's are required in order to properly talk about big data: volume, variety, velocity, validity, and value. And of course, there are many sources for collecting all data from wearables, smartphones. But the main source, of course, is electronic creator record. So I would say that, as it was mentioned at the very beginning of this session, big data and health data present a lot of opportunities in the healthcare sector just because it will allow to develop personalized medicine with specific improvement of prevention and diagnosis, and at the same time it will allow personalized treatment. In other words, it will allow precision medicine, and not only advantages for the medical sector, medical field, but also for the pharmaceutical one. Just because thanks to the reuse of health data, we will be able to discover new drugs. We will be avoiding adverse events from medicines. And of course, this is important regarding precision medicine as well. We will be able to optimize clinical trials because the clinical trials are not going no longer to be so massive just because we will be able to select the data subject. Patients can be selected and researchers will be able to monitor the clinical trial in real time. So it's clear that health data migrated real times are representing huge opportunities in this field. So I'm wondering if you are tech optimistic or pessimistic. According to Ursula von der Leyen, very important speech regarding digital Europe, she was declaring herself as tech optimist, and he said these words, and these words represents for me some kind of concerns. We want that data to be available to all, whether public or private, big or small, startup or yields. This digital Europe should reflect the best of Europe, open, fair, diverse, democratic, and confident. But there are some risks, and I would like to share with you some risks that this massive use of data represents, and later on we will be able to see which is the legal response from the European law. Well, here you have news from the Wall Street Journal. Google's Project Nightingale gathers personal health data of millions of Americans, and from the Guardian International Edition, Google's secret cache of medical data includes names and full details of millions. So we will reply, you can't trust us with the medical data you didn't know were already had. So what is clear is that, big data represent many different risks and threats. And this has been underlined by the European Parliament in a very important resolution adopted in 2017. So I would like to share with you some of the risks that big data reveals in order to be taken into account when developing precision medicine. The first of all, and it's really clear, is discrimination. And discrimination is related to equity in some way. Discrimination, just because as the Fundamental Rights Agency has outlined, the potential discrimination for in using big data for making decisions should be taken into account. So it's very important to take into account three crucial ideas. It's not about the algorithm, it's about explaining how algorithms were built. It's about assessing the impact of potential biases, and it's also about assessing the quality of data collected. Second risk I would like to put on the table is lack of security. I'm not going to detail all the problems in terms of security just because it's an issue for technology, but I will also share with you some concerns regarding the lack of accuracy, just because we're feeling some kind of feelings of fascination with big data, and causality and causality are not exactly the same. Sometimes predictive analysis based on big data can offer just a statistical probability. And I would like to show you, we'll use some statistic from this very funny website. It's rather funny just because the US spending on science, space, and technology exactly correlates with the number of suicides by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. And this is real, but it's just casualty. And I have another static in this way. The number of people who drowned by falling into a pool exactly correlates with the films that Nicolas Cage appeared in the period between 1999 and 2009. It's incredible, but it correlates. This is, of course, it's a spurious correlation. And I have another ones, the divorce rate in Maine exactly correlates with per capita consumption of margarine. This is a very funny website, and you can find many spurious correlations that, of course, shouldn't be taken into account. The last concern I would like to share with you is lack of knowledge. Well, in some way, we're fostering the Helsinki model based on consent, and there is a clear, poor knowledge about what consent represents. So it's been very important. It's very important to underline the need for education and awareness about fundamental rights and data protection. Here I have another example. It's an experiment that was conducted in London. In 2014, a group of researchers set up a free Wi-Fi point. And when people connected, they were asked to accept the so-called health clause. The health clause allowed free Wi-Fi, but only, and this was the exact reading of the clause, the recipient agrees to deliver his or her child as a slave for the supplier company. And incredibly, 66 people registered. So how many cookies have you accepted this morning? What I mean is that I think that we are underlining the importance of consent as a legal basis in order to process our data, and this is a very important barrier in order to develop precision medicine. The fifth concern is lack of privacy. And in this regard, I would like to remark that traditionally we have been putting on the table privacy as a problem. And it's rather clear that at least from the European point of view, the right to privacy is something different than the right to data protection. According to the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union, and the GDPR, one thing is the right to privacy, and another separate right is the right to data protection, which is much more systematic. In this way, you can see the difference. Privacy only involves negative obligations for the data subject. It's just a non-interference right, while data protection involves both negative and positive obligations. Second, the right to privacy is based on a case-by-case model, while the right to data protection is built according to a systematic model. And finally, this is the most important thing, I would say that privacy is an individual right, while data protection should be considered an individual right, of course, as well, but limited and restricted by public health reasons. Well, the International Bioethics Committee has declared that big data, and this I do insist that it's very important in order to develop precision medicine, should be framed as a common good of humankind. So facilitating health research is an unavoidable requirement to take advantage of big data opportunities. Well, which is the response in light of the new law? Well, the first idea I would like to share with you is that we're leading a legal shift regarding this issue, just because what I'm calling the Helsinki model was copied from the medical assistance. You know that in order to be treated, you need the consent of patient. And unfortunately, we have copied this model for research. And medical research is something very different than medical assistance. According to the Helsinki model, the consent or as an alternative anonymization was the legal basis in order to process health data. And according to the GDPR model, we have to take into account all the technical possibilities as pseudonymization, broad consent, and the most important, or maybe secondary use of health data. Well, I'm not going to talk about consent anonymization. You know that consent is really difficult to collect in order to get big data. So if we're resting our biomedical research on consent, it's very likely that precision medicine will not be developed enough. Anonymization is irreversible, theoretically, that's because it's also possible to re-identify the data subject, but in many cases it's not valid for research purposes. So in some way, the GDPR is putting on the table the option of pseudonymization in order to process health data. The other alternative, and this is really important, is the secondary use of health data. According to the GDPR, I am rather optimistic with the GDPR. I think that it offers a very generous framework, and the problem, from my view, is the national implementation of the GDPR that is being too strict. In this way, the secondary use allows a compatible purpose with the initial one. So maybe we should wonder why not the initial consent for receiving medical assistance should be understood as compatible for processing this kind of data. And also we have broad consent. There are many different theories about what broad consent represents. There are some scholars that are betting for a dynamic consent that is collected all around the life of data subjects. Others think that broad consent should be understood as comprehensive consent. I don't have time enough for developing this idea, but let's keep in mind that broad consent should be also an alternative in order to collect data. But in any case, I would like to discuss the paradox of consent. Consent is really important regarding medical assistance. It doesn't apply in public health, of course, because other public interests are involved. And from my view, consent should not be the main entitlement in order to process health data. So in a data protection system, shouldn't rely on consent requirements. That's because, as I tried to show, consent is ineffective, disproportionate, and for collecting health data in a massive way is impractical. Well, I was talking about that for many years, scholars have been very critical with the GDPR. And from my view, as I was mentioning before, it's not a matter for the European Union, but a matter for the member states. That's because the GDPR is offering two options: just maintaining GDPR conditions, or maybe going further in order to introduce new limitations. And most, at least I'm talking about Spain, France, all the Latin countries with a very traditional culture of prior authorization for making anything. At least I think that the implementation of GDPR has been very restrictive in these countries. But in any case, we shouldn't forget that national option should hamper the free flow of personal data, just because, as I was mentioning before, big data should be considered as a common good of humanity. Well, will things improve with next legislative steps? I think that in some way the European Commission is aware that the current legal framework is not enough. And as you probably know, there are two important initiatives regarding this issue, the Data Governance Act and the Health European Data Space. Regarding the Data Governance Act, it's applied not to health data, to any kind of data, but it's important that it's introducing two new mechanisms that will likely to facilitate the reuse of health data, the secure processing environment, so-called, and also the data algorithm. I don't know exactly well what the Data Governance Act means with data algorithm. Clearly, it should be that a non-profit organization can apply for being listed in a national register of data algorithm organization. And this new approach is supposed to encourage individuals to donate data to these organizations. In some way, if you are donating your data to this kind of organization, it's a way of putting on the table some trust that your data are going to be processed with adequate measures and for good purposes. But the thing is that the data algorithm that is going to be adopted with the Data Governance Act is not really a specific legal basis. So there is a problem of compatibility with Article 9 of the GDPR. So it's not clear how the intersection between the Data Governance Act mechanism and the GDPR work. So let's see how is this going to be developed. And in fact, it's being criticized by the European Data Protection Board. I am finishing just sharing some other tools that have been put on the table by the European Commission, the European Health Data Space. And this is a specific ecosystem with rules, common standards, practices, in order to promote three important pillars. First, a strong and robust system of data governance rules for data sharing, data quality, and a strong infrastructure and interoperability. Let's see. I think that the European Health Data Space is promising, but many people don't know exactly how it's going to promote reuse of data, just because it's the only way to collect data in a massive way in order to develop precision medicine. Well, my proposal would be there's some kind of uncertainty. So there is an uncertain legal framework, and in the meantime, we need some kind of interpretative rule. So I would say that in dubio pro reuse of health data, in dubio pro big data. What I mean is that we cannot keep neutral. If we assume that big data cure diseases, save lives, it's clear that in case of gap, in case of doubt, we cannot remain neutral. So it's the same principle that is applied in criminal law, in dubio pro reo, you know, in dubio pro big data, in dubio pro reuse of health data. So this could be a criteria in order to interpret and implement the GDPR and the Data Governance Act as well. And this is my final slide with concluding remarks. So it's important to reconceptualize that privacy is no longer the legal basis in order to process health data, because we have to include it under the umbrella of the right to data protection. And this has important consequences, just because in such a case, data are limited and can be restricted by public health reasons. So from the ethical point of view, we should also assume that health data is a common good of humankind to allow precision medicine, because otherwise it will not be possible, or maybe it's possible, but not respecting European rules. And this is also a kind of inequity, just because there is some kind of dumping in those member states, in other states where this can be done perfectly well. Okay, they will develop precision medicine. What about China, for example? There are no real limits regarding processing of data. So this is a concern I would like to put on the table, just because they will have much more opportunities in order to do it. The second conclusion would be the same one I have just mentioned. In the meantime, we need temporary rules for interpretation and implementation. And I would like to share with you my idea in dubio per use of health data, just because, as I was mentioning before, is an ethical requirement in some way. So these 3 ideas will finish my presentation: interpreting the GDPR, leading the Helsinki model, and fostering a new research approach. In some way, I'm feeling that health lawyers are feeling we're not feeling comfortable regarding data protection issues. Just I think that in some way we're a little bit conservative, and I think that being neutral is not a real option in this way. Implementing the GDPR at the national level in order to get a competitive environment for research in Europe, and as I was mentioning before, in case of gap or doubt, reviews should be allowed. These are the ideas I would like to share for discussion. Of course, I am available for any kind of questions, suggestions, reflections, or comments.
Thank you. So, do you want to
I can do it here. Ah, here.
Yeah, not, yeah, we're
It
there.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
Where are you?
Oh my God. Your presentation made me like the end of the right to privacy.
Yeah, it's away.
No, I hope not. But well, I will say something afterwards. But who wants to? Well, so Len,
Okay.
Len, you are
You want me to come?
Filipa, Len, Filipa, João, Ross. Okay, so and you too, and me too. But we are going to start. We start with Len, and then João, and then Filipa, and then Jose, and then me.
That was a very provocative presentation. My basic question would be, how do you get to the claim that health data should be thought of as a common good? What's the ethical argument, the moral justification for thinking of our health data as a common good?
Yeah, well, these are not my words, they are the words from the International Bioethics Committee, this is the first idea. But second, I think that the moral justification in order to say that is that if we have an instrument that can cure diseases and can save lives, you have to put on the table some kind of balance. And on the one hand, we have the right to assurance. On the one hand, we have the traditional right to privacy. And on the other hand, the public interest in developing research and so on. Of course, this is a tricky balance because we have to take into account some limitation. At the same time, in my presentation, I put on the table some risks and some threats. But according to the International Bioethics Committee, the moral justification for saying that big data and health data are a common good of for humanity is that we are not owner of our data. In some way, for example, I don't like the expression "we donate our data." We are not owner; we are just holder of data. You know, and in this way, there can be some public resource that justify and entitle organizations in order to process them. That's from maybe you the justification, but of course it's a provocative presentation, because I think that we have to in some way shock the current state of affairs, because we are living very comfortable, not sharing data in our chairs, and in the meantime, people are dying. So this is the point I would like to put on the table, but how to say, I wouldn't say that big data should be allowed in any case, the collecting of data in any case. Of course, there should be requirements, limitations, but just in case we have some gap, some doubt, because it's unavoidable, okay, let's keep in mind that this is in some way an ethical requirement, maybe not in an orthodox way, you know, what I mean, maybe imperative, but I think that we, at least in Europe, we are in the kingdom of individual rights someday, sometime. And it's a way of putting on the table that thanks to this kind of mechanism, many people could improve their health. So I don't know if it's from a moral point of view very exact, very accurate to talk about an imperative in handstand, no? But I have the feeling that we are very conservative regarding this kind of motion.
Oh, okay, next is João.
I was wondering what kind of data are you talking about when you refer to health data?
Yeah, according to the Article 9 of GDPR, they use the expression data concerning health, not health data. Data concerning health. But I mean any kind of data, biometric data, genetic data. All this is necessary in order to build a big data system. Otherwise, it's not possible. What is really a real paradox to me is that we are allowing data every day. I've been accepting too many cookies this morning, and people are not really scared about it. But if you are being requested for sharing your own data, oh, this consent, you know. But trying to answer your question, I would say that any kind of data concerning health should be packaged according to the umbrella of this specs. Otherwise, precision medicine is not possible to do it just because you need millions of data. Sometimes I see at the European level projects, so-called big data projects, and they are not enough in order to be qualified and considered as big data for being precise. Because let's think about the name, precision medicine. And precision is very related to accuracy. Because otherwise, we could wonder what happens if precision medicine fails. That's because the data collected were not enough.
Some data is more important than store and share than other data. So the data that is stored in my watch, it doesn't help you developing a precision medicine.
You are right. We have different, in this regard, there are different security measures. There are high-level measures, of course, but even though there are health data, less important than others, the point is that we should not remain neutral, just because otherwise precision medicine will not be possible. My fear is that in some way, many medical doctors and hospitals are collecting data without taking into account the GDPR requirements. So this is going to happen. So if it's going to happen, I think that it would be much more feasible trying to regulate in some way. Of course, that when some specific and delicate health data are involved, maybe we should make something more sophisticated. But in general terms, I think that, for example, pseudonymization is a very good tool for processing data. And I don't know why the legal framework at national level here in Europe are extremely restrictive regarding this issue, at least from the legal point of view, not from the medical point of view. That's the point I would like to share with you. And in some way, I would say that this conservative position is aligned with a neoliberal ethics in some way, that is promoting the principle of autonomy. The principle of autonomy was the main principle of the traditional bioethics, and it applies, of course, in medical systems, but it should be limited or restricted in some way where we are talking about public health and the public crisis one. There's been a lot of intervention without the prior consent data consent, and of course, it shouldn't apply in research. And I am feeling that we have copied the model of medical assistance for medical research and something completely different. But of course, I absolutely agree that it's not a binary decision. We have to take into account different measures according to the importance and quality of the data collected. It's not the same your bracelet or your smartwatch or something like that. That's something really important and controversial.
Thank you. I have a two-part question, which has now been transformed into a one-part question because the first part. To this question, we can have different types of health data. Some are patient-generated, some medical surveys, some are
data as well.
electronic health records, whatever. So we need some nuance there. But I would just like to maybe if you can expand a bit on the limits of the argument, not discover the what type of health data part, but now what type of research part. When we say research, are we talking about all kinds of research? Are we talking about public, private, to develop an algorithm? Do we need to demonstrate that there's a clear mandate to treat disease? What kind of scientific evidence do we need to put on the?
Well, this is a very interesting question. Very, very interesting. Just because it's one of the hot topics regarding this issue. Well, Article 89 of the GDPR established, set up, laid down an exception regarding scientific research. It's not talking about biomedical research, just scientific research. So according to the Article 89 of the GDPR, any kind of scientific research could be included in order to be waived of the general rule, that because you know that the general rule is health data concerning health cannot be processed, is the general rule prohibition. I would say that we should be talking about biomedical research first, or for example, oncological research to be included clearly. But the issue you have posed is much more related from a view in private research or public research. In some way, should private companies that are processing data that are taken in a public context do it without paying anything? For example, the European Medical Agency, EMA, has proposed public data funded by private companies, like pharmaceuticals. So according to the GDPR, there's no limitation just because it's talking about scientific purposes. But I would say that this should be implemented, developing, and this is a very good question, which kind of research should be allowed, just because it should be something with some kind of scientific evidence, just because otherwise you are allowing collecting data with any clear scientific evidence. Of course, I do agree. But in some way, I am feeling that we are looking for excuses and excuses. The general rule should be, okay, if you are involved in biomedical research, you should use pseudonymization, broad consent, reuse of data, all the alternative options that the GDPR offers. And sometimes I think that we are forgetting the general rule. The general rule should be that we have to process with medical data just because they are not private property. So I would like to go away from this kind of notion that data are a belonging of human beings. Data are not owned by people. People are holders of data, and of course, like many other things, there are public restrictions to your rights, and this is one of them.
All right, thank you very much, Joachim. I was just thinking about the ban on TikTok health-related data, but I leave that for what it is. I think you are in favor. But no, something different. You mentioned some concerns, and one of the concerns is about explanation, explaining the use of algorithms. That seems quite tricky to me, and what I understood is that is already
explaining not the use, explaining the building of algorithms.
Okay.
How algorithms built.
Yeah. Okay, but then let me ask when it has been used in individual doctor-patient relationship. What should I do if I use it? Let's assume that I use for diagnostic purposes this algorithms. What kind of should I explain it to my patients? What kind of information should I provide these patients? And what might be possible difficulties, slightly out of practice, but what could be the difficulties in explaining patients?
Another good question. I wasn't expecting anything different from it. Well,
when I mean explaining how the algorithm is built, I'm not talking about explaining to the patient, of course not. I mean that there should be some kind of public explanation about how this concrete algorithm has been built. Regarding the patient, should the patient know that the diagnosis or the treatment is based on big data, for example? I don't think so. No, I would like to know, but this doesn't mean that I should provide such an information. And I will try to explain why. For example, do medical doctors explain how many different diagnosis tools or many treatments are resting on? No. So I think that in some way, precision medicine is taking part of medicine in general terms. And I think, of course, if you are a medical doctor and you want to explain your patient how you find that solution, you are free, it's up to you. But I don't think it's taking part of a duty of medical doctors to explain patient that their diagnosis has been based on an algorithm. I don't think there's a legal duty about it. Just because there's no legal duty regarding other kinds of diagnosis. Oh, I made this diagnosis just because I was reading an article in the English medical journal. It doesn't make sense. It's going too far. Of course, if you want to do it, you can. But I don't think it's taking part of professional duties of medical doctors. Why? Only in case of precision medicine. Maybe because you are not trusting. So, which is the real difference? Because let's remember that precision medicine is medicine.
Thank you very much, but I was.
Privacy.
No, oh, please, Joachim, don't tell me what I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Okay, so, this is really interesting. It was very, very challenging. But Joachim, how do you say your name in Spanish? Joachim?
Yeah, so
Joachim. Well, it was funny because when I was listening to you, I thought that your speech, your theory is great for stock market precision medicine investment. Because it kind of opens the market, but well, I like the question of Len on the common good, because this thing of the common good is something that UNESCO loves. They also say that our genome is a common good, and one day everything is common good, and we will give ourselves to anything. Anyway, there are some points I would like to ask you. The first one is, Article 89 is suitable for Articles 8 and 9 of GDPR in terms of sensitive data? I doubt it. I don't know. I think it doesn't cover Articles 8 and 9 because it only talks about other articles. Well, wait. The other thing is, in Portugal, this theory of yours would not be possible because we have two laws that say that we are owners of property right over our data, our personal data, and our biological material. It's incredible that it's true. This is what happens here. And the other thing is health data, and I think that all jurists, well, maybe you don't agree with me, you are a jurist too, but health data is part of what is called so-called intimacy circle of our psychological being, and you're going to draw.
because many things.
Oh, okay. And so but listen, I am just, talking because I know that you study this and this is also my topic. So, and in a way, I don't know, I really think that we can harmonize our right, fundamental right to privacy, which I really think is important. Still, even if they say that get over privacy because it's done, but everybody is concerned with their privacy still, even with Facebook and etc. And so I think that we could go and get, for instance, the privacy by design article in GDPR and try to have our systems in hospitals, etc., and private companies built with this idea of privacy by design in a way that we could use data without knowing the identification. You know, even if you say that we always will need the identity, but that's not true because there are some research projects that don't need to know the name of the people that are, let's say, the subjects of this data. And so maybe you could get it. I don't know. In your theory, we could harmonize, let's say, this wanting of big data free for all, but at the same time, let's say regarding informed consent, because in a way we still should know where our data is going, because we can think that we don't want our data to go to countries that are abusing people. For instance, if I knew that my data was going to be used by a dictator, I wouldn't want that. Even if they apply for common good, I wouldn't care for common good because they would be a dictator, you know. So I don't know. It's a lot of ideas that, in a way, challenge your indubio pro reuse. Okay.
Well, many different things. Let's start by the end. When I'm saying that right to privacy should be is overestimated in some way. What I mean is that since 2000 in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, you have a right to privacy and a right to data protection. Right now, according to the legal framework, are different rights. No, because before the right to privacy in the data protection directive, the first one, it was just right to privacy. For example, if you check the GDPR, you will not find the word privacy. There is no privacy by design.
Privacy by design.
No, it's data protection by design. It's not the same.
Okay, it's privacy by design. Go in and read the things.
I challenge you.
Privacy by design. That's the logo.
Okay, in any case, it's rather easy. Just
data protection was made to protect.
Well, but
to protect the right to privacy.
No. You won't. I could apply. That's a matter. Well, privacy doesn't appear in the GDPR. The expression is data protection by design. You can check it out. And I say this just because I've checked before, not because. Second, there are two separate rights.
But that's
right. Hold on. May I reply, or if you want, I can. Your side. What I mean is that there are two separate rights: right to privacy, the right to data protection, with different meanings. Because the right to data protection.
Privacy by design is all over.
Okay, but checking the PDF, the official version. This is a binary option, or it's written or it's not written. Some of us is right, some of us is not right. Okay. Second, this is not a commercial law approach. You know, what I mean is that if data are property, in such a case, people will be able to sell their data. That's because it's a private property. What I mean is that public interest should be involved in the same way that, for example, the state can take your property because there are a much higher public interest involved. So it's totally the contrary. I do think that data are not private property. I don't know what is the Portuguese law. Of course, I respect it. But in my view, it's not taking part of your private property. I don't know what's else. Of course, I am trying to make compatible the reuse of the data with warranties. So in some way, we'll have to try to align both of them. That's the point I was trying to put on the table. But for sure, and this is not only me, Paul Quinn, many different scholars all around Europe, right now, there's a clear distinction between right to privacy and right to data protection. What I was meaning is that we have to leave the traditional Helsinki model, in my view, of course, and trying to go further in order to get a more comprehensive and systematic model, in order to allow some kind of reuse, because otherwise people will do it. But of course, I'm just finishing, my view is very far away from commercial approach. I don't think that big companies should buy and sell big data, and that's why I think that this, in my view, not a property, not in Spain, for example, you are holder of data, but not owner of data. That's because there is a Roman institution which is so-called res communa omnium. Those who have studied the Roman law said that as the beaches, as the sky, there are some things that cannot be the property of someone. And I think that data, of course, are taking part of your intimity, of course, are taking part of your privacy, but not are ruled by the general rules of private property. That's what I wanted to say, but of course, you can disagree with my opinion.
Just an argument, normal between Portuguese and Spanish. Listen, what I would like to, this is my final comment. I don't think data privacy, okay, which you think now is the main, let's say, logo for the right to privacy. I don't think they are incompatible. So you agree that data privacy does not, let's say, undermine the right, the fundamental right to privacy.
Well,
You see what I mean?
yeah, but right to privacy is just a non-interference one. So right to privacy, I was mentioning before, just involves negative obligations.
Yeah.
In order,
Yeah, not
not
enter a house.
no interfere.
Not
It's
speaking.
just what is
Yeah, okay.
in your intimity. So if you explain how data, according to the umbrella of right to privacy, of course, there will not be legal basis in order to put on the table public restrictions. So what I mean is that, first, the recent legislation at the European level no longer talks about privacy, talks about data protection. You can check it, so it doesn't make sense to have here a discussion just because it's a fact. You can check it at your laptop. So what I mean is that, of course, the right to privacy is compatible with the right to data protection.
Confidentiality.
But I would say that the issue of big data regarding healthcare should be treated under the umbrella of the right to data protection. That's what I was trying to say. And some people are still in the Helsinki model, in the privacy model, and I am trying to foster a new approach, taking into account not only the personal rights, only the public reasons, not the private company reasons. But because the logic says if it's my personal property, why not selling my data? Which should be the legal foundation for this. That's my point. But okay, I assume that.
Selling your data.
Yeah.
But to sell it, you have to have a property.
Yeah, of course. That's why I think that we are not owner of our data. I think that the sale of data should be forbidden because it's not yours.
But if
And you cannot sell what's not yours.
But if it's common good, it contradicts with the right to property. But well, but it was a real. Thank you very much. It was really interesting.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, so after this warm discussion, we are going to listen to. But I think that the world is made of this. This is freedom. This is democracy. And so now we will listen to our last, but not the least, speaker. of this first round of the afternoon, who is Marta. And she's a researcher for the Institute of Social Science in Belgrade. Welcome.
Hello to all of you. After such a huge discussion, I think that my presentation will be so of minor importance, but luckily it leans a bit to your themes, even if it's a bit it's overlapping, but with some different conclusions. So informed consent in the era of new technologies, many speakers before me have already given the good introduction into precision medicine and into the informed consent. And in this previous presentation, somehow informed consent was made a minor comparing to what I think it is. It is relevant for medical interventions and also relevant for medical research involving data samples and health data. And it also arises from the right to already mentioned self-determination, autonomy, and so on. So since this rise of an increase of IT capabilities and automation and analytics techniques, these big data have become more and more our contemporary issue. So challenge is actually, according to my opinion and what I've read and researched, I would say that it is more a balance between autonomy and data subjects' rights and possibility to conduct valuable research. Actually, what was said in the previous presentation about public good. I think that public good is not health data, but public health, to which health data is of great use. But public health is public good, not health data, according to my opinion. So traditionally, informed consent, as we all know, is a study-specific consent, which is given after adequately being informed about specific study, particular study, and what does it mean adequately about possible risks, benefits, total duration, experimental procedures, and everything else. I will not list it here. This traditional consent seems not to be enough in these circumstances that we live in. Either it is impossible or it is possible with possible but rather burdensome and time consuming, since you will need to ask every research participant to inform him of all these previous issues and to ask for specific consent, signature, and so on. So traditional consent becomes disputable, and not only for this time-consuming issue, but also for, as already mentioned, secondary use of the data or samples, consent of the participants who have already passed away, and we need still to use their samples and data. Then the right to withdrawal of consent, which when data has already been shared widely, it is also an issue. Possibility of re-identification and the person consented to processing of data, but only when coded or anonymized. Also, in these genomic researches, genomic data from patients and family members are usually mixed and needed to be linked. So we then use, we then need the consent both from research participants, but also from family members, because their data are also linked. So it all makes traditional consent a bit impossible or hardly possible to obtain. Solution, I think that it is in the middle, but it is very hard to decide which form of consent would be suitable, and there are already mentioned broad consent, then blanket consent, study-specific consent, electronic dynamic specific consent, tiered and meta consent. These are mentioned in the literature. I assume that there are also some other. I think that Joachim also mentioned comprehensive consent and so on and so on. So which form of consent would be used? It depends actually on the functionalities of the specific consent and on the context in which consent has been obtained. Broad consent was mentioned, and blanket without any restrictions. So you can use my data without any restrictions, or broad with some very broad restrictions. Blanket is usually not used, but broad consent, it seems to be used, but only in I try to extract pros and cons. For broad consent, it is very suited to medical progress and to public good and public interest, or health, public health as public good. But contra is that if a person consented in a broad way and then afterwards finds out that, for example, research contradicts his values and values that he believed the research is bringing with it, public trust may be very easily be lost. Study-specific consent is something like traditional consent, but in electronic version, and it is really attached. It is treated as a standard that respects human rights to self-determination. It is linked to the specific study. Participants know what they are asked to consent, and they can take informed stance on whether to consent or not. So here, actually, the risk, informational risk, is not on data safety regulations or data registry or operation. Informational risk depend on data safety regulation or data registry and operation guidelines of the biobank, and not so much in particular research, because for the specific research, consent has been obtained. We have also pros and cons for this, and for this as well as for traditional consent, it is said that it is too. You have to invest significant resources, time to obtain such kind of consent, and if you ask for the consent each time when the research has been changed, or for each, let's say, part of the research, then it may come to the consent fatigue. Participants may be a bit, let's say, tired of consenting all the time, and then we lose there the point of self-determination. If you consent to everything without reading what we've already heard, then there is no purpose. We lose the purpose of consent. Dynamic specific consent is a real-time consent when the participant is deeply involved in the research, but it also asks for the first step. It asks for quite time to inform and to involve participants into research, and he's all the time through internet connection to online platform involved to each step of the research. And again, contra is that it is also. First, it takes a lot financial resources to set this kind of consent, but then afterwards it's not that expensive. But on the other side, it is also can cause consent fatigue. Me as a consent participant, a research participant, I'm not sure whether I will be able to be involved in every step, or whether I will be interested, or whether I would not use my right not to know. It's not just right to know, but also right not to know. So, many writers, authors are pro this real-time consent, and there are pros for biobanks, there are pros for patients. I will not quote it now, but I would say that it is the most loved form of the consent. Also, it brings there are no paper records need to be kept. Recruitment and recontacting of user of data of research participants is handled by the platform, and so on and so on. So next is tier consent. It's multi-layer consent. So we have here opportunity to use broad consent when needed, specific consent when needed, and so on. So different layers of consent, depending on the choice of research participant. And it is very useful when, for example, and it is already mentioned in the discussion, when, for example, participants come from countries that where, let's say, that have a history of colonialism and exploitation, and they don't have trust to what will be done with their data or data samples. So, let's say for some participants, maybe we can use the broad consent, or for some, depending on their trust and their selection. And also, what was also mentioned is, for example, it is very useful depending on whether private institutions or public institutions use data or require data. So it's quite useful, but it also requires quite big resources, quite time, and so on and so on. Meta consent, it's interesting because it is consent to consenting. Participants, let's say in advance that they should be asked how and when they would like to be presented with a request for consent. It's these all meta things are very complicated, but it is also a way to do, and it's flexible, especially for secondary use of data. But also, I assume that I'm a bit near my time limit. I will skip to the conclusions, since there are tensions between self-determination and progress on one side, and self-determination on one side and progress. The conclusion is that no single model of consent can lay the claim to be ethically best under all circumstances, and that actually choosing a model of consent is a matter of compromise. And this compromise comes out from assessing several points. First, what kind of digital infrastructure and literacy has this country, or let's say region where the research is conducted. It depends on data safety regulation, whether it's well-founded, whether it really provides certainty that the data will be protected. It depends on established standards of good scientific and clinical practice. It depends on transparency in publicity, on transparent debates on ethically relevant categories in research. Let's say that publicity really knows what is it about. It also depends on the level of social inequalities and safeguards against them. It depends on anti-discrimination laws and practices that research participants know that they will not be discriminated based on the health data, for example, by the employers, by the insurance companies. It's very important. Also, it depends on a trust in healthcare institutions and on the joint common consensus on what is ethical and what is unethical research. Thank you, that would be all.
Martin, do you want to say?
There are some. Okay.
Where's, oh, the microphone's here.
Thank you for your presentation. I was very interested about this concept of consent fatigue. Is this a real concept? Has it been proven, or is it just a hypothesis?
It's a discussion in the literature. I mean, sorry. There is very often a discussion you could find in the literature that, and it's also the result of the practice. I mean, if you look yourself, I don't know from which area are you, but me as a lawyer, I would be very, very tired from, I will not I will not participate in every, step of this research, although I'm working and in this era, and I wouldn't, when I get the instructions from the bank and they say, okay, sign here, do you agree, do you understand the terms, and the terms are 10 pages, I'm not reading it. So that would be probably with me, and I'm not sure whether maybe if you're IT and very experienced IT and like, to sit and click and for every question, every secondary use, and so on, then I would understand it. But for me, it would be impossible, and but it is also very spread in the literature.
Yes, thank you.
Any more questions? I just want to,
I was wondering also, no informed consent and use of data, and a little bit in line of Joachim mentioned here. You already referred to the European health data space. And I'm not sure what would be your opinion reading the draft text. Would it be really would it present a different interpretation of informed consent and use of data under the health data space? Are you familiar with that concept? Or do you think, well, it's more a copy of? Because I think there is quite some debate about the existing approach and the ideas that have been presented in that health data space. Do you agree about that? What are your thoughts about it?
With the interpretation from data space, yes, well, it is quite, I would say that it is quite advanced on the other, on one side, and unlike him, I would keep it more traditional, but not as traditional as it is, like formally traditional consent. I would really keep it in this, because since it is discussion and debate regarding to the health data related to the health data space, I think that the result of this discussion are all these articles and all this discussion in the literature. It is, let's say, the discussion in the literature is consequence of, let's say, European Union or wider potential decisions. So I would more lean on what was proposed here, using different kind of consent for different situations, although it is quite burdensome, but I don't think that privacy could be let so easily away, let's say. But it is the proposals are quite advanced.
Yes.
Even if it is a big obstacle to public health, these rights and goods must be balanced, I would say.
You just answered my question now. Anyone? Yes, we have a question.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you just said something that you would like to give consent for European data space in secondary use. My question is, would it be okay to give consent, like broad consent one time, and that should the patient be informed from which kind of experiments or research the data is used after that?
Well, if it is feasible to know what for it would be used, which is not always feasible, that's why secondary consent exists actually. If we would know in advance what for it will be used, we will ask for the specific consent at the beginning. But actually the secondary use is all these kinds of consent are actually the consequence of not knowing what the samples or the data will be used for second. You can ask, for example, is it okay that the samples and data are used for some other research? And if the patient is okay with this, then the broad consent is okay, but not specifically for which research, because you initially are not sure. Exactly, this is the reason why the secondary use is the problem. So broad consent, if we see the specificity of broad consent and we see the surrounding is adequate, we can ask from the participant for broad consent, then it's okay. But after good information, because it is still informed consent. Yeah.
That's kind of hard because I thought that Professor Dr. Paula said something about that you give consent and your data comes with some kind of research that you're not in line with your values, and that's something that you just can't really know if you don't know where your data is going to. So that's a very difficult thing with broad consent in this.
Do you want to comment on this?
Yes, it is difficulty with the broad consent. But let's say there are people which will say, okay, broad consent is okay with me. Doesn't matter for what will be used. I will give my data, and there are also people. It depends on the circumstances, really. I cannot say anything more detailed than that.
Yes, I agree with you. This problem of broad consent is something that brings a lot of questions and challenges. When I worked in a group on biobanks in Norway, and they were, I'm a lawyer, let's say, well, jurist, but they were philosophers and bioethicists, and they brought this in question, because jurists, we have solutions, and normally philosophers and bioethicists have questions. And so, and the questions they had were that it was impossible for someone that gives their material or their data to a research project to know what it will be or what will become of this data or this material, because it can be included with other material, other data, you see? And at a point, you really gave something to a project, and it's impossible to take it away because it's already there. But I was thinking, and I would like also to ask you, if don't you think that maybe with the thing of the reuse, the common good, etc., maybe we could have like an informed consent form, asking the person, for instance, if she has some a kind of finalities, kind of possibilities to the use of that data that she would not allow. For instance, terrorism. Terrorism is not a good thing. It must be something legal. But for instance, to be used, yeah.
For profit purposes, because we found that in some research.
Okay, for profit,
Yeah.
for multinational used, yes, something like that. And maybe there, even if you cannot take out your data and your material, you can sue them. You can sue them because if you know that they used it for other purposes, you could sue them. And well, you are not, maybe you will not sue them, but you could sue them. So
Yeah.
because broad consent, like our participant here, I don't know your name.
Anushka.
Anushka. Oh, that's a nice name.
Thank you.
Anushka. I have a niece who I call Anushka. And so I think that maybe we could kind of try to smooth this problem of broad consent, because I don't think there is an answer to this concern.
Consent we can opt out.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that sometimes you cannot opt out because let's say the final product of the research is already there, and the royalties and so forth. Okay, any more questions?
Thank you.
Okay, so Marta, thank you very much. And I think we are going. Yeah,
And then we continue with.
I think like 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay,
Yeah,
10
because
minutes.
10 minutes break, and thank you very much for your participation and the questions. Now it's the shop. Maybe we have. No.
Elisabeth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Well, welcome. So we have just a brief break. Is it possible for you to present yourself, the shared screen? That's
Yes,
easier.
sure. Yes.
That's easier and more convenient for you or not?
Sorry?
It's more convenient.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, no, in 5 minutes. And if you,
Okay. Perfect.
I would always, okay.
What's happening?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Yes,
How do you pronounce your name?
Elisabetta Biasin, yes.
So, welcome to this afternoon session. Our first speaker this afternoon is Elisabetta Biasin from Louvain, who will be speaking on in silico trials and ethical and legal framework. Thank you. The floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can you see my slides?
Yes. Yeah, we can. We can see those. We can see the slides, but not. Just a second, please. Some technical issues here. I think it's working now. Can you press the slide? Can you try and see if the slides are moving? Just
I'm moving the slides, okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for being here and thank you very much for the conference organizers. My name is Elisabetta Biasin. I'm a researcher at the KL Leuven Center for IT and AP Law at the Faculty of Law at the KL Leuven University. I'm also external expert at the EMA on data protection on real-world data and big data, and a fellow on the Stanford Law School on cybersecurity of medical device. I'm a PhD student in the field of data protection, AI, and health technology. I investigate the concept of accuracy in data protection and health. Today, what I would like to talk about is my research about in silico trials and in silico technologies, which is the project that funds my research for the doctoral project and also in general. So I would like to talk about what are in silico trials, what is the legal and ethical framework that I have identified so far, and what I think are the most crucial aspects that are worth of being analyzed. And these span from privacy and data protection to data laws, medical device, medicinal products, clinical trials, artificial intelligence and ethics, cybersecurity, ethical and legal aspects. First of all, I think before starting any discussion, it's needed to share a terminological perspective. What do we mean by in silico trial? What are in silico trials in any case? So I think that the most effective way to just start talking about in silico trial is just simplifying a little bit and say, okay, what do you think about, would you think that drugs or devices can be tested through computer simulations, such as the airplanes are sometimes tested? Is it possible to do a simulation to see how a drug interacts with a patient, or how a medical device could be interacting with the patient in such a way? And this is something that is being discussed in the news. Here, for example, we see a news article about clinical trials without human. Of course, I'm not proposing anything about that. I'm mostly proposing proposing what are the regulatory aspects that could be related to in silico trials. So, in other words, for the definition in silico trials, we define the individualized computer simulation that is used for the development of or even the regulatory evaluation of a medicinal product, a medical device, or even a medical intervention. It means that through computer simulation, artificial intelligence, and modeling, there is the possibility in principles to see how a medical device or a drug can be tested on virtual population or even individual persons, which is why it's relevant to precision medicine and precision and personalized healthcare. So as I was saying, in silico trials refer to simulated interventions, for example, but today I mainly focus more on clinical trials, the way medicinal products are tested, and medical devices. So the usual pathways for clinical trials are the identification of a new product, and then in vitro, in vivo, and the 3 phases of clinical trials. And for medical device, there is also a regulatory assessment that goes through conformity assessment, performance evaluation, etc., and product verification, clinical validation, investigation. With clinical trials, the idea is to have an augmented pathway through computer simulation, meaning that for clinical trials, for example, the phases of clinical trial could be somehow there could be in parallel other simulated trials in addition to those that are traditionally put, or for medical devices, there could be a matter of generating evidence through artificial intelligence, for example. And in this way, it would be called in silico clinical trials or in silico trials. But since we are talking about the law, what is the relevant ethical and legal framework for in silico trials? So in my research, I identified the following one in my former reports: privacy and data protection, data governance, clinical trials, and as I was referring before, also artificial intelligence and ethics, cybersecurity, and also medical devices, medicinal products. I will just go through a little bit, and I will focus then on the core issues that I think are relevant for in silico trials. For privacy and data protection, the former panel discussed a lot about already privacy and data protection in personalized medicine and healthcare. So I won't focus too much about that, and everybody I know has a thorough knowledge about it. Then I think it's also important to study the current and increasing influence that new data laws will have in healthcare, started from the Free Flow and Non-Personal Data Regulation, the Open Data Directive, and the Data Governance Act, especially concerning data altruism and data sharing. And I think also the Data Act proposal will be relevant, as it is about IoT data production and generation, which includes also, as far as it is at the moment in Recital 14, it includes also medical devices. And then, of course, there is the European Health Data Space proposal, which introduces really a lot of things that are relevant for the primary and secondary use of personal data, new actors, new methods of sharing data, and as we'll see, also many new challenges as well. And then, of course, there is the core of the study and understanding of what could be done for seeing whether it's relevant, it's legal, let's say, or it's regulatory accepted to have in silico trials. It also depends a lot about the specific regulation of medical devices. For medical devices, we need to take into account medical devices regulation and medicinal products regulation. And for medical devices regulation, for example, what I studied in my latest report is the fact that per se there is not an explicit prohibition of in silico trials. And in some cases, there is even some references about modeling on simulation in certain parts of evidence generation of medical devices. For clinical trials, I think there are regulatory pathway that could be explored within the EMA. And here I also wanted to add a little bit of parenthesis for what is happening in the US, that in my opinion and understanding, the US somehow has led in certain times for the regulation of medical and medicinal products. And in December last year, we have seen the new amendment in FDA regulation, where there has been a new proposal in the section concerning the alternatives of animal testing, and there the FDA regulation was modified with the wording containing non-clinical tests, and for those non-clinical tests, it was included also the wording in silico and computer modeling. Of course, in silico means also the use of artificial intelligence, the use of synthetic data to create a model for generating a virtual environment to test those devices. So it is also relevant to take into consideration AI regulation, such as the AI Act proposal, which I guess everyone is pretty much familiar with it, and also the AI Liability Directive proposal. And I'm also studying the ethics related aspects concerning in silico trials. We analyze, for example, the biomedical ethics principle, which is autonomy, non-maleficence, beneficence, and justice. And also, I think that could be relevant to keep in mind the ethics guidelines on trustworthy AI, which again has the whole principles that are enlisted there, including, for example, transparency, privacy and data protection, that we will see also afterwards. Finally, in healthcare, initially it was less taken into consideration in the past, but now in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen more and more, let's say, cyber attacks towards healthcare critical infrastructure. So the awareness now also in that respect has been raised. And this is very important, in my opinion, because when it comes to AI and the use of AI in healthcare, there are also some risks that needs to be taken into account. In the past, I've worked on cybersecurity of medical devices and AI, and for example, data poisoning is one of those risks that could create problems. So concerning legislation, we have the NIS directive, but also there is a sector-specific legislation. For example, the MDR has safety requirements concerning cybersecurity. Finally, I would just focus a little bit on what I think are the most pressing aspects that might be worth analyzing for in silico trials at the moment. The first one concerning privacy and data protection. So I will just give an overview. It's, for example, the use of synthetic data. Models in silico trials make a wide use of synthetic data. And as you may know, synthetic data, they might be based on existing personal data of patients, for example, CT scans, MRI, etc. And as far as understood, there is not a acquainted debate on what is synthetic data and whether it is a personal or personal data. And it is defined the DGA as a privacy enhancing technique, but this is not this does not clarify whether it is considered a personal or non personal data. And as you may know, it has a consequence in means on data sharing and legal basis. Then, as I was referring before, data laws may have new impacts on data subject rights. And concerning clinical trials, as I was referring before, I think it would be interesting to have more comparative remarks between US and EU, and I'm speaking mostly about the two of them because regulatory speaking, they are quite similar, so it would make more sense to have a comparative approach. Also, UK and Australian regulatory systems could be interesting, but I think with US it would be quite interesting. And concerning medical devices and AI Act, the interplay with the AI Act is not so easy at the moment, so we will need to see what will be happening. I also have the impression that there could be new aspects concerning research exemptions in the AI Act that might be critical in the for coming years. Finally, The last aspects that I think are worth on discussion for in silico trials are, I try to put in concrete application the biomedical ethics principle for in silico trials. And the first one is autonomy, that I'm sure you're quite familiar with it. It implies that the patient should have autonomy and there should be the possibility for the patient to be informed, and there should be a negative obligation not to interfere to the patient choice. And in my opinion, when you have a AI decision making that is created, for example, on a specific health profile, I think it would be important to create a system of values where the individual can determine somehow itself, and there should be balances between self-determination on the one hand and, of course, the principle of healthcare. And also justice is another principle of the biomedical ethics principle, which has been quite highlighted in the past, because we have heard a lot about bias in healthcare and all these discriminatory aspects. And this could be true also for in silico trials, because they simulate testing of medical devices or medicinal products on a specific population. So the justice principle could guide for example, the simulation of certain drugs or certain populations, and I think it could be helpful to drive the decision in a way that certain kinds of population are taken into account and the diversity is taken into account. And this also concerning ethnicity, gender, but also other kinds of aspects. And finally, when we talk about in silico trials or in silico technology, sometimes we talk also about virtual patients. So it's really important that also the representation of patients is not just the standard one that has been so long in care, but it's really something that consider all the population, all the ethnicities, and everybody in a diverse manner. Last but not least, the non-maleficence principle, which is the most related to not do harm to the persons. And here it could be useful to guide the manufacturing and the execution of in silico trial from a security perspective. It's really important that in silico trials somehow follow security standards and prevent as much as possible data leakage, because the more data is leaked about specific patients, the more there could be the possibility for them to suffer emotional distress, discrimination, and other kinds of harm that the patient could suffer. And finally, I think it's also beneficence. It's another principle that could be used among other moral values. When in silico trials, the processing of personal data and data that are used to generate simulations for medical device and drugs are somehow showing some findings, some sort of incidental findings. I think it's also relevant to guide the researchers in understanding what to do in case an incidental finding is found. And if, for example, you have an MRI that detects a specific disease that otherwise would have not be detected, it could be relevant to help understanding what to do, and also maybe understanding how to create policies for in silico trials. So this is a little bit what I've been working so far, and yeah, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to discuss this further.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions. Anyone have a question they'd like to pose? Yeah, go ahead. Maybe we need
Hi.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Elisabeth. Nice to meet you. I'm so
I was curious because in order to stimulate data, you need to have data that is representative of the patient population that you are examining the effectiveness of a new technology in. So I was just wondering how these in silico trials are, how do you say it? Like in addition to these normal phase 1 to 3 trials, how they are combined, the different types of trials. Sorry for this.
Okay. Yeah. So if I understand correctly, the question is about how these are regulated and in which part of the regulatory process in silico trial are foreseen. So my research is a little bit also orientated in a way that the consortium that is working on in silico trials tries to address and to advance, let's say, the regulatory discussions about that. But the actual state of the art is different from medical devices and medicinal products. So for medical devices, I touched it upon very briefly. At the moment, there is no established guidelines at EU level or also medical device regulatory forum level, which is the international regulatory forum where Europe and other international countries are part of. Then we could discuss how it is international, but this is out of the scope. And in this case, in the MDR, especially the use of artificial intelligence for testing of medical devices is just considered for the inclusion of clinical and preclinical data. So it's a part that could be added as part of the technical documentation, and the notified body could be competent in evaluating that. So this is for medical devices. It's not. It's part of preclinical and clinical data and the documentation duties that the manufacturer shall have. Whereas for medicinal products, it's at the moment, I also have to confess, is mostly more research in progress, but there are a regulatory way to ask for qualification advice for new technologies at the EMA. So there is some guidelines provided by the EMA in 2009 that was followed in 2020 about new technology ways of producing, having new methodologies for drug development. So yeah, these are the two ways. While if I may compare with the US, the FDA has already developed a plan for many years, and besides the FDA regulation I touched upon before, there are also ad hoc offices within the agency dedicated for computer modeling and simulation, both for medical devices and medicinal products.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? I have one. Thank you for your presentation. Picking up on this last question, I'm wondering, you mentioned the lack of guidelines. I'm wondering if there are, maybe there aren't, any frameworks structured to compare the pros and cons of a regular, let's call it classical, clinical trial versus an in silico trial. For example, a factor like in clinical trials, patients or participants have access to an experimental drug that might actually benefit them individually. In this case, this doesn't exist, so that this would be a factor that perhaps could be considered. Are there structured frameworks to compare this? How is the decision made? Is it a purely economical decision, or are there other factors that can be used or are used?
So if I understood correctly, because the audio sometimes is a bit tricky, if there is any comparative studies on the benefits of in silico trials versus clinical trials, clinical or medical device regulation for individual patients. So I have the impression, this is it might be. I might say that I studied a lot of that, and I have different opinions about in silico trials and the studies that are undergoing. I have the impression that, of course, those that are proponents of in silico trials, they try to be and see mostly what is the good of it, and so in that direction, I don't know exactly the existence in literature about critical studies of all those comparisons, but I think it could be very interesting, because in the end, what they study is to find a regulatory way to improve safety and efficacy both of medical device and drugs. So it would be helpful to understand to what degree in silico trials should be carried out in parallel, and the good way to do it is to be aware where the most is beneficial in the process.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
Follow-up question. So you mentioned the proponents of using silico trials and that they're looking at the benefits, but I think Dr. Joao made a really good comment also in relation to coverage with evidence development payment schemes where patients have early access to promising new treatments. So in light of that, and maybe postpone or delayed access for patients to promising new technologies, can you say something about the critics of in silico trials, what their worries are with this?
Okay, yes. So my impression about critics of in silico trials, of course, in policy, I think it's more difficult to find someone who says no to innovation. Like innovation is something that in healthcare or in data protection and AI, everyone says, I want innovation, and then a lot of discussions follows that besides innovation. So the persons that I find more skeptical about in silico trials, it's because they rightfully, I mean, in their opinion, they are concerned about the evidence that is produced by simulated trials. And of course, and in the debate, I think there are also some proponents that are there are different degrees in the debate. So there are some proponents that maintain that in silico trials should replace a lot of the phases of clinical trials, which is not yet my opinion in the state of the art. I think I will have a more nuanced approach using AI to support the evidence for the existing trials. So in that regard, I think the most critical one are not convinced about engineering and the way that is structured the methodology of in silico trials. Other proponents I find in the debate that there is much interested also from proponents of animal rights. As you have seen, the FDA regulation replaced some parts, including in silico trials, because the idea is also to reduce animal suffering. And I think it's a good idea. But yeah, in my opinion, I think it's at the state of the art and state of time. It's good to have a proper balance and to advance following a precautionary principle.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you, Elisabetta, for your presentation. Very interesting. We now move on to the next speaker. I'm certainly going to mispronounce his name. I'm sorry. Alma Linkeviski.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm sorry it wasn't, but thank you. Thank you very much. The presentation is already
Okay.
Let's just.
Can I share my screen or you're sharing my slides?
Yeah, you can. Can you please try to share your screen? Maybe it's easier. Oh, wait. Well, it's on. It's perfect. So thank you very much. Legal Tech Center Law School in Lithuania, Omenis University. Alma, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So today we are going to talk about artificial intelligence tools supporting personalized patient-centric care delivery for pregnant cancer patients and discuss ethical and legal considerations for clinicians. We will look at the problem of complexity of cancer treatment during pregnancy and the need for not only patient-centric personalized treatment, but also patient-centered care, and give an overview of available solutions such as guidelines, frameworks, and AI tools, but also problems posed by AI, such as various biases and the use of black box and still limited regulation. Also, we'll look at patient attitudes towards AI and how it can be problematic in the light of forthcoming regulatory solutions and ethical guidance available for using AI in medicine. And we conclude the remaining ethical and legal concerns in the field of personalized medicine, personalized care, and the use of AI. So the problem we are presenting is cancer treatment during pregnancy, and that is very complex condition due to multidisciplinary teams being required to be part of the team. It's not only limited to clinical complexity, there is also psychosocial, ethical, and legal complexity, because fighting deadly maternal disease requires also preserving developing fetus. So if we look at patient-centric personalized treatment and also patient-centered care, we need to know something about the condition, and it's important to note that there's more than a decade of research showing that some cancer treatments are compatible with pregnancy, even though it still depends on the stage of cancer and as well as the stage of pregnancy, but there's a lot of evidence-based data available already. But nevertheless, this remains quite rare condition, which there are estimations and data showing that it tends to occur more frequently now when women, especially in developed and middle-income countries, tend to delay pregnancy. And the older people are, the more likely they are to suffer from cancer. Also, a multidisciplinary clinical and patient support team is required, which is not limited just to clinicians, but also psychologists, social workers, decisional, and sometimes faith counselors. And what is important in personalized care is individual patient circumstances, wishes, and priorities, which can involve various things such as life goals and commitments, sometimes false hopes, in the light of clinical reality and also support available to the patient. But nevertheless, it's important to consider the need for personalized treatment and also personalized care, not only in cancer during pregnancy care, but in medicine in general. So what available guidance do we have for cancer treatment during pregnancy? We have 21 years of guidelines aimed specifically for patient-focused cancer during pregnancy care, and earlier guidelines are very much in line with principles of biomedical ethics, which we heard about in previous presentation. They can be expanded a bit, taking into consideration European principles of bioethics and biolaw, and that includes protection of vulnerable, which in clinical practice guidelines is perceived very broadly. Another important aspect to note, which relates to personalized precision care, is that in newer guidelines, because more and more evidence-based data is available, ethical considerations are disappearing from the guidelines, and all answers seem to be directed to evidence-based data, just saying, yes, we can do it, no, we can't do it, without taking the patients into consideration. And of course, we have artificial intelligence tools, which are widely used already, and we heard about some of them already. If we talk about oncology, radiology is one of the fields where AI is used very broadly, both for screening and diagnosis. If we talk about cancer during pregnancy, there are AI tools which are created to evaluate accuracy of ultrasound diagnosis of brain tumors during pregnancy. Also, we have AI tools for general pregnancy risk assessment, taking into account all main variables related to pregnancy and childbirth. Furthermore, if we talk about reproductive ethics and reproductive technologies, IVF clinics already use AI for most viable embryo selection. And also, more interestingly, what relates to personalized patient care is AI tools which help decision-making process, not only for clinicians, but also for patient counseling support by using predictive algorithms. And it's interesting to note that leading experts working in cancer during pregnancy field endorse a careful use of AI in medical practice, suggesting that it should be embraced rather than rejected. And that aligns with the presentation we heard just before us, where innovation tends to be embraced and encouraged. So what are the problems we know about when using artificial intelligence in medicine? First of all, it is human bias, also referred to as implicit bias, which can affect patient outcomes when such bias is transferred to AI algorithms. And I will repeat myself what we heard already today, that such bias exists based on patient race and ethnicity, also sexual orientation, age, marital status, gender, and anything else. Like, we might like the tool, but the doctor might not like the patient, and that will alter doctors' decisions. Also, it is known that male patients sometimes are offered treatments which lead to better outcomes as compared to female patients. In addition to implicit bias, bias in the data, bias in the algorithms, we as humanity, we tend to over-rely on technology and be biased towards technology that affects clinicians and patients alike. And we already mentioned algorithmic bias, which can occur not only because of limited data or incomplete data, it can also be affected by how we try to optimize the algorithms which are used for medical decisions. And last but not least, this black box usage, which produces unexplainable suggestions and decisions, which are presumed to be more accurate. However, in the field of AI developers, it is still debated, but black box tends to be used more often. So AI offers great promises for big data analytics, diagnostic tools, and predictions. But AI generated decisions can be impacted by biases, which can lead to patient discrimination even before they are born. And also, there might be unintended harms which we have not thought about before. We also have some emerging problems when AI is used in medicine, and one of them is general purpose AI. So, for example, if a doctor consults OpenAI tools such as ChatGPT, follows its advice and harms the patient, who should take responsibility? And can patients refuse to follow advice issued by AI tool? Some thinkers suggest that everybody should have a right to seek for a second opinion from a human doctor. but that might be expensive. So should there be a fee for human doctor's opinion service? And is such second doctor allowed to also consult AI? So we encounter some further ethical and legal questions. And I would like just to share an example. I tried to see what ChatGPT can tell me. And first of all, I was given a list of limitations the tool has. However, I asked the very general question, how should we treat cancer during pregnancy? And well, got a nice summarized answer, which was generic answer to generic question, and I could not identify anything wrong, even though maybe some aspects were quite limited and not fully presented. So what I did, and that was suggestion from the students, myself and Paulius teach at Mykolas Riomeris University, that we should ask more specific question. And I used the case from one of the earlier published papers and just ask, should the patient proceed with attempt to get pregnant? Again, the answer was very diplomatic, rather cautious, and repeating the case I presented. And well, the conclusion we can draw is that ChatGPT response appears to be too generic to even meaningfully evaluate its accuracy. So we looked at AI, the problems, and well, some maybe emerging solutions, but let's see what patients think about using AI in their care, and more specifically oncology and pregnancy. One study showed that patients who do not use other AI-based health applications are more likely to accept AI use in breast cancer screening specifically. And also pregnant women using telemedicine tools showed high compliance with blood glucose monitoring, and overall were satisfied with experience. So we see that there is openness to at least try and use AI-enabled diagnostic and monitoring tools, but patients also express some reservations, and they ask, can results be trusted? Also, some noted that there is lack of human touch and lack of clarity how use of AI tools is governed, and is data privacy protected? What if there is some potential discriminatory bias? These are all the questions we spent all day today discussing, and we don't have very clear answers yet, even though the world is trying to find the answers to these questions. Also, what is important to notice is that patients have some perceived or maybe hypothetical AI benefits. We expect that if we use AI in medicine and their care, that there will be improvements in safety, efficiency, and reliability, and maybe there will be fewer errors, which, while we cannot be so sure, remembering the keynote lecture. Also, there were some patients saying that better use of resources could be achieved using AI, and when healthcare professionals will have more time to focus on patient-centered activities. So despite reservations about AI trustworthiness, patients also have high expectations on what AI used in medicine has to offer. However, will such expectations be met remains to be seen. And what ethical guidance for using AI in medicine do we have? First of all, I think it's important to mention that this guidance can be split, and there is guidance directed to developers, creators, and product owners of AI, and they often have very limited knowledge of medicine and might not have any training in medicine. They only know how to code, how to write the algorithm to solve a certain problem. And for these professionals, a principle of human centricity applies, which is further specified that AI should be ethical, secure, sustainable, and trustworthy, and fundamental human rights, human dignity, and human system have to be respected. In the meantime, healthcare professionals, clinicians, researchers are urged to have like broader view and also consider possible implications what the use of AI might have, not only to individual cases, but also what will be effects on broader groups of patients and overall how it will affect trust in healthcare. It's also encouraged to consider what values are encoded in algorithms, are the biases, what about data on ownership, confidentiality, and consent, very important topics also discussed in previous presentations. And the urge is that medical and healthcare profession should evaluate and deliberate about using AI in medicine before it is fully implemented. So collaboration between AI tools and systems developers and its end users on a clinical side is essential for meaningful implementation of AI tools in medicine. And let's have a look what is being done or at least discussed on the EU level, where European Union has proposed Artificial Intelligence Act, which uses a risk-based approach to AI regulation. However, medicine and healthcare is not included under critical infrastructure category, which would be classed as high risk, and only emergency first response services are classified as high risk in current AI Act. Also, when we talk about general purpose AI, it would be reasonable to expect that high-risk scenarios would be restricted. However, at the moment, it is not clear if general-purpose AI use in medicine or healthcare would fall under this category. And as it has been already mentioned, some regulation already exists under medical devices regulations, which apply to the tools which also use AI. So in current Artificial Intelligence Act, it is not clearly established that AI uses in medicine and healthcare will fall under high-risk category. And to conclude, what are remaining ethical and legal issues and questions? One is the scope of unilateral and multilateral decisions can affect responsibility and liability for AI use by healthcare professionals and institutions. Decisions of individual clinician and institutional decisions to use AI will need to be aligned. How will it be decided which patient services can or should be replaced by AI tools or systems in order to manage healthcare costs remains to be deliberated and answered. Personalized medicine also requires personalized approach to patient care. And human-centric AI development needs to be aligned with patient-centric healthcare delivery. They should not be separate. Healthcare with human touch, it remains to be seen if AI use will leave more time for that for healthcare professionals. And in what circumstances will doctors be expected or required to use or consult AI? And how will using or not using AI affect individual or institutional insurance claims? So with this, we thank you for your attention, and we would like to acknowledge the European Social Fund for funding our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? Oh. And one? And let's see if in the meantime something else comes up. You, of course, you mentioned the specific case of cancer treatment during pregnancy. In a case like this, the issues related with the mother must be balanced with the issues related with the fetus. And among these, the issue of timing of therapy is essential. Even I saw the window that you had there, and even ChatGPT says that that's an issue. So certainly this question has been AI validated. So what, in your opinion, as we balance these issues of timing with issues related with abortion rights, for example, in different societies, even within the EU, we don't even need to broaden the discussion. Do you think these tools can factor this in equally, the medical side of it and the more social freedom of choice, the arguments, and not lead perhaps to an over medicalization of the decision, and actually help patients and doctors alike make better decisions? I know this is an open-ended question, but it's just where do you come from? What's your view on this?
Well, thank you very much. This is a very important question. My view on this, if we resort to using AI, whether it is for cancer treatment during pregnancy or decision, any other reproductive decision, in my view, AI is a tool, and it's still for us humans to decide on what values we base our AI tools and how we build our algorithms. And that is not a question for technical people to answer. That is a question for the society to how discuss and deliberate, and hopefully to agree on acceptable decisions, how we want AI to function and how we want AI to make suggestions or offer what decisions we might take. So a very open answer to your open question.
It's a difficult question. I'm wondering if AI can actually factor these in equally, the more quantitative side and medical side of these, and the more issues related with freedom of choice and so on. Any other questions? Final one for me. So this is a complex issue, of course, and AI risks making it even more complex. So in terms of liability, if something goes wrong, where would you, how do you see things going with these new regulations and regulatory environment? Are we paying enough attention to possible consequences if an algorithm makes a bad decision?
Well, from what I see, at least in the EU, it seems in the proposed Artificial Intelligence Act, there is some recognition that it's very dispersed responsibility for using AI tools, because there are different people who, or even institutions, corporations who come up with idea, different group who writes the algorithm and different group who commercializes it, and eventually there is an end user. At least from, if we look at medicine at clinical research or medical practice, it's still the doctor who ultimately decides to use certain tool, carries responsibility and liability for what happens. But I think to enable medical professionals to meaningfully take such decisions, even medical education will need to change, and clinicians will have to be trained on technical side of medical tools and devices which are aided with AI, so they can meaningfully evaluate it. And in addition to that, as I mentioned in my presentation, institutional positions will have to be established. It will be like the hospital or a group of hospitals, like, for example, in the UK, they have trusts of like the group of hospitals, or maybe even nationally in smaller EU countries. They will have to decide what is their approach to AI and how they are going to use it. So I think it's even more open questions, but one answer is that we have to keep educating ourselves and our children about AI, about technologies, because it's here to stay and we have to learn to live with it.
Thank you. I can imagine the court trying to sort this out. It will be fun. Thank you very much. Any final questions? No? Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Yeah. So now we move on to the next speaker. With Vivian. Okay, here we go. Rekkers Kog. From Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management, Rotterdam. Orphan drugs, yeah, reimbursement decisions. Thank you very much.
I don't know where.
The slide should be coming.
Listen.
This one, yeah. I see that there's a tissue here that I can use if I. No, this is a single tissue.
Boy, this one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. And I can press the arrows, I think, for moving through the stuff. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so thank you for this brief introduction. So, okay, so that let's see. Yeah. So my presentation is on considered preferences for granting orphan drug special status in reimbursement decisions. And I'm not sure if I can also see my slides on this small screen, because that would make it a bit easier to.
The TV is also. Work.
Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, so I'm sorry. So this presentation on orphan drugs is not exactly the same as precision medicine, but given the definition that is used in the EU and the USA, I think many orphan drugs qualify as being precision medicine, considering that the patient populations are so small. So orphan drugs, they are indicated for the diagnosis, prevention or treatment of patients with a rare disease, which is defined as 5 or less in 10,000 people in the EU and less than 200,000 people in the USA. Rare diseases, for the most part, they are genetic conditions that are progressive, debilitating. The quality of life of these patients is really low, and the life expectancy is also often reduced. 20% of these types of diseases are rare cancers that Len talked about this morning, and autoimmune diseases. The majority of cases, in particular the genetic cases, were diagnosed at a really young age. So these are really young babies or in early infancy. The majority of diagnoses are set before the age of 18 in patients, but sometimes, depending on the type of disease, manifestation at an older age is also possible. So the median age at diagnosis of EPF is 66 in the Netherlands. So it is good to realize that the majority of patients is really young, but also at an older age it's possible to be diagnosed with a rare disease. Oh, the buttons don't work anymore. Can I...
The arrow key?
No, it's not
Oh,
working.
not working.
Yeah. Yeah, the market characteristics of these orphan drugs are also quite similar to those of precision medicine. So the market is too small for investors to obtain a return on their investment. And this lack of investment resulted in a relatively high level of unmet need in patients. So there were no market incentives to produce these types of orphan drugs for these patients. And in the EU, but also in the US and also in Japan, there are additional regulations implemented to encourage the development of orphan drugs to also meet the unmet needs of patients with rare diseases. And these regulations, for example, concern extended market exclusivity, so an additional number of years in comparison to non-orphan drugs, accelerated approval, the aid of researchers with running through clinical trials, all to speed up the availability and the market approval of these types of drugs. The dilemma of policymakers, so they are increasingly available, but these drugs, the benefits of these drugs are relatively small, so they may reduce the loss of life expectancy to some extent. They may increase health-related quality of life of the patients, but the gains are relatively small. So I mentioned earlier to Felipe that the median quality gain is 0.05 of drugs on the median. So, but these drugs are so expensive, also because the patient numbers are so small. So the return on investment has to be distributed across a small number of patients, and that the cost effectiveness of these types of treatments is very unfavorable. So policymakers are confronted with the dilemma whether to reimburse these types of drugs, considering that they do not meet cost effectiveness criteria. So for all drugs, not in all countries, but in an increasing number of countries, cost effectiveness criteria are used. But often the budget impact of these orphan drugs is relatively small, but the cost effectiveness, the incremental cost effectiveness ratio is relatively high. So these types of drugs would not be reimbursed from public funding if the standard criteria would apply. So to give you an illustration, in the Netherlands, the decision-making framework is presented in this one slide. So a pharmaceutical is considered to be cost-effective when the incremental cost-effectiveness ratio, so the ratio between the incremental gains in QALYs or some other health benefits, divided by the incremental cost of this new treatment divided by the incremental gains in health or in QALYs, for example, is below a cost effectiveness threshold. And in the Netherlands, this is determined by a willingness to pay threshold. So the value of these health gains is used. And in the Netherlands, the necessity of a new technology or a new type of pharmaceutical is operationalized in terms of disease severity, and this is measured in terms of proportional shortfall in the Netherlands. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with this measure, but it combines elements from the fair innings and severity of illness approach. There are several measures that are in place at the moment. So for example, in Norway, absolute shortfall is used, which may be a more direct operationalization of the fair innings approach, but in the Netherlands, proportional shortfall was implemented because it took into considerations elements from different theories about disease severity and who would be most severely ill in society, and also because cost effectiveness criteria or ICERs, they implicitly prioritize younger patients because they have more QALYs that they can gain, so they have more potential to benefit from treatments. And proportional shortfall implicitly prioritizes older patients because they are more likely to lose a larger proportion of their remaining health expectancy. So that is a bit technical, but in the Netherlands, proportional shortfall was chosen because it balanced considerations for younger, older patients, and also from different perspectives on who would be most severely ill. To go back, I don't know why all of a sudden I'm here. To go back, so in the Netherlands, those who are considered to be not very severely ill, so who have a proportional shortfall between 0 and 0.1, in principle, these health technologies are not reimbursed. So the willingness to pay for these health technologies is 0. In practice, there are a couple of different calculations for proportional shortfall, which all result in the proportional shortfall being a bit higher than it would be considering the standard calculation. So it's very unlikely that treatments are not reimbursed in the Netherlands. So there's always some willingness to pay in decision-making practice. With regard to the other classes, so there are 3 classes of proportional shortfall, and the more severely ill patients are, so the more higher up in the proportional shortfall scale they are, the higher the willingness to pay for the treatment. So depending on the level of disease severity of patients, policymakers use a different cutoff for the cost effectiveness of technology. So in this study, we looked at societal preferences from exempting orphan drugs from this standard decision-making framework. So if treatment is not cost-effective, then in principle, the argumentation would be to not publicly reimburse it or to reimburse it from public funding. But considering that these cost-effectiveness or considering that these orphan drugs rarely meet the cost-effectiveness criterion, the discussion is always, should we reimburse it? Because it's quite unfair, because in other cases for non-orphan drugs, we would not reimburse it, or the argumentation would be, well, it's not cost-effective, so maybe we should enter price negotiations to reduce the price of this technology. But in this case, the budget impact is often very limited, considering that there are only a few patients going to use this type of technology. So policymakers are always conflicted. Should we reimburse it? Because we can basically afford it. It's not that much money considering the whole budget that we spend on drugs in general, but still we have to make an exception for these types of technologies, because if it wasn't an orphan drug, we would not reimburse it. So we try to mimic this dilemma in this study, and we presented respondents with a couple of choice tasks, and we asked them to explain why they made their choices. So why they said yes, or why they said no, or why they had mixed opinions. It was an online survey. We had a large sample that was representative of the population in the Netherlands by age. So we had adults, premium paying inhabitants, representative in terms of sex and education level. And we ran a pilot study to fine-tune the design of the study. And then we collected the main data. The survey, we had an introduction to the problem of rationing, how preferences of the public are used by policymakers to inform decisions, so they take these preferences into account. We presented respondents with 10 choice tasks in which we asked them if they believe that an orphan drug should be reimbursed, considering that a similar but non-orphan drug would not be reimbursed because it was not cost effective. So we presented them with 2 treatments. Patient age was the same, the treatment effectiveness was the same, the cost effectiveness was the same, and we said, in this case, it's not reimbursed because, it doesn't meet the cost effectiveness criteria. And what do you think we should do now with this orphan drug? Should we reimburse it, yes or no, and why? This is an example of the choice task. So we explain to them we have there are new drugs available. Patient groups are of this age. The treatment benefits are so and so. And then we ask them, do you think this treatment for the rare disease should be reimbursed? Yes or no? But taken into consideration that it would not have been reimbursed if this was a non-orphan drug. And you see here that the budget impact differs. So we also had a mirror upside down version of this questionnaire where we used the labels of the budget impact being high and low, and then we compared it to what patients or respondents' preferences were in that case. So we took into account in this study that people could say yes to reimbursing the orphan drug because of the low budget impact. So we wanted to test if that was indeed the case. Patients, they could be different ages in the choice task. So we had the age of 1, 10, 40, 70, and these were as closely aligned as possible, although it's stylized in hypothetical scenarios, to what we found in actual reimbursement cases. So the age of 66, for example, was taken into account as being 70, also to compare this to other studies in which we looked at preferences for prioritizing patients based on their disease severity. Disease characteristics operationalized in terms of quality of life before treatment and life expectancy before treatment, so this being the disease severity characteristics. The effectiveness also in terms of quality of life and life expectancy, and the cost effectiveness. We explained to respondents before they completed the choice tasks how this was calculated and why this was 200,000 euros in both cases. So cost effectiveness being the same, being way above the 80,000 euros that we have as a maximum willingness to pay for the most severely ill in our decision-making framework. What we examined, so choice patterns, what proportion of respondents agreed with exempting orphan drugs from the standard criteria, which proportion had mixed opinions. The main reasons and also the importance of these attributes and levels, so the patient characteristics, the disease and the treatment characteristics. And we predicted in 3 reimbursement scenarios what the level of support would be for exempting orphan drugs from standard cost effectiveness criteria. We used observed proportions, inductive coding, regression, prediction models, and we used different subsets of the sample, depending on whether they had a consistent choice for not exempting orphan drugs or a consistent choice for saying yes to reimbursing the orphan drug or having mixed opinions. In terms of the results, we saw that almost half of respondents had a changing preference. So their choice seemed to depend on the characteristics that were presented to respondents. 36% of the respondents, they said consistently yes. So regardless of the levels of age of the patients, the levels of disease severity, the treatment characteristics, they said reimburse it, regardless of what happens to the non-orphan drug. 70% consistently said no, it should not be reimbursed. Of the proportion who always said yes, in the majority of choice tasks, they said yes, we should reimburse it. So depending on the characteristics, in 68% of cases, they said we should do it. So quite a large proportion of respondents said yes to exempting orphan drugs. If we look at the underlying reasons, we identified 17 categories that were grouped into 6 overall themes. So the respondents who made consistent choices, they argued their choices based on the age of patients, their disease severity. They mentioned the rule of rescue. If there is something we can do to help these patients, we should just do it. We should reimburse it. The prevalence of the disease, cause of illness, treatment characteristics, the size and the type of health gains also for younger patients, health gains are proportionately larger. So that mattered to people. More moral arguments. So, for example, that they thought that that the decision-making framework should be the same for all patients. So regardless of their characteristics or the type of disease that they had, being it common or rare, decisions should be made in the same context with the same arguments. Perceived entitlements, for example, they said, well, we live in the Netherlands, you should be ashamed of yourself if you don't reimburse it. We are such a rich country, nobody should be deprived of anything that we need. And other reasons, quite a large group of respondents, they found it difficult to explain their choices. They said, well, I thought age was important, but also I think older people also should benefit from these types of treatments. So I just decided. So they didn't really, they found it really difficult to really clarify their reason for making these choices. So if you look at the percentages here, age was mentioned. The disease characteristics were mentioned as being relevant for the smallest group of respondents. And we were quite surprised here, but they said, well, it's said that they are severely ill, for example, but you shouldn't prolong their suffering. You should also set limits to what is possible in life, and it's also okay to accept that some people are dying. So it was a bit contrary to what we thought we would find, considering that in the Netherlands, disease severity is something that we use to prioritize patients. Treatment characteristics, that was the largest group of respondents mentioned this as being their main reason for saying yes, unless the size of the health gains were relatively small, then they said, well, it's not really worth the money, but overall they said, well, if the life expectancy, if the quality of life gains are large enough, we should reimburse it regardless of the cost. Moral arguments were mentioned by respondents. By 64% of respondents with a consistent choice for not reimbursing the drug. So those who said we should not exempt orphan drugs from the standard criterion, moral arguments were used the most. So they said criteria that applies for the one should also apply to the other. We should have a uniform decision-making framework. We should not make any exceptions. And also in these two questionnaire versions where we frame things in terms of rare disease and common disease on the one hand, and in terms of budget impact in the other, moral arguments were used more when we presented things in terms of patients with a rare disease or patients with a common disease. Other reasons, also quite a large proportion of respondents. With regard to the relative importance of the attributes and levels, I think the age and health gains, the coefficients for these attributes and levels, they were in line with what we expected. So people were more inclined to say yes if the health gains were larger. So if the quality gains or the life expectancy gains were larger, people were more inclined to say yes, we should reimburse it. In terms of age, I think this is also a consistent finding in at least my research, that people prioritize 10-year-old children, that 40-year-olds are also considered to be important. They also, for example, because they are often the caretaker of these 10-year-olds. So these two ages are quite aligned in terms of strength of preferences for prioritizing these ages. And 70-year-olds, they always end up last. So if the patients were 70-year-olds, respondents were less inclined to say, yes, we should make an exception for orphan drugs. Here also, the quality of life and life expectancy before treatment, this coefficient did not work as we expected. So we saw that, in fact, if patients were more severely ill, respondents were less inclined to say yes. So that was also, I think that was quite surprising, because in other research we find quite consistently that people are in favor of prioritizing more severely ill patients. But here, if you looked at the qualitative evidence, you saw that they said we should not prolong their suffering. If you extend their lives and they're so young, this is a life full of suffering. We should just accept that, some people just don't, live up to what you would wish for them. In the 3 scenarios, so we predicted support, or the percentage of people that would be in favor of exempting orphan drugs from reimbursement. In a typical scenario, based on reimbursement reports of the Dutch Healthcare Institute, and a low support and a high support scenario. And we saw that, in all 3 scenarios, the proportion of people who would say yes to exempting them from this cost effectiveness criterion was quite large, up to 74% in the highest support. So if patients were 10, if their quality of life before treatment was relatively okay, they still had quite a large life expectancy before treatment, and their health gains were most, so quite favorable circumstances, their support would be largest. And we saw in the comparison between the 2 survey versions that if we framed things in terms of low or high budget impact, the proportion of respondents who would say yes was larger. So if we said, well, it doesn't really cost that much money, people would be more inclined to say yes. So key messages: large part of the public would likely support reimbursing orphan drugs, even if that treatment is not cost effective, and even if other treatments that are not cost effective are not reimbursed. Support for exempting orphan drugs from cost effectiveness criteria appears to be strongest when patients are older than 1 and younger than 70, when the disease severity is moderate and their health gains are substantial. But in all these scenarios, there's still a substantial proportion who would likely oppose making such an exemption, and then mostly on moral grounds, with a preference for uniform decision-making for all patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Time for good questions. Anyone?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Vivian. No, it's free. That's where it is. Thank you very much, Vivian, for clarification. The outcomes of the survey didn't differentiate among orphan diseases. What do you think, or not?
Well,
They do differentiate or not? Because
I think that I think that the results have to be interpreted within the context that given a non-orphan drug would not be reimbursed in this situation. So I think that is important for interpreting the results. So we found that given that under other circumstances of it being a non-orphan drug, this decision would be made, then still a rather large part of our sample was in favor of making that exemption for orphan drugs and still reimbursing it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, maybe you can correct me if.
So it's.
But then, do you think is there a need to differentiate or not? Because I can imagine certain diseases are more lethal, so then of course it must be reimbursed. Or otherwise, it's chronic, but so there's no need for it. Is that also an option or not? Is that in line with what you were saying or not? I'm not sure.
So are you asking that if this is a criterion to be used, so that the prevalence of the disease, if there is something that should be taken into account? I think in the Netherlands, explicitly, the answer is no. so in the Netherlands, we do not distinguish between the origin or prevalence of the disease. The disease is the disease. And if you are severely ill because of a rare disease or a common disease, it doesn't really matter. So there's no distinction there. But in the UK, for example, there is a distinction, and there the threshold is multiplied by 10. So a tenfold higher cost effectiveness threshold is used to assess orphan drugs.
Is
So
that more fair, do you think, or is the Dutch approach better?
personally, or
As a scientist, as an economist?
Well, I understand that there is an unmet need in these patients, but I think that is also covered by all these regulations that already favor the development and market access of these types of drugs. So the question is, should they be additionally prioritized by also exempting them from this from this cost effectiveness threshold? I would say I find it, if all the circumstances are the same, then I do not see a reason for exempting them. Knowing that, yeah, they do need healthcare. Yeah.
What you mentioned that participants stated a preference to not reimburse based on disease severity, or were it was like in conflict with the idea of proportional shortfall and favoring disease severity in our reimbursement system. Do you think that only applies for orphan drugs, or could you also translate that to?
I think it really depends on how you ask the question. So if you ask them, okay, there are two patient groups. One is very severely ill and one is moderately severely ill, and we have a limited budget. Who should we treat? The majority of people would say the more severely ill, or they would say, I prefer not to make a choice. So, but if you ask them, should their disease severity be a reason for treating these patients differently from other patients with the same level of disease severity, then they said, well, then it's not a criterion. If they're equally severely ill, the same rules should apply for the same patients with the same characteristics. So I think, well, it depends on how you frame the question, but also it depends on the choice context of the policymaker. So I think in this study, we really try to mimic conflict or the dilemma with which policymakers are confronted. So they have a reimbursement report and they assess this, and then they think, well, normally we would not reimburse this because of these and these criteria are not met, but what should we do now? So that is a different question from the budget is limited. So I think, given in the Netherlands, we do not have a fixed healthcare budget. I think this decision aligns closely with what policymakers are confronted with. In the UK, the healthcare budget is very strict. So there, the question, okay, we have a limited budget, who should we treat, aligns better with that decision context. So yeah, there's not one truth, I suppose, but it depends on the circumstances and the yeah.
Try one question.
Oh, not the time.
So if it's the case that you have a very rare disease that afflicts older patients and an orphan drug that can treat it.
Yeah.
And if half those patients are going to have manifestations of the disease slightly under 870, the other half over 870.
Yeah.
Does half get the drug and half not, or everybody gets it or nobody gets it?
So there are several answers to this.
Okay.
So in these types of hypothetical scenarios that we present to people, it's very difficult for them to assess probabilities or proportions of patients. So this is really difficult. So we really try to simplify it. And I think in decision-making practice, at least what you see now, is that there is a lot of effort going into determining who exactly benefits from a certain treatment. So the eligible patient population is narrowed down. So it is reimbursed for all patients who meet these criteria, which are favorable for the treatment, but then it isn't reimbursed for like 60% of patients. So if there's evidence that, so heterogeneity basically is also taken into account. Also heterogeneity in disease severity within one patient population is also taken into account. Yeah. But I have to say in the Netherlands, it's a rare thing that if something is not reimbursed, so it is almost always reimbursed, but increasingly under conditions. So under the condition of price going down, under the condition of patients meeting some eligibility criteria. So the overall, yes, everyone can benefit, that's narrowed down.
I think we're short on time. I have one very fast question. It's just a clarification regarding the decision-making framework. The disease severity criteria, who establishes these? How is it? Is it a general criteria or does it consider individuals' context of patients?
So it is, there are different severity operationalizations out there. So it is, who is most severely ill. So there are different definitions or ways of looking at this. Proportional shortfall is a measure, and the calculation is that it takes into account the proportion of health lost due to the disease relative to the health that patients should have had or would have had had they not fallen ill. So it's basically like a counterfactual of the health that patients would have had they not fallen ill and their health status at the moment of diagnosed or being eligible for treatment. So this is calculated as taking the life expectancy averages of a certain cohort in population.
General criteria. And there's no step in the process where individual context might be factored in.
Heterogeneity is taken into account, prevention is taken into account, and also whether something is so episodic. So there are different calculations. So to increase this level of proportional shortfall, because we do not want to not reimburse something. So we like to be above the 0.1. Okay.
Thank you very much. So we have our final speaker, Adrian Varela. I think this one I can, So, the University of Cantabria, Spain, precision medicine in the Spanish health system. Thank you very much. It should be there, but let's see. Comes up.
Well, good evening for everybody. I'm so grateful to be here to have the opportunity to share our topic with you. I know that I'm the last one, so I know that you're tired. I will try to be short because I think that it's a good idea because it's a fantastic day. So I'm going to share with you a topic that the precision medicine in the Spanish. So I will. Okay, I'm going to show you the precision medicine in two parts. First of all, okay. I'm going to show you the precision medicine in the Spanish healthcare system in two parts. First of all, I'm going to try to make an introduction to the precision medicine, and after all, I would like to show you how Spain practice the real practice of precision medicine in our clinical trial. So, first of all, I have to show you what is the concept of precision medicine. Well, the risk of disease and the probability to measure and respond to the treatments are conditioned by two factors. First of all, our genes, and in the other side, the environment that we are exposed. So, the integration of data or from genomics and other kind of molecular elements can influence and allows a clinical practice to adapt the individual treatments to our patients. So, precision medicines represent a paradigm shift in healthcare and promotes preventive, diagnostic, and medical interventions more effective and safer therapies, offering the opportunity to avoid a huge costs of public institutions. Here we have to say that, for example, I'm working for the regional government, and I will show you how is the structure of Spain in the healthcare system. But I have to show you that the third part, approximately 60% of the budget of the regional government are focused on the healthcare system. So this kind of precision medicine can affect to the budget on future. So I'm going to show you. Well, what is the key point? The key point is that the precision medicine constitutes a tool essential for the application of segmentation criteria of the population. It is possible to adapt, prevent strategies and diagnostic and therapeutic characteristics of the patient. Well, when I show you what is precision medicine, there are main factors that are involved in the development of precision medicine. What factors? First of all, the legal framework. What I say with that, or what I mean, is that it's not the same. For example, the centralized countries, like for example, Portugal, is a centralized competence country. But for example, in Spain, we have a decentralized structure. So it depends of the ideology of the country. For example, in the States, it's not the same like European Union members. So we have to share some difference that improves in the precision medicine. So first of all, we have to show you the difference between the members of the European Union in the legal framework. After all, we have to show another factor that involves, that is the government support. The government support, I think that is the main important thing in precision medicine. Here, for example, in Spain, we are really grateful because we receive a huge quantity of money from European funds, like for example, like Portugal, and we are developing a project that I'm going to show you after. That is the project is Impact Core. Okay, it's the real practice of precision medicine. It's important, I think, that to get involved in this to develop a precision medicine. It's important to have an own budget of the main budget of the country. It's important to destinate this huge quantity of money to this thing. And another important thing, it could be to have a national plan for precision medicine. Nowadays, in Spain, we have a national plan with the Precision Medicine National Plan that calls Impact. And it's important to have this, to rename this kind of things, because it gives the project the importance that they have. So also as well, it's important to have to creation a specialization assessment institutions. In Spain, we have one that developed this kind of projects, that is Charles III Health Institute. This is the most important. With, for example, in Cantabria, where this is from, I came from Cantabria, it's in the north of Spain. It's a small regional government, but gives importance to the Health Institute. The Health Institute is IDIVAL, and I recommend you to look for IDIVAL on the internet and to show that we are really committed with this kind of project. And after all, we have to, another main factor, it could be the organizational and structural changes with the reference centers. Well, the legal framework that I said is, first of all, the constitutional rights. Always, all the projects in medicine is linked with constitutional rights. For example, we have 3 articles that's important in our Spanish constitution. That is, on one side, Article 15, that is the article that reference that has the right to life and to physically and moral integrity. After all, the Article 43, that is the right to health protection, that is recognized by our constitution, and it's important due to give the public powers the power and the competencies to organize and protect the public health. And this is important also because in this article, they gives a name that through preventive measures and their necessary benefit and services. So the constitutional rights are linked, and it's important to have this concept. Another side, you have the competential structure. In the competential structure, there are other factors that are involved, like the healthcare system, the sanitation structure, like for example, that we have in Spain, in difference, for example, with Portugal, that is centralized, and the regional government. In Spain, due to the decentralization that we have 17 regional governments that have its own competence in healthcare services. So it's each community, autonomous community, what we call, have its own competence in health. Well, this is coordinated by many interterritorial committees that are twice or 3 times on a year in cooperation with the Ministry of Health of Spain. But it's important that you know that. Another factor that is involved is that bioethics. Bioethics is important because the bioethical principles are connected and are linked with precision medicine. And after all, I think that also has a huge important thing is like genomic discrimination, and bioethics are totally linked with that. Well, once said that, I said that another legal framework is affected by European law. We are in the European Union, and everything is affected by European Union law. For example, in Spain, our legal framework, everything, and when I say everything is affected and influenced by European Union law. So we have to take into account that European law is important, and we have to new regulations. The new regulations is connected with the general data protection regulations that from my professor Joaquin has done a brilliant dissertation. And so I'm going to show you these factors, but I'm not going to focus on that because I think that is these opportunities to show you how Spain introduced in the precision medicine in the real life. Well, when I say that they are the constitutional right that I said, the competential structure of the healthcare system, based in decentralization and a public social security system that will be maintained for all citizens. This is important, and this is the big difference between, for example, the European Union and, for example, the states. You know that, for example, we think that the welfare state are important. Everything, for example, in the healthcare system is funded by our taxes, and we think that is a great idea. We think in that. Maybe in other places, like for example, United States, are dominated by private companies, private insurance, and other kind of things. So it depends on the ideology of the country. So the other term is the bioethics that are involved for 3 factors. First of all, the patient's autonomy. That I think that is the key in the bioethics items. To choose and determine their fate with independence. Another factor, it could be the freedom to make a choice. Which treatment I have to choose. And another point, it could be the difference or the discussion between individual rights or collective rights. What is the prevalence? No? but it depends on your opinion and the opinion of the society. Well, it could be different. Another kind of factor could be the genetic and genomic discrimination with social problems, legal discrimination support by government. It could be a good idea, but anybody knows. For example, another point, disabled people rights. What happened with that? Well, this is a discussion in bioethics. Another items, balancing of interest, viability of anonymation, and family group implications. Also, according to what I have said before, European law is important, and we have to take into account that the health public policy is one of the competencies of the European law, is regulating into the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union in the Article 168, and the main objectives or the main aims of this the European public policy is, on the first step, protect and improve to health European citizens, support the modernization and digitalization of health system infrastructure, and the third one, improve the resilience of Europe's health system and equip European Union countries to better prevent and address future pandemics. So we focus here in the meaning that, for example, here, European Union don't have an exclusive competence or power in health public policy. It's like a sphere. So it's important to have this clear. Well, the conclusions, it could be that the implementation of the new paradigm of medicine of the future is based, first of all, in the knowledge of genetic and molecular alterations. The second one, the development of a legal framework that provides regulatory clarity in the storage of knowledge. And this is important because we have to make a balance between the risk and the benefits. So this depends what I have said, country, the ideology, but take into account, we have to take into account also the ethical, economic, social, and laws, especially in relation to data protection. Well, this is going, will it make it necessary to review the criteria of the distribution of the health courses? This is one of the conclusions of that. Maybe it's gonna be a change in nowadays in the culture of the liability doctors in medical negligence cases, because precision medicine could change legal issues in liability cases. We have to replace or rename the duty of care. What is a wrong treatment? It could change many things in the legal issues. And after, next, it's blocked. Okay, and now I'm going to show you the real practice in Spain in precision medicine. The name is the project Impact Corte. Pero bueno. Precision, the impact is the precision medicine infrastructure associated with science and technology. What is the main goal? The main goal is to facilitate the real implementation of precision medicine in the Spanish national health system. It's important. Why it's important? Because there are three factors involved: genomic and molecular information, the clinical information, and social, environmental, and behavioral factors. What happened with that? This suppose an improved diagnosis and treatment, and the ability to predict the course of the disease. What I mean? Personalized medicine, safer and efficient, focus on prevention and prediction. Sorry, again. Okay. Well, how is classified the project? The project is in three parts. The first one is predictive medicine. The second one, data science, and the third, genomic medicine. How is designed? This is REACH. The REACH of the main aim is to reach 200,000 participants with the following up of 20 years. Includes clinical, epidemiological, and biological data. The aim is to represent the entire population. This is the basis for future research in precision medicine. How is the budget of Spain nowadays? It's about 30 million euros are investing in this kind of precision medicine. What is the background? The background, there are many projects around the European Union. What I have said before, all the members of the European Union are involved with that, and many European funds are investing in this kind of things. The Brighton medicine, who is involved? Well, the main funding is Charles III Health Institute with 30 million. The coordination is through FIBR and epidemiology and public health, and are associates with agreements with the regional governments, like in Spain called autonomous communities and cities. Well, I show you that there are around 200,000 participants, and the following up 20 years. The main, they are focused on surveys, the physical examinations. This is important because the main aim of the project is to prevent disease and to adapt individual treatments to some patients, with the finality of saving a huge amount of money, because they are very costly. It's very costly. Well, you have the map of Spain, and Portugal also. But in the north, I came from Cantabria. It's in the north, next to Basque Country and France. And for example, we are a small community, but it's important because the population is good. But we have one center, and there is a number of in red color is the number of impact centers, and the other is the distribution of the population. And Cantabria Impact Autonomous Committee is composed by primary care management, that I'm working on that, University of Cantabria, Regional Ministry of Health, Public Health Department, and Impact Specialist Technician. So I have to tell you that here is important the ethics committee, that they are really involved in the project. So this is my conversation. I hope that you enjoy with that. That you enjoy with this fantastic video. So.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, I think we're running very short on time. A bit really fun that we need to get out of here, but in any case, I'll go for it. Does anyone have a question? I'm going to go for a very short. I do. Go ahead.
So it's something that I've just been wondering about, and I think maybe we should have addressed this earlier in the day, but I was wondering about, and I don't know if this is really your expertise, but about side effects or adverse events. Are they considered to be smaller for precision medicine, and is that also taken into account also in policy? And
I don't know exactly.
Maybe someone else in the part of it.
I don't think it's expected.
Okay.
Can I, you know, quick one. And it's
I
5 minutes.
have to say that, for example, nowadays, this kind of policy in precision medicine is making through soft law instruments. But I think that I am very critical in that, because maybe it would be through hard law would be better than soft law instruments, in my opinion. But I don't know exactly what is your opinion.
I have a question regarding the structure of the Spanish system. It's my ignorance. You mentioned decentralization a lot.
Yeah.
But were you referring just to the architecture of the system, or also to the price setting and reimbursement scheme? This is out of the decentralization spirit, or is it?
Yeah.
Is it done centrally?
Yeah. We have a problem with that. We have, for example, we have in Spain, due to the decentralization that we have, maybe in some parts are good and are more useful than decentralization. But for example, in practical issues, we realize that, for example, in the European funds, maybe it will be losing many funds due to this decentralization because they are involved. For one part, the Ministry of Health of State, but on the other part, the regional governments. Maybe the political issues may influence in that. So it depends. This kind of decentralization could affect the European funds, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Maybe when it's a centralized structure, like for example from Portugal, it would be better. I don't know exactly.
Any more questions? Yeah. I can translate well, let's test your Portuguese. If it doesn't work, I'll translate. You go ahead. I think you need a microphone.
The microphone, I asked.
I'll translate for the audience. Sorry. How are the people, how are the partners of this study selected? The 200,000 participants of the study, how were they selected? Yeah,
Yes.
is that question?
This is a random selection, aleatory.
The age matter, I'll translate live.
No,
I'm trying. Is age a factor? What's the question? Age is the factor, or is a factor or not?
I think that I don't think so. I think that is aleatory.
Yeah, it's totally random. Yeah.
No.
E aleatório, escolha grande porcentagem fica mais. Não pode.
If the sampling is random, and by random, if randomly the over 60 is overrepresented, is there a correction for that, or is that not taken into account?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So
For example, to do this or to make this this kind of project, they are really involved with all the primary care management. You know what I mean? The primary care in the health services, you have primary care and specialist care services, the hospital. But now we are working with the primary care, and the primary care select the population that they support the project with their data sets. You know, the data, the genomic data, the clinical information about patients. So all are linked, but due to the primary care.
Thank you.
But there is no selection rate.
You, very well. Any more questions? No? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well, you know one day, you guys want to join and do your magic?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and participants and speakers, I will keep it short, absolutely. I remember 4 years ago, we were sitting on this table, and at the same time, we had a kind of traffic light. All of you remember. This is a work story for the participants, particularly the speakers, because it was the traffic light. It started with green, and when it was orange, then it's people already got nervous.
Where is that?
It's still at the office. Honestly, I forgot it. And when it was red, it was trying to, or not, it was shouting, so you couldn't speak anymore. That was so stressful, I heard from some participants that said, well, okay, I will leave it at home. I'm not saying we should have used it because we are over exceeding the time. The conference time is 2 hours. But I think, why do I mention it? I think it says something much more about the topic itself of today's topic. Yes, we allowed continuous and extensive discussion, but I think also it is inherent to the topic that we have this kind of intensive debate. And clearly it is something from a medical issue. But as I think, and the speakers also addressed it, it is clearly an issue which requires and justifies such a multidisciplinary approach. So that means that indeed all the disciplines, relevant disciplines, should be included and have to say something in it. And in that respect, our keynoter already raised the issue to the most wicked problems. And I think this is also for the other disciplines that we have to, one way or another, we have to address this. And also, especially for lawyers, it is not only about informed consent and privacy issues, but we clearly should also raise even in an earlier stage about the issue of fair distribution. This is also very uncomfortable for lawyers, but I think this is also a very important point. Also because international human rights law also mentions the idea of public debate and deliberation. So on several occasions we see that issue has been addressed. So I keep it very short because I also, first, as a matter of courtesy, I have to thank you to our host, the school, that they have been able to facilitate this meeting, my co-host also for presenting this, and clearly also the keynote came to Europe, and I asked them, have you been in Lisbon? Not yet. Okay, this will be your first time. I hope not your last time. And so thank you very much for your excellent presentation, and the discussion that's raised will continue. I thank also the online, if there are still present, the online speakers and the speakers here in this room, and clearly also the students who are participating during the entire day. Having said that, it is a topic we need to continue to discuss, and for that reason, Marta also informed me, well, Andre, this is also something which we should address, and this kind of questions raised and discussed also in the more the southeastern European region. Marta is from Belgrade, Bulgaria, Serbia. And this kind of topics, not only in law, but also in terms of economics and ethics, should be addressed. So, and for that reason, she suggested, could we introduce a kind of informal network in which academics and others interested are willing to share and to contact with each other and to inform each other and to participate also in the discussions in that part of Europe. So I highly recommend joining that informal network. We can discuss it also later on during dinner. I'm joining as well. But otherwise, also on other occasions, I would like to discuss that further with Marta. So again, I keep it short. I thank you once again for participating. We are hoping to see you probably on other occasion or in the near future when we organize this kind of meetings here or somewhere else. And I wish you a very pleasant stay here also in Lisbon. Thank you. Yeah,
just well, I really think that you thanked everybody, and the keynote speech was great, and all the presentations. And thank you for our students that are here now. But I think that we need to thank Andre because he was really, really a great organizer. Yeah, it's 8:30, so we need to rest. And thank you very much, and see you soon.
Yeah.
You, the
But
students.
we're not leaving this room before if the keynote is present.
Oh, okay. Okay, no worries. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is great. They are all going to be very envious, so this is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so. For you, have rest of the school day, because you are going to have classes. Still, yeah. So, yeah, they are going to have classes at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
Wow.
So, we really need to get out and be able. Oh, no, it's kind of like wasn't able to do almost anything. Wasn't able to have. Nice something, because it's so much work. Yeah, yeah, because I was going. My phone.